Chapter 46-49. Lu Ming felt a headache coming on. With so many experts present, how was he supposed to obtain it? Most importantly, he couldn't enter the world within the halo. No. A light flashed through Lu Ming's eyes. The reason he couldn't enter before was because the halos were violently colliding with each other, creating a powerful shockwave that prevented him from entering. Now that the halos had stopped expanding, could he enter? Lu Ming wasn't the only one with such thoughts. Many people from both the Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Palace had similar thoughts. "I'll try," Exalt Starfire said as he flew toward the halo. On the other side, the Heavenly Palace had also sent an Origin Realm expert to fly toward the halo from another direction. Senior Starfire Origin Venerable quickly approached the ring and cautiously entered it. At the beginning, there was nothing abnormal, nor was there any power attacking Exalt Starfire. "We can enter." The eyes of many people on the Heaven Destroyer's side lit up. Exalt Starfire continued to probe. He flew deeper, wanting to enter the continent at the center of the halo. But in the next moment, Exalt Starfire seemed to encounter something terrifying. He rapidly retreated until he was near Lu Ming and the others. His face was pale and filled with fear. "Starfire, what did you discover? No, why has your origin root weakened?" Tang Xiao asked with a drastically changed expression. "You discovered it." Exalt Starfire bitterly smiled. "Those 8 halos aren't ordinary halos. They're a powerful formation that has a sealing effect. At the same time, they can strip away the origin root of those who enter." The faces of Tang Xiao, the Origin Realm experts, and many Divine Lords all became very ugly. The origin root was the foundation of Origin Realm experts. It was the source of Origin Realm expert strength. Yet, those halos could strip away the origin root of Origin Realm experts. That was terrifying. Those halos seemed to be able to strip away the origin root of Origin Realm experts to strengthen themselves. Fortunately, I retreated quickly. Otherwise, my origin root would have been crippled. Even so, I've suffered great losses this time. I won't be able to recover to my previous level without 10 stellar years. Exalt Starfire bitterly smiled. At the same time, the same thing happened on the Heavenly Palace's side. The Origin Realm expert from the Heavenly Palace also retreated in fear. A portion of his origin root had also been absorbed by the halo. As a result, the Heavenly Palace and Heaven Destroyer no longer dared to take action. They only surrounded the halo to observe. They didn't send any Divine Master Realm experts to probe either. Even Origin Realm cultivators would be in danger. Although Divine Masters did not have origin roots and would not have their origin roots taken away, who knew if there would be other dangers? Therefore, both sides chose to pass the news back to their respective factions. The people of the Heavenly Palace sent the news back to the headquarters of the 4 Heavenly Palaces. The Heaven Exterminating Troop also sent the news back to the Heaven Exterminating Troop's camp. After that, the 2 groups of people surrounded the halos and waited quietly. Within the Great Desolate Ring, the Human King's arm continued to tremble. Lu Ming didn't act rashly. With so many eyes watching, it was clearly unrealistic for him to act alone. Moreover, he didn't know what dangers lay within the halo. Even Origin Realm experts were in danger. If he entered rashly, there probably wouldn't be anything left of him. It was better to wait and see. In a secret room in the Heavenly Palace of Crepe Myrtle, there were 2 stone platforms in the room. A bronze chest was placed on each platform. If Lu Ming were here, he would definitely be shocked. These 2 bronze chests were basically the same as the one he had obtained. At this moment, the 2 bronze chests suddenly began to tremble. They shone with resplendent light. 2 white-haired celestial race elders stood to one side of the room. They had been cultivating with their eyes closed the entire time. Now they suddenly opened their eyes in shock. What's going on? Why is there something wrong with the Human King's body? This has never happened before. Open it and take a look. The 2 celestial race elders stood up and opened the 2 bronze chests. Inside the 2 bronze chests, there was a stone arm and a leg. One was the left arm, and the other was the left leg. These were actually 2 parts of the Human King's body. They were the left arm and left leg of the Human King's body. At this moment, the Human King's left arm and leg trembled constantly. They seemed to be pointing in a certain direction. Chests, what's going on? Why is there something wrong with the human king's body? One of the celestial race elders asked the two bronze chests. That's because the other parts of the human king's body have appeared. A sentence appeared on one of the chests. The other parts of the human king's body have appeared? That's not right. Other parts have appeared before. The human king's body didn't have something like this. One of the elders said. It's different this time. This time, it's very likely that the human king's torso has appeared. That's why the left arm and leg of the human king's body are acting so strangely. A sentence appeared on the second chest. Afterwards, another sentence appeared on the first chest. Only when the human king's four limbs and head have appeared together and resonated with each other will the human king's torso appear on its own. What? The two elders of the celestial race were shocked. This meant that the human king's four limbs and head had appeared. However, the heavenly palace had only obtained the left arm and leg. As for the other three items, who took them? The first person they thought of was the Heaven Destroyer. In the primitive universe, other than the Heaven Destroyer, which other faction could compete with the Heavenly Palace? We have to report this matter to the Heavenly Master immediately. One of the elders said. All right, you stay here and watch. I'll report it immediately. After the other elder finished speaking, he walked out. Not long after, the elder met the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace Master and reported the matter truthfully. The Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace Master was middle-aged. His face was angular, and his eyebrows were like swords. He just sat there quietly, but an aura that could suppress the world spread out. It made people unable to stand steadily in front of him. This was the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace Master, the true overlord of the primitive universe. In the entire primitive universe, only the other three Heavenly Palace Masters could be on equal footing with him. I know. You can leave now. The Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace Master's expression was calm, so he waved his hand and dismissed the elder. This day has finally arrived. The Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace Master whispered. Then he took out the dreamy heavenly jade and sent out 3 messages. These 3 messages were sent to the dreamy Heavenly Palace Master, the Hongmeng Heavenly Palace Master, and the Shinji Heavenly Palace Master. The Great Ancestor should come out of seclusion. I wonder if the Great Ancestor succeeded. After sending out the message, the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace Master muttered to himself. Then he got up, took a step, and disappeared without a trace. The dreamy Heavenly Palace, the dreamy Celestial Mountain. This was the most important forbidden area of the dreamy Heavenly Palace. It was surrounded by layers of arrays, and there were many powerhouses of the Heavenly Palace guarding it. Usually, other than the dreamy Heavenly Palace Master and a few top Celestial Masters, no one else could enter. On this day, the 4 Heavenly Masters came together. Chapter 4650. The 4 Heavenly Masters entered the illusory Celestial Mountain and waited at the entrance of a cave. The 4 Heavenly Masters stood in a row and looked in the direction of the cave with respectful expressions. If other people in the universe saw this, they would be shocked. Who were they? They were the Masters of the 4 Heavenly Palace, the true Masters of the Eldritch universe. They were invincible figures and the true overlords of the universe. The 4 of them were waiting for someone with respectful expressions. No one would believe them even if they told others. Crack. At this moment, the stone door of the cave opened, and a young man from the heavenly human tribe walked out. The young man looked very young, only in his 20s. His cultivation was not particularly high, only at the Divine Master realm. However, when the 4 Heavenly Masters saw the young man, their faces were filled with respect. They bowed and said, "Greetings, Ancestor. 100,000 years ago, before I went into seclusion, I said that I would be awakened when there was something wrong with the human king's body. Now that you have awakened me, is there something wrong with the human king's body?" The young man said indifferently. Even in front of the 4 Heavenly Masters, he still looked high and mighty, as if he was a senior looking down on a junior. The 4 Heavenly Masters did not show any anger or displeasure. It was as if all of this was natural. "Ancestor, there is something wrong with the human king's left arm and left leg. They are shaking nonstop and pointing in a direction." The bronze box said that the human king's body has appeared. Only when the four limbs and head of the human king's body appear will the human king's body appear. The crepe myrtle heavenly palace master replied respectfully. They knew very well the origin of this young man in front of them. This young man was an ancestor of the heavenly human tribe. He was the first ancestor in the history of the heavenly human tribe to control the perfect power of the heavens. He was known as the strongest person in the history of the heavenly human tribe. In the history of the heavenly human tribe, there were a total of 3 peerless geniuses who could control the perfect power of the heavens. The one in front of them was the first one. This person was already very, very old, and his cultivation had reached an unimaginable level. However, later on the old ancestor's cultivation reached a bottleneck and was restricted by this universe. Therefore, he used a heaven-defying method to allow himself to be reincarnated. However, reincarnation was too heaven-defying after all. If one was not careful, they would completely perish in the cycle of reincarnation. Although the heavenly human patriarch had succeeded, he had also left behind a huge hidden danger. That was why he had chosen to go into seclusion 100,000 years ago to repair the hidden danger. Before Xiao Chun entered closed-door cultivation, he had said that if there were no abnormalities with the sovereign personage's physical body, there was no need to wake him up. Oh, the 4 limbs and the head of the human king's body have appeared. It seems that the so-called heaven destroyer has gained quite a lot. That's good too. This time, I'll move around a bit and take the opportunity to completely control the human king's body. The patriarch of the heavenly human tribe said, Ancestor, have the hidden dangers left behind by your reincarnation been completely healed? Heavenly Lord Crepe Myrtle said, Just a little bit more, but it doesn't matter. It won't hinder my performance. The old man from the heavenly human tribe chuckled. He grabbed at the air with his palm, and 4 different types of heavenly force gushed out. They danced in his palm without any hindrance. It was as if the 4 types of heavenly force had merged into one. The 4 lords of the heavenly palace revealed looks of envy and reverence. The perfect heavenly force was a power that they could only dream of. The 4 lords of the heavenly palace had only mastered 3 types of heavenly force. This required talent. It could not be forced. Bring me to the human king's left arm and left leg. Also, do you know where the human king's torso has appeared? The heavenly human patriarch asked. Not long ago, I received news that there was a shocking change in the Thousand Autumn battlefield. A sealed continent has appeared from the Thousand Autumn battlefield. According to the direction that the human king's left arm and left leg are pointing to, it should be in the Thousand Autumn battlefield. The Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace Lord replied. The Thousand Autumn battlefield? Very good. Also, call me by my name, ye immortal. The heavenly human patriarch stepped out, and his indifferent voice rang out. Ye immortal, one of the 4 lords of the heavenly palace, arrived at the secret chamber in the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace. He saw the human king's left arm and left leg. The human king's physical body cannot be activated unless one is a peerless prodigy who has mastered top-notch power. My current cultivation base is only at the 6th tier of the Divine Master Realm. I can only activate 1 left leg or 1 left arm. As for the other leg, I'll need another peerless prodigy to activate it. Have any outstanding prodigies been born in our tribe over the years? The heavenly human patriarch, ye immortal, asked. Yes. Our tribe has produced a peerless prodigy. His name is Yi Qiuxian. Like the old immortal young master, he has mastered the perfect heavenly force. The Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace Lord replied respectfully. What? Hearing this, ye immortal's eyes shone brightly. Perfect heavenly force. I didn't expect another person with perfect heavenly force to appear in this generation. Good, very good. Bring me to him. Ye immortal said. With a wave of his hand, he put away the 2 bronze boxes. Immortal young master, Yi Qiuxian is at the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace. I'll bring you to him. The Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace Lord said. The few of you, go back and make your own arrangements. Gather experts and prepare to head to the 1,000-year battlefield. Remember, the human king's physical body is the most important. You can ignore everything else. Gather as many experts as you can to head to the 1,000-year battlefield. Do you understand? Ye immortal instructed. Yes. The other 3 heavenly masters received their orders and quickly left. Meanwhile, the crepe myrtle heavenly palace lord passed down the order to gather experts. He then brought Yi Immortal to look for Yi Qiuxian. Ever since the battle at the Grand Supreme Immortal City, Yi Qiuxian had displayed his stunning talent, and his status had risen. He had undoubtedly become the #1 prodigy among the younger generation of the Heavenly Palace. In the history of the Heavenly Human Tribe, there had only been 3 people who had mastered the perfect heavenly force. Yi Qiuxian had naturally received the full support of the Heavenly Palace. He could get whatever resources he wanted. With the accumulation of vast amounts of resources and Yi Qiuxian's heaven-defying talent, his rate of improvement was astonishing. Currently, his cultivation had already reached the 6th level of the Divine Master Realm. This speed was even faster than Lu Ming's. This was, of course, Lu Ming's resources were all obtained by himself. On the other hand, Yi Qiuxian's resources were countless in the Heavenly Palace. In addition, his talent was simply too stunning. He had also condensed an origin source seed. With the accumulation of resources, his cultivation would continue to improve. Yi Qiuxian greets the Heavenly Master. Seeing the crepe myrtle Heavenly Palace Lord descend, Yi Qiuxian bowed respectfully. Although his talent was rare in the Heavenly Human Tribe, he had not reached the greater mastery level. Seeing the Heavenly Palace Lord, he did not dare to slight him. Very good, very good. Your cultivation has already reached the 6th level of the Divine Master Realm. It won't be long before you break through to the 7th level of the Divine Master Realm. Breaking through to the Origin Realm is just around the corner. The crepe myrtle Heavenly Palace Lord nodded. He was very satisfied with Yi Qiuxian. He then introduced, Yi Qiuxian, this is young Master Immortal. Quickly, pay your respects. Chapter 46-51. Yi Qiuxian furrowed his brows slightly and glanced at Yi Immortal. He was also a member of the younger generation of the Heavenly Human Tribe. Yet he was asked to greet Yi Immortal? Who among the younger generation of the Heavenly Human Tribe was worthy of his greeting? However, for the sake of the crepe myrtle Heavenly Palace Master, Yi Qiuxian casually cupped his fists and said, Greetings, Brother Immortal. Yi Qiuxian's attitude made the crepe myrtle Heavenly Palace Master's expression change abruptly. He scolded. Qiuxian, how dare you? What kind of attitude is this? Hurry up and apologize to young Master Immortal. Yi Qiuxian was also a little stunned. What was going on with the crepe myrtle Heavenly Palace Master? Ever since the battle at the Taishang Immortal City where Yi Qiuxian had displayed unparalleled talent, the upper echelons of the Heavenly Palace, including the Heavenly Masters, had been very courteous to him. They had never scolded him like this before. Today, they were scolding him because of another young man? Could it be that the other party was more important than him? Moreover, the Master of the Heavenly Palace Master was bowing and scraping in front of Yi Immortal. This was simply unbelievable. Who was this Yi Qiuxian? Yi Qiuxian, let me tell you. From now on, you will follow young Master Immortal obediently and listen to his orders. If he is willing to guide you, it will be your lifetime's worth of good fortune. The crepe myrtle Heavenly Palace Master continued. This time, Yi Qiuxian was completely enraged. It was one thing for him to lower his attitude towards Yi Immortal, but he was actually going to follow Yi Immortal and listen to his orders. How was this possible? Who was he? He was one of the only 3 peerless sky prides in the history of the Heavenly Human Tribe, who had mastered the perfect heavenly power. Once he reached a major city, he would be invincible in the universe. At that time, even the Heavenly Masters would have to bow down to him. But now he was actually going to listen to the orders of another young man. His pride and self-esteem would definitely not allow this. Heavenly Master, if you want me to listen to his orders, let's see if he has the qualifications. Yi Qiuxian said coldly. In his eyes, among the younger generation of the universe, only Lu Ming, who had a taboo body, could stand on equal footing with him. He didn't think much of the other so-called elites, including this Yi Immortal. If not for the fact that Heavenly Lord Crepe Myrtle was very respectful to the Yi Immortal, and that Yi Qiuxian couldn't see through him, he would have already suppressed the Yi Immortal. Yi Qiuxian, how dare you? Heavenly Lord Ziwei shouted as cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Yi Qiuxian actually dared to question whether the Yi Immortal had the right to do so. With his understanding of the Yi Immortal, He was truly afraid that the other party would directly cripple Yi Qiuxian. The Yi Immortal raised his hand and interrupted Heavenly Lord Crepe Myrtle. He even smiled as if he was not angry at all. Looks like you're not convinced by me? Yi Immortal smiled at Yi Qiuxian. In this world, strength speaks louder than words. Yi Qiuxian Dao. Although he couldn't figure out the identity of the Yi Immortal for Heavenly Lord Ziwei to be so respectful, he was very confident in his own strength. In the primitive universe, he feared no one other than Lu Ming in a battle of the same level. Moreover, he was now a 6th-level divine master. Even if he met Lu Ming again, he was confident that he could easily suppress him. Yes, you're right. In this world, strength speaks louder than words. Come on, let me see how strong you are. Yi Immortal said. You want to fight with me? Yi Qiuxian Dao. That's right. You and I are both 6th-level divine masters. It's a good opportunity for us to learn from each other. How about this? If you can withstand 3 of my moves and not be defeated, you don't have to follow me in the future. Yi Immortal said. He knew very well that all exceptional elites had their own pride. He wanted to crush Yi Qiuxian's pride. Yi Qiuxian was so angry that he almost laughed. He was laughing from extreme anger. There was actually someone in this universe who said that he could defeat him in 3 moves. Wasn't this laughable? In the Battle of Taishang Immortal City, Lu Ming had only defeated him by a narrow margin. Where did Yi Immortal get the confidence to defeat him in 3 moves at the same level? This was completely impossible. Yi Qiuxian didn't believe it at all. Alright. I'd like to see how you can defeat me in 3 moves. Yi Qiuxian laughed loudly as a powerful aura emanated from his body. 4 types of ultimate power of heaven spread out and revolved around his body, transforming into 4 different colored battle swords. Not bad, it's indeed the perfect power of heaven. However, how much power can you unleash? Yi Immortal smiled and nodded. He suddenly took a step forward and charged towards Yi Qiuxian like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, he pointed his finger out like a sword. Suddenly, more than a dozen sword shadows appeared in the void. These sword shadows kept changing their positions, making it hard for anyone to grasp them. Yi Qiuxian shouted as the perfect power of heaven erupted. The 4 battle swords revolved rapidly and slashed out dozens of sword shadows towards Yi Immortal. However, Yi Immortal's sword shadows were extremely nimble. They were like small snakes that kept slithering around. Finally, the dozens of sword shadows merged into one and stabbed towards Yi Qiuxian. This seemingly ordinary sword strike caused Yi Qiuxian's expression to change drastically. The dozens of sword shadows that he had slashed out instantly disappeared without a trace. Bam! Yi Immortal's sword light pierced the perfect power of heaven surrounding Yi Qiuxian, causing the perfect power of heaven to vibrate violently. A hole was pierced through the perfect power of heaven, and the sword qi continued to rush towards Yi Qiuxian. Not good. Yi Qiuxian was shocked. He unleashed all his strength and the 4 battle swords formed by the perfect power of heaven turned into a sword array. They revolved rapidly, and only then did they manage to block Yi Immortal's sword light. However, Yi Qiuxian also retreated 1,000 meters away. Although the perfect power of heaven is powerful, you're still far from perfect. There are flaws everywhere and you can't even withstand a single blow. Yi Immortal said calmly. Impossible. The perfect power of heaven has no flaws. Everything that happened just now was a coincidence. It must be a coincidence. Yi Qiuxian roared. His eyes were red as he suffered a huge blow. He was actually forced to retreat by Yi Immortal with a single move. Yi Immortal's attack just now didn't have much strength. However, it made Yi Qiuxian feel extremely uncomfortable. It was as if his weakness had been hit, and he couldn't use his strength. However, how could the perfect power of heaven have any weaknesses? He believed that it was just a coincidence. Bam! Yi Qiuxian stepped into the air. This time, he took the initiative to attack. The 4 battle swords formed a sword array, and the sword qi rushed towards the clouds. He used all his strength in this move, and charged towards Yi Qiuxian. The boundless sword qi almost drowned Yi Immortal. However, Yi Immortal was still very calm. He stood there with a smile on his face. When the sword qi was about to reach him, Yi Immortal grabbed the air with his palm. 4 types of perfect power of heaven appeared, and formed a battle sword. Seeing Yi Immortal's power, Yi Qiuxian's eyes widened rapidly. He was in disbelief. Swoosh! Yi Immortal made his move. He slashed out with his sword and it was extremely stunning. The moment he slashed out, Yi Immortal changed his position at least a few thousand times and collided with Yi Qiuxian's sword array thousands of times. Chapter 46-52. In the blink of an eye, the attacks from both sides collided thousands of times. Then, Yi Qiuxian's sword array exploded with a loud bang. His figure was sent flying tens of thousands of meters away as he stood in the void in a daze. There was a 1-foot-long sword wound on his chest. Blood flowed out continuously. This sword wound was naturally slashed out by Yi Wuxiu. Defeated. Yi Qiuxian was defeated in just 2 moves. Perfect power of the heavens. You actually know how to use perfect power of the heavens. How is that possible? Yi Qiuxian muttered to himself as he looked at Yi Immortal in a daze. His eyes were filled with disbelief. There was actually someone among the younger generation of the heavenly human tribe who could control perfect power of the heavens? This was perfect power of the heavens. In the long history of the heavenly human tribe, only 3 people had been born with perfect power of the heavens. This was not something that could be easily controlled. How many unparalleled and peerless geniuses had been born in the history of the heavenly human tribe? There were too many to count. The proportion of people who could control perfect power of the heavens was too small. It was already a miracle that he was the only one in this era. But now there was another one? Moreover, although they had only exchanged 2 moves, Yi Qiuxian realized that Yi Immortal's control of perfect power of the heavens was much stronger than his. Just as Yi Immortal had said, his perfect power of the heavens really did have a flaw that was easily seen through by Yi Immortal. This was a huge blow to Yi Qiuxian. His eyes suddenly became a little lifeless. This blow was more than 10 times greater than being defeated by Lu Ming. Because he had been defeated in just 2 moves. He did not even last 3 moves. The crepe myrtle heavenly palace master sighed in his heart. With his experience, he naturally knew what was going on. Competing with Yi Immortal in terms of perfect power of the heavens was like showing off in front of an expert. Yi Immortal's control of perfect power of the heavens was already flawless. On the other hand, Yi Qiuxian was just a newbie who had only recently mastered it. The flaws and weaknesses of perfect power of the heavens could not be hidden from Yi Immortal's eyes. That was why Yi Qiuxian was defeated by Yi Immortal in 2 moves. That was because Yi Qiuxian was perfectly countered by Yi Immortal. Actually, there wasn't that much of a difference between the 2 of them. Yi Immortal would not have been able to win so easily if it had been another prodigy with similar battle prowess as Yi Qiuxian. However, the most important thing right now was to restore Yi Qiuxian's confidence. Yi Qiuxian must not be unable to recover from this setback. Qiuxian, now you know what it means by there's always someone better than you. Heavenly Lord Ziwei said. Yi Qiuxian nodded woodenly, still unable to regain his senses. Actually, you don't have to be too shocked. If you knew the true identity of Immortal Prince, you would know that it was normal for you to be defeated. Heavenly Lord Crepe Myrtle said. True identity? Yi Qiuxian was stunned. He also wanted to know the true identity of the Yi Immortal. Just the fact that he had mastered the perfect power of the heavens was not enough for Heaven Lord Crepe Myrtle to be so respectful. Young Master Immortal is our patriarch. He is the first patriarch in history to control the perfect power of the heavens. Heavenly Lord Crepe Myrtle said, his eyes filled with fanatical worship. What? Yi Qiuxian's heart skipped a beat. His eyes widened as he looked at Yi Immortal in disbelief. How could the first patriarch in the history of the heavenly human tribe to control the power of the heavens be so young? Based on the aura of his life origin, he could clearly sense that Yi Immortal was only a few 100,000 years old. He could not be more than 1,000,000 years old. He was definitely part of the younger generation. The patriarch used the reincarnation technique and obtained a new life. Heavenly Lord Crepe Myrtle said. There was no need to hide the identity of the Yi Immortal. After all, the Yi Immortal would soon lead the heavenly palace. Patriarch, so it's the patriarch. No wonder he could control the perfect power of the heavens. No wonder he could defeat me in 2 moves. Yi Qiuxian's eyes shone brightly again. The patriarch of the heavenly human tribe was a legendary figure. He was known as the strongest in the history of the heavenly human tribe. His control of the perfect power of the heavens was truly perfect. Wasn't it normal to defeat him in 2 moves? Would the others be able to withstand 2 moves? At this moment, Yi Qiuxian regained his confidence. Junior Yi Qiuxian pays his respects to the patriarch. Yi Qiuxian immediately knelt down and bowed respectfully. Very good. Get up. Your control of the perfect power of the heavens is already very good. In the future, when you reach greater mastery, you won't be any weaker than Zhangquang Yechu. Yi Immortal said with a smile. Yi Qiuxian's heart thumped faster. Zhangquang Yechu was the second person in the history of the heavenly human tribe to control the perfect power of the heavens. He was born more than 60 stellar years ago. He was a great enemy of the taboo sword ancestor, Tang Feng. The 2 of them had been fighting since they were young. His current combat strength had reached an unfathomable level. He was also a legendary figure in the heavenly human tribe. Could his future combat strength really be comparable to such a legendary figure? You will follow me from now on. If you have any questions, you can ask me at any time. Yi Immortal said. Yes, Patriarch. Yi Qiuxian said respectfully. You can call me Young Master Immortal from now on. Yi Immortal said. With a wave of his hand, a bronze box containing the left arm of the human king passed to Yi Qiuxian. Inside is the left arm of the human king. Familiarize yourself with it. Now that the body of the human king has appeared, you will set off with me to the Thousand Autumns battlefield soon. Yi Qiuxian instructed. At the same time, the same thing happened in the base of the Heaven Destroyer. Fei Huang, the 3rd demonic sword, the 2nd divine sword, and the other Origin Realm experts gathered together. In front of them was a bronze chest. Within the bronze box was a right leg made of stone. This was the right leg of the human king's body. At this moment, the right leg of the human king was constantly vibrating and glowing. Similar words appeared on the bronze chest, informing him that the torso of the sovereign personage's body had appeared. The body of the human king is no small matter. Once gathered, it has the power to overturn the universe. The heavenly human tribe will definitely mobilize all their forces to fight for it. We can't let them succeed. We must obtain the body of the human king. Fei Huang said. Not long ago, we received news that the Thousand Autumns battlefield has changed. A vast continent has appeared. It should be where the body of the human king is located. The 2nd divine sword said. Gather the experts immediately and head to the Thousand Autumns battlefield. Fei Huang said. Soon after, a large number of experts from the 2 sides of the Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Palace headed to the Thousand Autumns battlefield and gathered around the huge halo. Senior Fei Huang. Seeing Fei Huang, Lu Ming was overjoyed and went to greet her. Lu Ming, you're actually here as well. Why aren't you in the Heavenly Star region? Fei Huang was surprised to see Lu Ming. There's nothing left for me to explore in the Heavenly Star region. That's why I came here. Lu Ming chuckled and changed the topic. Senior Fei Huang, how are Xiaoqing and the others? They're still cultivating. Not bad. Your cultivation has actually reached the 5th layer of the Divine Master Realm. Your rate of improvement has exceeded my expectations. Fei Huang studied Lu Ming and nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 46-53. Following that, Tang Xiao and the others also came to greet Fei Huang. Fei Huang had a very high status in the Heaven Destroyer. Her battle strength was also at the peak of the Heaven Destroyer. The taboo body was not just for show. What appeared in front of everyone now was only Fei Huang's soul incarnation. Her true body was still in the depths of the universe ruins. Tang Xiao, what's the situation now? Fei Huang asked. Tang Xiao went on to explain the situation in detail. It can actually take away one's origin root. This is not easy to deal with. Fei Huang frowned, and then looked for other experts in the Heaven Destroyer to discuss. For example, the space-time spirit rats who were skilled in the way of space-time, the world turtle who was skilled in rune formations, and the master refiner. They wanted to see if they could find a way to pass through the 8 halos and enter the continent in the center. A large number of experts had gathered in the Heavenly Palace, and were also discussing. Not long after, the Heavenly Palace sent a few experts who were proficient in rune formations to study and see if they could break the 8 halos. Unfortunately, after more than 10 days of study, They still had no clue. The Heaven Destroyer also sent experts to study, but they also had no clue. The 8 halos were very brilliant. It was a method from the last era. The strength of the person who set up the formation was also unimaginably high. They could not break it at all. In the end, both sides sent Origin Realm experts to test it out, but they all retreated in horror. Those who went to test it out had their origin roots taken away. The impact was not small. If they stayed in it for a long time, their origin roots would be completely taken away, and they would fall to Origin Realm and become Divine Masters. Obviously, Origin Realm experts could not enter. If they wanted to enter, they had to be prepared to have their origin roots taken away. The gains were not worth the losses. After that, both sides sent out Divine Masters to test the waters. To their surprise, the Divine Masters were not affected at all. The 8 halos did not have any abnormalities. In the end, the few people who tested it out completely disappeared in the center of the halos. They seemed to have entered. Everyone waited quietly. Not long after, those people came out with shocking news. There was really a continent inside. It was very ancient and full of vitality. It was completely different from the continent fragments in the universe ruins. Over there wasn't the slightest bit of killing intent or baleful aura. The energy was abundant and ancient trees towered into the sky. It was as if the legendary Great Desolate Continent had appeared once again. Both the Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Palace were alarmed. Needless to say, the body of the Human King must be on that continent. Both sides immediately began to mobilize Divine Master existences, intending to have them enter the continent to fight for the Human King's body. Both sides were constantly transferring Divine Lords from other places. They had even abandoned many important places to guard. More and more Divine Lord experts were gathering in this area. That is, the quasi-immortal race. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. In the distance, dozens of exhibition carriages came crushing through the void. Many figures stood on the carriages. These figures looked almost the same as humans. The only difference was that they all had a red mark between their eyebrows. Every one of them was wearing snow-white robes made of ice, giving them a sage-like appearance. Not only the people of the Heaven Destroyer, but even the heavenly human race and other races in the universe were very surprised. The quasi-immortal race was an extremely special race. They seemed to be detached from the world, and generally ignored the disputes in the primitive universe. No matter what war it was, they didn't participate and rarely showed up. Even the heavenly human race couldn't command the quasi-immortal race. This time, so many people were dispatched at once. Could it be that the quasi-immortal race, who had always been detached from the world, was also interested in the body of the Human King? Is this the quasi-immortal race? Strange, their aura is similar to the human race, but there is a difference. Lu Ming sized up the quasi-immortal race curiously. It was his first time seeing people from the quasi-immortal race. After the quasi-immortal race arrived, they stood silently in the void and didn't talk to anyone. Humph, a mere top 10 race is so arrogant. They didn't even come to greet our heavenly human race. After the traitors are eliminated, the quasi-immortal race can't be left alive. Some young people of the heavenly human race said unhappily. Of course, those old heavenly human race didn't say much. It seems that the competition this time will be very fierce. This trip is full of danger. After you enter, you must be careful. Also, you must join forces and fight the enemy together. Fei Huang said seriously to the high-level Heaven Destroyer Divine Masters. All the Divine Masters nodded. They knew what to do even without Fei Huang's reminder. There were obviously more Divine Masters in the Heavenly Palace than them, so they felt a huge pressure. Also, you must bring the other parts of the Human King's body with you. This way, you will be able to find the Human King's body more easily. At the critical moment, you can also borrow the power of the Human King's body to fight the enemy. However, ordinary people can't activate and borrow the power of the Human King's body. Only those who control extremely strong power can activate it. Lu Ming. At this time, Fei Huang looked at Lu Ming. The others also looked at Lu Ming. Obviously, Lu Ming was the most suitable one. The forbidden power was definitely enough to activate the Human King's body. However, Lu Ming shook his head and refused. He already had a Human King's body, but it could only last for a breath's time. If he took another one, he wouldn't be able to use it at all. Although he wanted it, he was afraid that he would ruin the Heaven Destroyer's plan. If he couldn't use it at the critical moment, the Heaven Destroyer would be in trouble. That would be a great sin. Not only would he not be able to get the human king's body in the end, but the heavenly palace would also benefit. This wasn't something Lu Ming wanted to see. Seeing Lu Ming shake his head, Fei Huang frowned. Although she didn't know why Lu Ming refused, she knew there must be a reason. This kid wouldn't refuse under normal circumstances. He's bold and fearless. Could it be that he already has? Thinking of this, Fei Huang's heart skipped a beat. She looked at Lu Ming thoughtfully. Then I'll leave it to Shi. Shi, your primordial divine power has mutated and become even more advanced. You should be able to activate the human king's body. Then, Fei Huang turned her gaze to a robust man in his 30s. This man was a primordial divine spirit. He was an 8th-level divine lord and was extremely powerful. His primordial divine power had mutated and was stronger than other primordial divine spirits. The primordial divine power of primordial divine spirits was already extremely powerful. When other races cultivated divine power and continuously awakened their primordial divine power, they would eventually reach the level of primordial divine power. Shi's primordial divine power had mutated and was naturally extremely powerful. It was one of the top powers in the primitive universe. After she finished speaking, Fei Huang passed a bronze chest to Shi. Chapter 46-54. It's indeed the body of a human king. I wonder which part it belongs to. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. That bronze chest was exactly the same as the one he had obtained. Before this, Lu Ming had already learned from the bronze chest that the torso of the human king's body had been born. Only when the limbs and head were born together could one sense it. Hence, he was already clear that the limbs and head, except for the right arm, had all been born. He had previously guessed that it might be in the hands of the Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Palace. There's only one Heaven Destroyer. Could it be that the Heavenly Palace has 3 of them? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. In the blink of an eye, another dozen days passed. In these dozen days, the Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Palace did not make any moves. The main reason was that both sides were keeping an eye on each other. If one side made a move, the other would immediately move as well. Hence, neither side sent anyone into the halo first. The main reason was that the divine masters of both sides had yet to arrive. It was not the time to make a move yet. Pull one hair, and the whole body would be affected. If one side started to take action, the other side would definitely take action as well. At this time, the Heaven Destroyer was ready to make a move. This was because their divine masters were almost all here. This was the first time Lu Ming truly witnessed the power of the Heaven Destroyer. 5,000. A total of 5,000 divine masters. This was a terrifying number. Lu Ming had not expected that the Heaven Destroyer would have 5,000 divine masters. However, when he thought about it, it was normal. Other things aside, the Heaven Destroyer had more than 1,000 divine masters at the 1,000-year battlefield. There were a few other places as important as the 1,000-year battlefield in the universe's ruins. The Heaven Destroyer had a large number of elites guarding each of these places. In addition, there were a few bases that were also guarded by a large number of elites. In total, it was normal for there to be 5,000 divine masters. This was not the total number. There should be some divine masters who had not arrived. However, most of them should have arrived. However, the number of divine masters at the Heavenly Palace was even more shocking. There were a total of 8,000 divine masters. This shocked Lu Ming. After all, the Heavenly Palace still had the Dark Universe to guard. The Dark Universe scattered almost half of the Heavenly Palace's power. This meant that the Heavenly Palace had at least 8,000 Almighty stationed in the Dark Universe. The power of the Heavenly Palace was truly astonishing. If not for the Dark Universe holding back half of the Heavenly Palace's power, the Heaven Destroyer would not have been a match for the Heavenly Palace. Of the 8,000 divine masters, 6,000 were from the Heavenly Human tribe, while the other 2,000 were from other tribes. The Celestial race was known as the strongest race in the universe. It wasn't just for show. Their strength was truly incomparable. This didn't include the Quasi-Saint tribe. The Quasi-Saint tribe also had about 300 divine masters. Although this number couldn't be compared to the celestial tribe, it was already much stronger than the other 9 tribes in the top 10 tribes. In terms of numbers, they completely crushed Heaven Destroyer's side. Let's go, Fei Huang ordered. The 5,000 divine masters of the Heaven Destroyer immediately flew toward the halo. The moment the Heaven Destroyer's side moved, it was immediately discovered by the Heavenly Palace. Since the Heaven Destroyer has set off, we won't wait any longer. It doesn't matter if the minority didn't come. Let's set off immediately. One of the Heavenly Palace lords said. Remember, once you enter the world within the halo, you have to listen to Immortal Young Master. Another Heavenly Palace lord also instructed. The Divine Masters all nodded. Among them, only a minority knew the true identity of the Yi Immortal. These people stood behind the Yi Immortal with fanatical expressions. Most of them were people on the same level as the Lord of Heaven. Although the others didn't know the true identity of the Yi Immortal, seeing so many people on the same level as the Lord of Heaven obediently listening to the Yi Immortal, they knew that the Yi Immortal's identity was definitely not simple. Naturally, they wouldn't disobey the order. Moreover, it was the Heavenly Master who had personally instructed them. Let's set off, the Yi Immortal said indifferently, a confident smile on his face the entire time. He took the first step forward. Yi Qiuxian and a few other Lord of Heaven experts followed closely behind. More than 8,000 divine masters marched toward the halo in a grandiose manner. The halo was boundlessly large, more than 100 million times larger than the planets of the primitive universe. The Heavenly Palace and the Heaven Destroyer entered the halo from 2 different directions. They were like specks of dust flying into the ocean. They were truly too insignificant. The closer they got to the halo, the more they felt how enormous the 8 halos were. Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh. The person who had laid down this array was truly incomparably powerful. Very soon, they entered the range of the halo. They didn't sense anything strange. They weren't attacked, nor were they restricted in any way. However, the reaction of the Human King's right arm within the primitive ring was even more intense. The center of the halo was pitch black, like a pitch-black vortex that constantly spun. In any case, Lu Ming was unable to see what was behind the pitch-black vortex with his eyesight. However, Origin Realm experts could barely see that there seemed to be a continent within the pitch-black vortex. As for the specific features of the continent, they were unable to see it clearly. When Lu Ming's group passed through the halo and entered the central region, a powerful suction force suddenly appeared from the pitch-black vortex, sucking Lu Ming's group in. The suction force was very strong, but Lu Ming felt like he could still break free if he struggled as hard as he could. However, Lu Ming's group did not struggle. They wanted to enter the pitch-black vortex in the first place, so there was no need for them to do anything unnecessary. They cooperated with the suction force and quickly charged into the pitch-black vortex, vanishing from sight. As soon as they entered the pitch-black vortex, Lu Ming felt like he was being pulled by a force, constantly moving forward. After who knew how long, the pitch-black vortex suddenly vanished, and a vast expanse of land appeared below Lu Ming. Lu Ming was currently plummeting. He hurriedly circulated his forbidden power and stabilized himself, stopping in the air. Afterwards, he glanced around and discovered that the surrounding space was filled with people. The 5,000 divine masters of the Heaven Destroyer were all present. They had not split up. Below them was a dense forest. The forest was boundless, stretching as far as the eye could see. What huge trees! Many people sighed in amazement. The trees in the forest were all extremely huge. Any single one of them was over 100 meters in diameter, and there were many that were 1,000 meters in diameter. Their height was even more terrifying. They were basically colossal. Lu Ming felt like he had entered the Elven Palace of the past. What surprised Lu Ming the most was that the continent gave off a familiar presence to Lu Ming. Primordial, ancient, vast, heavy, grand, this presence was actually the same as the continent in the primordial ring that Lu Ming felt. It was basically the same. The continent in the primordial ring was made from a complete fragment of the primordial continent of the previous epoch. Could this continent also be a fragment of the primordial continent that was kept intact? Lu Ming's mind raced. This was very possible. The physical body of a human king was separated and sealed. This incident happened before the primordial continent was shattered. Someone had cut off a small piece of the primordial continent and sealed it in the continent of the thousand-year battlefield. That was why it was kept intact and full of vitality, unlike the fragments of the primordial continent in the universe ruins, which had long lost the appearance of the primordial continent. Chapter 46:55. This continent is intact and full of life. I wonder if there's any danger. Let's gather and move together. Don't split up. A deep voice rang out. It was a burly primitive god that spoke. Lu Ming recognized this person. His name was Lion, and he was an expert who stood at the peak of the almighty level. He was no weaker than the Lord of Heaven, who stood at the peak of the heavenly palace. A ninth-tier almighty was not considered a peak almighty. From the first tier to the ninth-tier almighty, one had to condense the universal bridge, making it longer and longer, extending toward the cosmic sea. At the ninth-tier almighty level, the universal bridge would reach the cosmic sea and connect with it. At that time, one could comprehend the cosmic origin. Once the cosmic origin was formed, one would condense an origin seed. That's right, an origin seed. Only by condensing an origin seed could one be considered a peak almighty. The Lord of Heaven of the heavenly palace was a peak almighty, who had condensed an origin seed. Of course, a peak almighty's origin seed was not as weak as Lu Ming's. The amount of origin energy stored was so little that it could only unleash one attack. A peak almighty's origin seed contained much more origin energy than Lu Ming's. The more origin energy it contained, the stronger it would be. Of course, one's strength was also related to the quality of the origin energy. Thus, the difference in strength between peak almighty could be huge. When the origin energy condensed by an origin seed reached a limit, the origin seed would sprout and grow an origin root, which was also known as an origin root. At that time, one would have stepped into the origin realm. Of course, it was extremely difficult to make an origin seed sprout and grow an origin root. No matter what, a peak almighty who had condensed an origin seed was extremely powerful, much more powerful than a ninth-tier almighty. Once the origin energy was unleashed, a ninth-tier almighty would not be able to resist and would be easily killed. As for Lion, he was considered a top-tier expert even among peak almighty. He was only a step away from the origin realm. He was one of the leaders of the Almighty on Heaven Destroyer's side. As Lion spoke, everyone gathered together in a group and flew towards a certain direction. They flew for tens of thousands of miles without encountering any abnormalities or dangers. That is, suddenly someone looked to the right. In that direction, there was a small black dot flying rapidly towards them. After a few breaths, the black dot became clear. They were all living beings. They are from the heavenly palace. Many people's expressions changed drastically. The people from the heavenly palace entered this continent from a different direction from us. Why are they so close to us? Someone cried out in alarm, finding it hard to believe. They had thought that they would not encounter the people from the heavenly palace so soon. He didn't expect to meet people from the heavenly palace as soon as he entered. The people from the heavenly palace also noticed the people from the Heaven Destroyer and stopped not far away. Then the two heavenly human youths, escorted by a group of powerhouses, came to the forefront. These two young men were naturally Yi Immortal and Yi Qiuxian. Is that the Lu Ming who defeated you with the taboo body? Yi Immortal's gaze immediately fell on Lu Ming. He seemed to be very sensitive to the power of the taboo body. That's right, it's him. However, he won by luck last time. Next time, I will definitely suppress him. Yi Qiuxian's eyes were cold. A loss is a loss. However, he is not simple to be able to defeat you. Indeed, the taboo body is a scourge. None of them can be left alive. Yi Immortal said coldly. Immortal young master, what should we do now? A Lord of Heaven bowed and asked. Of course we will attack. We have more than 8,000 Almighty on our side, while the traitors only have about 5,000. We have the absolute advantage. We will defeat the traitors in one fell swoop, and take the human king's body from them. Moreover, these 5,000 Almighty make up most of the traitors' Almighty. If we can destroy them in one fell swoop, the traitors will lose their Almighty, and will only have a small amount of origin energy left. Yi Immortal said coldly. His voice spread to the ears of the people from the heavenly palace. Get ready, attack and annihilate the traitors. A lord of heaven shouted as his aura erupted. He took the lead and rushed out. Kill! Kill, kill all the traitors! The people from the heavenly palace, including more than 6,000 almighty from the heavenly human race, and more than 2,000 almighty from other races, rushed toward Lu Ming and the others. Only the people from the quasi-saint tribe did not attack. More than 8,000 godly lords attacked together, creating a mighty aura that caused the sky and earth to violently tremble. The terrifying power formed waves of pressure, and the massive trees on the ground below began to explode and turn to dust under the pressure. Their battle cries shook the heavens. More than 8,000 beams of light shot toward the heaven-exterminating troop. The void was instantly smashed, forming huge black holes. The scene was terrifying. Defend, defend with all your strength. The people from the Heaven Destroyer were shocked. Some of the top almighty roared. They only had about 5,000 almighty, which was more than 3,000 fewer than the enemy. The gap was too big. If they fought together, they would definitely lose and be slaughtered. Only by gathering everyone's strength and defending with all their strength could they block the enemy's attack. On the side of the sky exterminating troop, all of them gathered together and used all of their defensive secret skills to attack. Inside the heavenly palace, countless dazzling lights spread out, forming layers upon layers of defense. There were huge shields, tortoiseshell-like light shadows, huge divine walls, and huge metal tablets. Lu Ming also unleashed his full strength. He cast all the secret skills of the 3,000 ancient secret skills that were used for defense. Great defensive technique, great shield technique. All kinds of defensive secret techniques and treasures filled the void. Boom, boom, boom. The next moment, the attacks from the heavenly palace bombarded the defenses of the Heaven Destroyer, causing an earth-shattering explosion. All kinds of defensive secret techniques and treasures vibrated violently. After all, the enemy had more than 3,000 people, and their attack power was too strong. If they fought head-on, just this wave alone would kill many people from the Heaven Destroyer. However, they did not seek to win, only to not make any mistakes. They only focused on defending. By gathering everyone's strength, they managed to defend against the attacks from the heavenly palace. Although all kinds of secret techniques and treasures vibrated violently, in the end, they still managed to defend. Continue attacking, don't give them a chance to breathe. A Lord of Heaven expert roared. Kill! More than 8,000 almighty from the heavenly palace roared, and launched the second wave of attacks. Retreat, retreat, defend and retreat at the same time. Some of the experts from the Heaven Destroyer shouted. Everyone continued to gather together to defend, and then slowly retreat. Boom, 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 boom. Another series of violent explosions, and a terrifying force swept out in all directions. The land within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles was completely destroyed, and not even a blade of grass grew. Chapter 46:56. However, this continent was unimaginably sturdy. The shockwaves from the attacks of so many divine masters only destroyed a layer of the surface, and the vegetation on the surface. They didn't penetrate the earth or crack it open. If this had happened in the desolate universe, with so many powerful beings battling against each other, they might have been able to destroy many galaxies. It could be seen how sturdy this continent was. The second wave of attacks was also blocked. The Heaven Destroyer used this wave of attacks to quickly retreat. Continue attacking. Don't let them escape. The heavenly palace's people roared and attacked with all their might. However, the Heaven Destroyer's side was defending with all their might. The heavenly palace's people couldn't break through in a short time. After 7 or 8 waves of attacks, they still couldn't break through the Heaven Destroyer's defense. Damn it! Many heavenly palace's experts roared. They felt that the Heaven Destroyer was like a tortoise, and it wasn't easy to attack. As long as they could break through the Heaven Destroyer's defense, and force the Heaven Destroyer to fight head-on, they could easily defeat the Heaven Destroyer. In a head-on battle, the Heavenly Palace had the absolute advantage. Now the most troublesome thing was how to break through the Heaven Destroyer's defense. Not far away, Yi Immortal and Yi Qiuxian stood quietly in the void and didn't make a move. Quasi-Saint Tribe, why aren't you making a move? Attack together and break through the Heaven Destroyer's defense. Yi Qiuxian looked at the people of the quasi-saint race and ordered coldly. Our quasi-saint tribe has always stayed out of things. We won't get involved in the matters between the Heavenly Palace and the Heaven Destroyer. A youth from the quasi-saint tribe smiled and said. This youth looked to be in his 20s. He was handsome and had an unparalleled temperament. His white clothes fluttered in the wind, and he belonged to the type that could charm thousands of girls. What do you mean by not getting involved? The primitive universe is under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Palace. Regardless of the race, they have to listen to the orders of the Heavenly Palace, including your quasi-saint tribe. Now I order you to attack. Yi Qiuxian shouted, and looked coldly at the quasi-saint tribe's youth. Hee. The quasi-saint tribe's youth smiled faintly with contempt. What are you laughing at? Yi Qiuxian's gaze was cold. Your words are too laughable. That's why I'm laughing. Your Heavenly Palace commands the other races, but you want to order my quasi-saint race around? Aren't you too naive? The quasi-saint tribe's youth sneered. Audacious. Is your quasi-saint race trying to rebel? I would like to see how capable you are. Yi Qiuxian shouted coldly and took a step forward. His figure was like a bolt of lightning as he charged towards the youth of the quasi-saint race. Behind the youth of the quasi-saint race, a middle-aged man stepped forward and wanted to attack, but the youth waved his hand to stop him. Of Yi Qiuxian's. Of Yi. In the next instant, Yi Qiuxian's attack arrived. His perfect heaven's power erupted as he blasted his palm towards the youth of the quasi-saint race. The quasi-saint race's youth didn't dodge, and also blasted out a palm to meet Yi Qiuxian's palm. Yi Qiuxian snorted inwardly. He could see that the quasi-saint tribe's youth was a sixth-stage divine master like him. It wasn't that he was arrogant, but that he was too strong. Apart from Lu Ming, no one in the universe could fight with him. Of course, Yi Immortal was an exception. The quasi-saint tribe's youth was too naive to want to face his attack head-on. Boom. The two palms collided with one another, resulting in a deafening explosion. Yi Qiuxian's expression changed. He felt that his perfect heaven's power had met a strong opponent. He couldn't instantly defeat his opponent's power. Instead, he felt that there was a terrifying power surging toward him from the quasi-saint tribe's youth's palm. Yi Qiuxian couldn't help but retreat by more than 10 steps. On the other side, the quasi-saint tribe's youth also retreated by more than 10 steps. In this move, the two of them were evenly matched. Ha ha ha, perfect heaven's power is indeed powerful. I've learned a lot today. The quasi-saint tribe's youth laughed loudly. His eyes glowed with strong battle intent. As for Yi Qiuxian, his heart was in turmoil and he couldn't calm down. He was actually blocked. Although he had only used 80% of his strength, who could be sure that the quasi-saint tribe's youth had used his full strength? Maybe he hadn't used his full strength. In the primitive universe, apart from Lu Ming, there was actually someone who could fight with him. This was a huge blow to Yi Qiuxian. I don't believe it. He must have used his full strength just now. The perfect heaven's power is invincible. Apart from Lu Ming, no one in the same realm can fight with me. Yi Qiuxian roared in his heart, and was about to attack again. Yi Qiuxian, enough. At this moment, Yi Immortal shouted and Yi Qiuxian stopped abruptly. Immortal young master, let me teach these quasi-saint tribe a lesson. These people are becoming more and more rebellious. Yi Qiuxian said. No need. I have my own plans. You may leave. Yi Immortal said with a cold expression. Yi Qiuxian didn't dare to disobey Yi Immortal's order, and could only leave obediently. However, he was very unwilling. I didn't expect the quasi-saint tribe to have another genius who can control the power of a quasi-saint. Congratulations. Yi Immortal said with a smile. Immortal young master is too polite. I was just lucky to control the power of a quasi-saint. The quasi-saint tribe's youth replied with a smile. He didn't dare to slight Yi Immortal. Although he didn't know Yi Immortal's true identity, seeing how Yi Qiuxian and the Lord of Heaven of the celestial race were respectful to Yi Immortal, he knew that this person's identity was absolutely shocking. Today, there is no need for the quasi-saint tribe to attack. We are enough to break through the defense of the Heaven Destroyer. Yi Wuchang said as he turned his gaze back to the battlefield. Yi Qiuxian was bewildered. He didn't know if it was an illusion, But he felt that Yi Immortal was actually a little afraid of the quasi-saint tribe. Yes, it was fear. Yi Immortal was the strongest existence in the history of the celestial race. It was simply inconceivable that he would be afraid of the quasi-saint tribe. Although the quasi-saint tribe had always been ranked first among the top 10 races, no matter how strong they were only one of the top 10 races. In the eyes of the celestial race, they were just ants that could be slaughtered at any time. The strongest existence in the history of the celestial race was actually afraid of the quasi-saint tribe. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Yi Qiuxian would have found it hard to believe. At the same time, he understood one thing. The quasi-saint tribe wasn't simple. They weren't simple at all. He had underestimated the quasi-saint tribe in the past. It seems like we have to attack. Yi Qiuxian, get ready to activate the Human King's left arm. We need to borrow the strength of the Human King's physical body to tear apart the defense of the Heaven Destroyer. Yi Wuchang said. After he finished speaking, his figure had already rushed out. As he rushed out, he had already taken out the Human King's left leg and fused it into his left leg. When he appeared in the sky above the battlefield, he had already activated the power of the Human King's left leg. Boom! Yi Wuxiu took a step forward, and a gigantic foot appeared, stomping towards the exterminating heavens troop. Its power was extremely terrifying. Chapter 46-57. Oh no, that's the power of the Human King's body. I'll stop him. Primordial God, she roared. He also controlled the Human King's right leg, so he could sense Yi Immortal's attack the moment it happened. Without any hesitation, she also fused with the power of the Human King's right leg. With his head down and his leg up, he charged up, activating the power of the Human King's right leg. Similarly, a huge leg appeared and smashed upwards, colliding with Yi Immortal's attack. Boom! An earth-shaking explosion rang out, as if two Origin Realm experts were clashing. Then, the two huge legs collapsed at the same time. She and Yi Immortal retreated, one flying upwards and the other falling downwards. This move was a draw. In the next moment, Yi Immortal activated the power of the Human King's left leg and attacked. She countered the attack as well. With Yi Immortal's strength, activating the Human King's left leg could only last for a little more than a breath's time. Hence, he had to end the battle quickly. The speed of the two was extremely shocking. A little more than a breath's time was enough for the two to exchange many moves. Boom, boom, boom. In a little more than a breath's time, the two had exchanged 7 or 8 moves. They were both equally matched. Their battle prowess seems to be about the same after activating the Human King's body. They're both at the Origin Realm. It doesn't seem to have much to do with the cultivation of the person activating it. Lu Ming observed carefully from the crowd. Xi's cultivation was at the 8th layer of the Divine Master Realm, which was clearly higher than his opponent's. However, the two of them were evenly matched. Moreover, the battle prowess he displayed was also at the Origin Realm. It was about the same as Lu Ming's when he activated the Human King's body. It didn't seem to have much to do with one's cultivation. Perhaps it was because the power of the Human King's body was too terrifying, while their strength was too weak. They could only use it as a trigger to activate a portion of the power of the Human King's body. Hence, no matter how strong they were, as long as they activated the Human King's body, the power they could erupt with was at the Origin Realm. The two of them exchanged 7 or 8 moves. Neither of them could do anything to the other. Both of them had almost exhausted all their strength, so they had to stop. Yi Immortal retreated rapidly. And she landed in the Heaven Destroyer. Yi Qiuxian, you do it. Yi Immortal instructed. Then he took out several divine pills and swallowed them, starting to recover his strength. Leave it to me. Yi Qiuxian stepped forward. The left arm of the Human King fused into his left arm. Break! Yi Qiuxian roared and punched out. The power of the Human King's left arm exploded, and a huge fist blasted towards the Heaven Destroyer. Not good. It's the power of the Human King's physical body again. She roared when he sensed it. Should I make a move? Should I make a move? Lu Ming's mind raced. He was also a little anxious and couldn't decide whether to make a move or not. No one knew that he was in control of the Human King's right arm, and he did not want to expose it. Given his cultivation, There was no way he would be able to protect such a precious item if it was exposed. Even if he could protect it, he would be targeted by the people of the Heavenly Palace. There would definitely be endless pursuit. The Heavenly Palace would definitely spare no effort to snatch the right arm of the human king from him. His original plan was to silently obtain the torso of the human king's physical body, or even the other parts of the body, and complete the body. Just as Lu Ming was hesitating, Yi Qiuxian's attack had already landed. Boom, boom, boom. An earth-shattering explosion rang out. Yi Qiuxian had activated the left arm of the human king and erupted with the power of the origin realm. It was too powerful. The layers of defense laid down by the Heaven Destroyer were destroyed one after another. In an instant, more than 200 layers of defense were destroyed. Many of the divine lords defending that area shook violently. Their faces turned pale, and blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths. Fortunately, they managed to block it. However, many of them felt extremely heavy. The attack power of the origin realm was too strong. It would break the balance. If the attack continued, it would most likely tear a hole in their defense. On the other hand, if the experts of the Heavenly Palace swarmed in, their defense would be completely torn apart. By then, it would become a chaotic battle. Once a chaotic battle broke out, the Heaven Destroyer's side would be doomed. Break for me! Yi Qiuxian roared, and was about to attack again. He could only hold on for a little more than a breath. He could not afford any delay. He had to tear apart the defense of the Heaven Destroyer in one go. He's coming. Block it with all your strength. You must block it. Someone on the Heaven Destroyer's side yelled. Boom. Yi Qiuxian threw another punch with astonishing power. Whoosh. At this moment, Lu Ming soared into the sky. The human king's right arm had fused into his right arm. He had decided to attack in the end. At this moment, there was no other way. If he was exposed, so be it. It was better than having the defense of the Heaven Destroyer torn apart. Once the defense was torn apart, the Heaven Destroyer would be doomed. At the same time, Lu Ming would also be in danger. The people of the Heavenly Palace would definitely target him first. Facing so many experts, no matter how strong he was, only death would await him. The power of the human king's right arm was stimulated. Lu Ming threw a punch. A similarly huge fist was formed and collided with Yi Qiuxian's fist. An earth-shattering roar erupted, and the two of them retreated at the same time. He blocked it. The people on the Heaven Destroyer's side were ecstatic. At the same time, they were a little stunned. They did not expect that there would be someone who could block Yi Qiuxian's attack. Didn't the Heaven Destroyer only have one human king's body? Lu Ming, you actually have a human king's body too. At this moment, Yi Qiuxian roared and continued to attack. The two of them exchanged another blow. It was still a draw. As for the others, they were greatly shocked. It seemed that Lu Ming had really mastered a human king's body, especially Tang Jun and Mo Chang, and the others who were more familiar with Lu Ming. They looked at each other in dismay. They were already quite familiar with Lu Ming. Along the way, they had already seen through all of Lu Ming's secrets. But now, they realized that they were gravely mistaken. Lu Ming was hiding countless secrets and trump cards. It's the human king's right arm. The four limbs of the human king have appeared, but where is the head? Yi Immortal muttered. He judged that the human king's head should not be on the Heaven Destroyer. If it was not on the Heaven Destroyer, then where was it? Yi Immortal glanced at the young man from the Quasi-Saint race. That young man from the Quasi-Saint race even smiled. Boom boom boom. Lu Ming and Yi Qiuxian's speed was very fast. At this moment, they had already exchanged 5 or 6 blows, and more than a breath of time had passed. Not good, I've exhausted my energy. Retreat. Yi Qiuxian was shocked. He circulated his remaining energy and quickly retreated. I still have energy for one more blow. Kill. Lu Ming roared and threw a punch at Yi Qiuxian. Just now, Yi Qiuxian had attacked first. Lu Ming attacked later. Therefore, Lu Ming still had energy for one more blow. A terrifying fist force blasted towards Yi Qiuxian. Yi Qiuxian's pupils shrank rapidly. However, Yi Qiuxian was surrounded by experts from the Heavenly Palace. Immediately, 5 experts at the level of the Lord of Heaven joined forces to block Lu Ming's punch. Chapter 46-58. 5 experts on the same level as the Lord of Heaven appeared in front of Yi Qiuxian and used a defensive secret technique in an attempt to block Lu Ming's attack. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang out as a violent shockwave swept out in all directions. The defensive secret technique used by the 5 Lord of Heaven was directly destroyed. The violent shockwave struck the 5 Lord of Heaven. The 5 Lord of Heaven's bodies shook violently as they retreated and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. 3 of them had their arms blown apart and were covered in blood. The other 2 who were slightly weaker were even worse off. They were sent flying into the forest far away and broke a dozen trees before crashing into the ground and creating a huge crater. They lay in the crater with pale faces and were unable to move at all. Although the 5 Lord of Heaven level experts were not dead, they were all heavily injured. The difference between a divine master and a reciprocity expert was not small at all. What a pity! Lu Ming sighed. After this move, he had used up all the energy in his body and could not continue attacking. If he used another move, he would definitely be able to kill several Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming borrowed the force of his punch and flew into the Heaven Destroyers group to be protected. The 4 limbs of the human king's body have appeared. Where is the human king's head? Yi Immortal muttered. At this moment, Yi Immortal's expression suddenly changed. That was because the human king's left leg on his body suddenly shook violently and broke free from his control, flying into the sky. Stay here! Yi Immortal roared as he grabbed the air with his hand. A powerful suction force was generated as he tried to grab the human king's left leg. However, it was useless. The human king's left leg shook slightly and broke free from Yi Immortal's power, flying into the sky. At the same time, the same thing happened to the human king's bodies on Lu Ming, Yi Qiuxian, and Shi. They all flew out of their bodies. Lu Ming used his taboo power to stop it, but it was useless. It was the same for Shi and Yi Qiuxian. Even if the experts beside them wanted to help, it was useless. Those peak divine master experts coughed up blood and retreated after being shaken by the human king's physical body. The 4 limbs of the sovereign personage's body all flew into the sky, emitting a dazzling light. Seal! Suddenly, a loud roar reverberated throughout the entire area. Everyone couldn't help but look in the direction of the Quasi-Saint tribe. At this moment, more than 300 divine masters of the Quasi-Saint tribe formed an array and shot out rays of light to suppress a stone head. This stone head had flown out from the body of the youth from the Quasi-Saint race. The head of the human king's body. Everyone's heart trembled. So it turns out that the head of the human king's physical body is with the quasi-immortal race. Lu Ming, Yi Immortal, and the others couldn't help but think to themselves. At the same time, what shocked them even more was the strength of the quasi-immortal race. Only 300 divine masters came from the quasi-immortal race. Previously, these 300 divine masters didn't reveal their auras, but used a technique to conceal their auras. They hid it so well that even peak divine masters couldn't see through them. Now, in order to stop the human king's head, the quasi-immortal race unleashed their full strength and revealed their cultivation. 6th level divine master realm and above. The 300 divine masters of the quasi-immortal race were all at the 6th level of the divine master realm and above. Even the weakest among them was at the 6th level of the divine master realm. This caused most of the people present to be shocked to the extreme. The quasi-immortal race was ranked first among the top 10 races, and had always been ranked first. It wasn't strange for them to have 300 divine masters. However, all 300 divine masters were at the 6th level of the divine master realm and above. This was terrifying. This meant that the quasi-immortal race had an unimaginable number of divine master experts. Those who came were only a portion of those with higher cultivation. The quasi-immortal race actually had such terrifying strength? Especially the people from Heaven Destroyer, their expressions were even uglier. Fortunately, the quasi-immortal race hadn't made a move. If the quasi-immortal race had helped the Heavenly Palace attack them, they wouldn't have been able to resist and would have been broken through. Among the people present, only the Yi Immortal looked calm and didn't seem surprised. However, the 300 divine masters of the quasi-immortal race joined forces to suppress the human king's head, but it was to no avail. The human king's head shook slightly and broke through the 300 divine masters of the quasi-immortal race's blockade. The 300 divine masters turned pale and couldn't help but retreat. The human king's head had already flown high into the sky. The human king's limbs and head seemed to have produced some kind of resonance in the sky and emitted dazzling rays of light. The next moment, the human king's limbs and head flew toward the north at an astonishing speed and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Everyone was dumbfounded, including the Ye Immortal. They obviously hadn't expected this scene. What's going on? What's going on? Why did the human king's body suddenly fly away? Lu Ming's spiritual consciousness condensed in the chaos ring and asked the bronze chest. However, the bronze chest didn't respond. No matter how Lu Ming asked, the bronze chest didn't respond and acted as though it was dead. The Ye Immortal, Yi Qiuxian, Shi, and the youth from the quasi-immortal race also asked the bronze chest, but the bronze chest also didn't respond. Let's chase! The youth from the quasi-immortal race shouted, and led the quasi-immortal race experts to fly toward the north. Immortal Prince, what should we do? A heavenly human race expert asked the Immortal Prince. It's strange now. Even if we catch up now, we might not be able to catch up. Let the quasi-immortal race take the lead. You guys continue to attack and kill the rebels. The Ye Immortal ordered. Kill. The experts from the heavenly palace continued to attack. The attacks of more than 8,000 divine masters covered the sky and bombarded the Heaven Destroyer. There were too many of them. Although Lu Ming had severely injured 5 experts of the Lord of Heaven's level with one move, it didn't affect the overall battle situation. The Heaven Destroyer could only defend with all its might, and didn't have the strength to fight back. Save me, save me. Suddenly, a cry for help came from not far away. Many people looked in that direction. Over there were 2 experts of the Lord of Heaven's level. They were the 2 people who had been severely injured by Lu Ming. They were lying on the ground and couldn't move at all. They were trying their best to heal their injuries. Unknowingly, a huge tiger had appeared not far away from the 2 of them. This ferocious tiger had 2 long fangs as it stared greedily at the 2 heavenly human tribe heavenly monarchs. Roar. The ferocious tiger let out a long roar and pounced on the 2 heaven monarchs. It opened its bloody mouth and was about to swallow the 2 heaven monarchs. The 2 Lord of Heaven were terrified. They burst out with all their remaining strength and barely blocked the tiger's attack. At the same time, they screamed in horror. Evil beast, you're courting death. The people from the heavenly human race shouted. Dozens of experts from the heavenly human race struck at the tiger. Dozens of beams of light flew towards the ferocious tiger and bombarded its body, causing it to roll away. However, the tiger didn't die. There were only a few wounds on its body and blood kept flowing out. Chapter 46:59. Roar. The tiger seemed to be infuriated after being injured. It stared at the heavenly humans and roared with murderous intent in its eyes. How dare an animal refuse to submit? Kill it. The dozens of heavenly humans attacked again. Dozens of attacks flew toward the tiger again. This time the tiger learned its lesson. It turned around and ran away. It leaped through the forest at an astonishing speed and disappeared into the depths of the forest in the blink of an eye. That animal ran away quickly. The heavenly humans snorted and continued to attack the Heaven Destroyer. However, before they could make 2 moves, a roar suddenly came from the depths of the forest. The roar was earth-shattering. It pierced through the sky as if it was going to tear the sky apart. Those enormous ancient trees were also trembling non-stop. Some of them even exploded. Rumble. In the next moment, the ground shook violently. It was as if another giant creature was coming from the depths of the forest. Soon, everyone saw clearly that it was indeed a huge monster. It was a ferocious tiger. It was more than 1,000 meters tall. It had 2 fangs in its mouth that were sharper than a sword. Wherever it passed, the giant ancient trees would explode into pieces. Behind it were 2 smaller tigers. One of them had wounds on its body. It was the one that was beaten away by the heavenly humans. Roar. The giant tiger in front of them roared. The terrifying sound waves made many people's faces change drastically. They kept retreating. The tiger's eyes were blood red. It was filled with murderous intent. It glanced at the Heaven Destroyer and the people from the heavenly palace. Then, it leaped and charged toward the heavenly palace. It waved its claws. A few sharp claws tore through the void and grabbed at the heavenly palace. Block it! The people from the heavenly palace were shocked. The tiger's aura was too terrifying. It was far beyond the almighty realm. It gave them the feeling that they were facing an origin. The people from the heavenly palace stopped attacking the heaven destroyer. They changed the direction of all their attacks and blasted at the tiger. The combined attack of more than 8,000 divine masters was unimaginably terrifying. No matter how strong the tiger was, it was impossible for it to contend against more than 8,000 divine masters. The claw light it unleashed was instantly destroyed. Many of the remaining attacks landed on the tiger. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions rang out as the tiger's huge body was sent flying. It rolled on the ground for hundreds of thousands of meters, smashing into countless trees. However, this tiger was actually fine. There was not a single wound on its body. After rolling for some distance, it struggled to get up and shook its head. Then it let out an angry roar. Its killing intent was even stronger than before. Roar! The ferocious tiger roared and charged towards the heavenly palace. It waved its claws and spat out a huge beam of light with terrifying power. Let's attack together! A lord of heaven roared. More than 8,000 experts from the heavenly palace attacked together, blocking the tiger's attack and sending it flying. However, the tiger was still fine. It shook its head and stood up. There was not a single wound on its body. Even those experts on the level of the Lord of Heaven could not leave a single wound on its body. Reciprocity. This tiger must be at reciprocity, Jianchen sighed. Someone roared. Even if it's at origin realm, it can't be completely unscathed from the attacks of so many divine masters. Someone else roared. Many people's faces were ugly. Yes, there were more than 8,000 divine masters, and many of them were above the 7th layer of the divine master realm. There were even quite a few peak divine masters. With so many experts working together, they could definitely beat a divine master to death. However, this tiger had forcefully withstood their attacks. What was going on? An ancient remnant. This is a remnant from the ancient continent of the last epoch. Its body is extremely powerful and its defense is shocking. It's not something you can break through. Ye Immortal's voice rang out. An ancient remnant. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that this ferocious tiger had lived from the previous era until now? An existence at origin realm had the same lifespan as the universe. As long as the universe was not destroyed, it would not die. It was normal for it to have lived from the last epoch until now. Let's retreat. Heaven Destroyer would not miss such an opportunity. Now that the people from the heavenly palace had no time to deal with them, it was a good opportunity to retreat. More than 5,000 people from Heaven Destroyer gathered together and retreated. Even if the people from the heavenly palace wanted to pursue them, they could not. The tiger was attacking them again. The people from the heavenly palace could only focus on dealing with the tiger. The tiger's attack power was about the same as an ordinary origin realm expert, but its defense was too strong. Its skin was thick, and its bones were extremely tough. So many attacks landed on it, but they could not break through its defense. In the end, Ye Immortal had no choice but to give the order to retreat. The 8,000 divine lords from the heavenly palace attacked as they retreated. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from the area. After the people from Heaven Destroyer left the heavenly palace's line of sight, they sped up and flew to the west. After flying a certain distance, they flew to the north. After all, the body of the human king was flying to the north. They speculated that the torso of the human king was very likely to be in the north. The 4 limbs and head of the human king had sensed the torso of the human king and flown to the north. Only by flying to the north could they find the body of the human king. However, they did not fly at high altitudes. Instead, they landed in the forest and quickly moved through it. The appearance of the ferocious tiger just now reminded them that this continent was very likely inhabited by species left behind from the previous era. The ancient continent of the last epoch was mysterious to them. They did not know how powerful the creatures of that era were, but they could tell from the tiger that there were definitely existences at origin realm. They did not dare to be careless. Flying at high altitudes made it very easy for them to be targeted. If a few Origin Realm primordial descendants came, they would probably be wiped out. However, even though they moved through the forest, they still encountered attacks before long. Several huge pythons appeared. They were completely azure, each several hundred meters long and over a dozen meters wide. They coiled around several large trees and lunged at Lu Ming's group. Fortunately, these pythons were not too powerful. They only seemed to be at the 8th or 9th layer of the Divine Lord realm. Their attacks were not very powerful. However, their defenses were shockingly strong. Not even 9th layer Divine Lord experts could break through the defenses of these pythons. In the end, several peak Divine Lord experts had to use their origin energy to kill these pythons. After killing the pythons, the peak Divine Lord experts did not waste any of their energy. They stowed away the pythons' corpses. These pythons were primordial descendants. Their defenses were just too monstrous. Using their skin to refine leather armor was extremely shocking. This made many people's eyes light up. Ignoring everything else, these primordial descendants were treasures on this continent. Their entire bodies were treasures. If they could kill the tiger from before, and use its skin to refine leather armor, probably even Origin Realm experts would struggle to break through its defenses. Unfortunately, it was just too difficult to kill. Chapter 4660. The group continued to head north. In a few hours, they encountered several waves of attacks. The strongest one was at the peak of the Divine Master realm. It had a powerful physical body, and its defense was terrifying. It rampaged and killed several Divine Master realm fighters. In the end, it took several peak Almighty experts working together, and one peak Almighty expert even took out an Origin-level divine weapon to finally kill this peak Almighty being. This caused everyone's hearts to feel heavy. It was too difficult to kill these surviving creatures of the untainted land. If there were more of them, it would be difficult to deal with them. The group rested for a while and continued forward. Some peak Divine Master Realm experts arranged for some people to scatter around and search for traces of the surviving creatures of the untainted land. If they found a particularly strong one or a large group of them, they would immediately take a detour. Half a day later, suddenly, enemy attack, enemy attack! A loud roar came from the forest ahead. Then there was a violent explosion. Sword chi and blade radiance burst out and a great battle broke out. Everyone's muscles tensed up. They looked around and prepared for a great battle. Whoosh! Whoosh! The scattered god lords quickly retreated, retreating from the ground to where the main force was. What's going on? The primordial divine spirit, Lion asked. There are surviving creatures of the untainted land. There are many of them, someone yelled. Why did you only find out now? Lion roared. They're too cunning and fast. They can hide in the trees, and it's hard to find them. You have to be careful. They might have already approached, someone replied. The next moment, Lu Ming felt goosebumps all over his body, as if something terrifying was staring at him. Roar! Roar! Immediately, there were sounds coming from all directions. This sound was almost like a wolf's howl. Then Lu Ming and the others found that many giant green wolves appeared on the giant trees around them. Each of these giant wolves was 10 meters tall. They were huge and their bodies were green, similar to the color of the giant trees. They could easily blend into the giant trees. There were at least a few hundred of them. They stood on the branches of those huge trees, glaring at Lu Ming and the group like tigers eyeing their prey. Many people's hair stood on end. They had been discovered by so many surviving creatures of the untainted land so close. Defend, defend! The lion roared. Roar! With a long howl, hundreds of giant green wolves charged towards the Heaven Destroyer. Attack! Lion roared and took the initiative to attack. The other members of the Sky Exterminating Troop also attacked together. More than 5,000 attacks blasted out in all directions, bombarding the giant green wolves. Many of the giant green wolves were sent flying, but they shook their heads and stood up, completely fine. Only a few giant green wolves had been killed, and they had all been killed by a peak divine master. His defensive power was shockingly strong. Ow ow ow! The giant wolf howled and continued to charge towards the Heaven Destroyer. These giant green wolves had varying levels of combat power. The weaker ones were at the 3rd level of the Divine Master Realm, while the stronger ones were at the peak of the Divine Master Realm. It was especially so for those giant wolves at the peak of the almighty level. They were too strong, and they relied on their powerful defenses to attack the Heaven Destroyer in a frenzy. The only way to force the Heaven Destroyer to defend with all its might was to defend it as it had done against the Heavenly Palace. However, these giant wolves were not like the ones in the Heavenly Palace. These giant wolves relied on their defensive power to attack crazily. After charging for a while, hundreds of giant wolves suddenly charged out from under the ground, charging out from under the feet of Lu Ming and the others. This time they were caught off guard. Dozens of divine masters were torn apart by the giant green wolves and became food in their stomachs. Moreover, the defense of the Heaven Destroyer was completely torn apart. It turned into a chaotic battle. Roar! A giant green wolf at the 5th level of the Divine Master Realm roared and charged towards Lu Ming. It was more than 10 meters tall, and it was like a small mountain pressing down on Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming shouted softly, and the God of War spear shot out like a bolt of lightning. Puff! The God of War spear pierced through the giant wolf's neck, piercing through it. A one-shot kill. Lu Ming pulled out the God of War spear and charged at another giant wolf. The God of War spear was a top-notch source-level divine weapon, and its tip was incomparably sharp. Back then, the God of War spear had pierced through Yi Chu Tianji's source-level divine armor. From this, one could see just how sharp the God of War spear was. Although these giant green wolves had astonishing defensive power, they could not block the sharpness of the God of War spear. Puff! Another giant green wolf at the 6th level of the Divine Master Realm was killed by Lu Ming's spear. Lu Ming held the God of Combat spear in his hand and went on a rampage. Every spear strike could kill a huge green wolf. In less than a minute, 6 giant green wolves had been killed by Lu Ming. However, the others did not have the same results as Lu Ming. They could not break through the defenses of the giant green wolves so easily. Over 500 giant green wolves were crazily attacking, and Heaven Destroyer's side had already suffered more than 100 casualties. The giant wolves at the peak of the Divine Master Realm were especially powerful. A single peak Divine Master on Heaven Destroyer's side could not stop a single giant green wolf. At least 2 peak Divine Masters were needed to stop the giant green wolves. There were even fewer people who could kill the giant green wolves. There were only a few of them. These peak Divine Lord existences all possessed source-level divine weapons. Only source-level divine weapons could kill those peak Divine Lord giant wolves. However, there were too few people who could control source-level divine weapons. One must know that even among the Origin Realm experts, more than half of them did not have source-level divine weapons. Those who possessed source-level divine weapons at the Divine Master Realm were all people with great luck who had found them in the ruins of the universe. Should I lend out a few? Lu Ming's mind rapidly turned. He had quite a few divine weapons on him. If he could lend them to the peak Divine Masters, they would definitely be able to increase their battle prowess. Just as Lu Ming was about to move, a gust of wind blew over. A giant green wolf knocked away a Heaven Destroyer expert and charged at Lu Ming with murderous intent. It was abnormally fast, and its claws were even sharper than divine blades as it swiped at Lu Ming's head. Unable to dodge in time, Lu Ming swung the War God Spear and swept it out. With a clang, the War God Spear collided with the giant green wolf's claws, erupting with a violent boom. Lu Ming's body shook violently as he involuntarily retreated. A giant wolf at the 9th layer of the Divine Master Realm. Lu Ming's heart sank. Clearly, the 6 giant green wolves he had just killed had attracted the attention of a powerful giant wolf. The one that had attacked Lu Ming just now was a giant wolf at the 9th layer of the Divine Master Realm. Oh! That giant wolf roared and pounced on Lu Ming. Its huge claws scratched at Lu Ming, emitting an ear-piercing sound of something breaking through the air. Lu Ming could only use his full strength against a giant wolf at the 9th layer of the Divine Master Realm. He did not have the energy to send out another source-level divine weapon. Vaish! The War God Spear turned into a bolt of lightning as it stabbed toward the giant wolf's forehead, but it was blocked by the giant wolf's claws. Lu Ming's arm went numb from the impact, and he retreated several steps. Chapter 46-61. What powerful strength! Lu Ming felt his arm go numb and his blood churn. This giant azure wolf was shockingly strong, not at all weaker than a heavenly human of the same level. In truth, these primordial remnant beasts were all very strong, not weaker than a heavenly human of the same level. Previously, he felt that these primordial remnant beasts were not particularly strong, mainly because their defenses were so strong that he had neglected their strength. Being on par with a heavenly human of the same level was already standing at the apex of the primordial universe. In a head-on clash, the 9th-level Divine Lord Azure Wolf could already suppress Lu Ming. Roar! The giant green wolf roared, spewing out heat waves from its mouth. With a leap, it continued to charge toward Lu Ming. Swish! 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 Lu Ming brandished the war god's spear, thrusting out spear light as he fought with the giant wolf. Lu Ming now had fewer trump cards. Without his greatest trump card, the human king right arm, he only had origin energy. However, he only had one move of origin energy. Although it was powerful, he could not use it carelessly. Lu Ming had to find the right opportunity to use it in order to kill in one blow. Awo! Awo! Not far away, wolf howls could be heard as the attacks of the giant azure wolves became even more intense. Relying on their powerful defenses, they constantly pounced. Although Heaven Destroyer had 10 times the number of people compared to the giant azure wolves, there were not many experts who could kill the giant azure wolves. One had to be at least 2 levels higher than the giant azure wolves to be able to break through their defenses. This made it very difficult to kill the giant azure wolves above the 8th level of the God Lord realm. That one in the distance is the Wolf King. The wolf pack is usually under the control of the Wolf King. Only by killing the Wolf King can we force back the pack of wolves. The primordial divine spirit, Lion, roared. Many people also saw a giant azure wolf standing on a branch of a giant tree not far away. This giant green wolf was entirely green, and its green fur seemed to be dancing with green flames. This giant wolf was clearly the Wolf King. Every time it roared, the giant wolves would madly attack. I'll go kill him. Count me in. Immediately, 3 figures broke through the encirclement and charged toward the Wolf King. These 3 figures were all peak divine masters. Roar! The Wolf King wasn't afraid at all. It faced the 3 experts head-on. Its sharp claws clawed continuously, blocking the attacks of the 3 experts. The 3 masters exchanged more than 10 moves with the Wolf King, but there was no clear victor. This Wolf King's strength was astonishing. Although it hadn't reached the origin level, its battle prowess was much stronger than the other giant wolves at the peak of the almighty level. To kill the Wolf King, we need a source-grade weapon. Tianxian, come with me. The lion roared as its body swelled up rapidly. It grew to a height of 1,000 feet as it charged at the Wolf King. Another expert of the 5th level of the Divine Master Realm attacked the Wolf King together with Lion. Both of them were in control of soul-level divine weapons, so their battle prowess was stronger than the other peak divine masters. With the addition of 2 peak divine masters who wielded soul-grade divine weapons, they instantly had the upper hand. After a few moves, Lion struck the giant wolf with his soul-grade divine weapon, leaving a huge wound on the giant wolf's body. With the support of a peak divine master, the soul-grade divine weapon was enough to break through the giant wolf's defense. Peak divine masters had also condensed origin seeds. They had much more origin power than Lu Ming. When they activated their soul-grade divine weapons, their might was astonishing. Howl howl, the Wolf King was injured. It immediately roared and tried to summon the other giant wolves to help it. Hold them back. The members of Heaven Destroyer roared furiously. They outnumbered the giant wolves by 10 times. Although many of them couldn't break through the giant wolves' defense, they could still hold them back. They could even send the giant wolves tumbling out of their encirclement. Thousands of attacks rained down on the giant wolves. Although they didn't deal much damage, the giant wolves could forget about escaping. The 5 peak divine masters attacked with all their might. 3 without soul-grade divine weapons held the Wolf King back, while 2 with soul-grade divine weapons attacked. After a dozen moves, Lion finally seized the opportunity and cut off the Wolf King's head. Howl howl howl. With the death of the Wolf King, the other giant cyan wolves were in a mess. They howled and attacked randomly. After being beaten back a few times by the Heaven Exterminating Troop, the giant cyan wolves retreated and disappeared without a trace. Phew. Many people heaved a sigh of relief. The primeval surviving species weren't easy to deal with. If they hadn't killed the Wolf King, they would have suffered greater losses. Even so, more than 50 divine masters had been killed in the previous wave. They were divine masters. Even if all the divine masters in the heaven exterminating army were added together, including those who were busy or in seclusion, there would not be more than 6,000 of them. It was a huge loss for so many to die in one go. Everyone, I think we should split up. A peak-level divine master expert shouted. The others nodded. They all understood the same thing. If all 5,000 of them moved together, they would be too big of a target. They could easily attract the primeval surviving species. Only by splitting up would they be less of a target. They could move more nimbly and easily avoid the primeval surviving species. I suggest we split into small groups. Each group has no more than 10 people. We'll move separately and avoid the primeval surviving species. We'll head north and meet up at a certain location. Lion said. If they split up, even if they ran into powerful and invincible primeval surviving species, they would only lose a dozen people at most. However, if they moved together and ran into a large group of primeval surviving species, such as the wolf pack from before, and a few origin realm primeval surviving species, they would be in danger of being wiped out. Alright, I agree. I agree too. The others nodded. However, our main objective is to obtain the human king's body. It's related to the outcome of the battle between us and the heavenly palace. It's of utmost importance. We can't afford to lose it. Lu Ming and she can control the human king's body. They might play a key role in the end. I suggest we split up and have some top experts follow them to protect them. What do you think? Lion continued. I have no objections. I have no objections either. The others nodded. Although it was much safer to follow experts, the others knew that the human king's body was the key. If the heavenly palace obtained the complete human king's body, the heaven destroyer would be destroyed. Lu Ming and she were indeed key figures. It was only right that they were given special protection. Lu Ming naturally had no objections. The others immediately split into groups. Most of them were in groups of 8 or 9. After that, they flew towards the north and disappeared into the vast forest. Usually, there would be at least one expert at the 7th layer of the Divine Master Realm in each group. Chapter 4662. Lu Ming's group, including Lu Ming, had a total of 9 people. The other 8 were all peak God Lord experts. 2 of them even possessed soul-grade divine weapons. Lion was one of them. There were also 8 peak God Lord experts by Shi's side. 2 of them also possessed soul-grade divine weapons. In addition, there were many experts in Tang Jun's group as well. Tang Jun was Tang Feng's daughter, so they would naturally protect her. Lu Ming, take care. We'll meet up in the north. Tang Jun came to bid farewell to Lu Ming. You too. Lu Ming smiled. Afterward, Tang Jun followed her group and disappeared into the forest. Lu Ming, let's go as well. Lion said. Lu Ming nodded. Their group also set off. They first headed west for a while, then headed north. This forest was vast and boundless. They had around 5,000 people, and they were split into over 500 small groups. They were scattered in the vast forest, like a small stone thrown into the sea, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. While they were moving forward, Lion and the other 7 experts secretly protected Lu Ming in the middle. Among them, the 2 fastest experts were scouting ahead. Once they discovered a powerful surviving species of the untainted land ahead, they would take a detour. Lu Ming was also happy to relax. With fewer people, their movements were much more nimble than before. Their speed had also increased by many times. They constantly flashed through the forest, leaving large areas behind them. Along the way, they would encounter primitive surviving species every once in a while. There were strong and weak primitive surviving species. The weak ones were equivalent to divine lords or divine emperors, while the stronger ones were divine lords. In just 3 days, Lu Ming's group had encountered over 100 divine lord primitive surviving species. As a matter of fact, they even came across 2 reciprocity primordial species, but they avoided them beforehand and took a detour. Primordial species at reciprocity all had their own territories. As long as they did not set foot in another's territory and took a detour, they would not pursue them. Along the way, Lu Ming and the others were secretly shocked. There were simply too many powerful great desolate remnant beasts on this continent. Just by traveling in a single direction, the 9 of them came across over 100 Divine Lord primordial species and 2 reciprocity primordial species. Coupled with the huge, azure wolves they had encountered before, there were over 600 Divine Lord primordial species. This was definitely only a part of the continent. The number of remnant species at the Divine Master realm on this continent was absolutely shocking. Adding them all together, they might have more Divine Masters than the entire primitive universe. This was too shocking. Anyone who could control the Great Desolate Remnant here would be able to dominate the Great Desolate Universe. It was just a continent, yet there were so many powerful Great Desolate Remnant species. Then, how many experts were there in the Great Desolate Continent of the previous epoch? Divine Masters were everywhere, and Origin were as numerous as dogs? That's not right. According to the records excavated from the ruins of the universe, even the Great Desolate Continent of the previous epoch did not have so many experts. It's impossible for Divine Masters to be everywhere. Lion shook his head. There were definitely many Divine Masters on the Great Desolate Continent. It was probably incalculable. However, they had only traveled for 3 days. As they had to be wary of powerful Great Desolate Remnant species, they did not move very quickly, nor did they travel very far. There were over 100 Divine Lord primordial species in this short distance. The density was just far too great. It had to be mentioned that the Great Desolate Continent of the previous epoch was shockingly vast. All the fragments of continents in the ruins of the universe, and all the planets in the primitive universe were added together. Although this continent was vast, it was not as large as the 1,000-year battlefield. It was only a drop in the ocean compared to the complete Great Desolate Continent. Just how many experts were there in the Great Desolate Continent? This clearly did not match the records of the ancient records. Clearly, this continent is extraordinary. That's why it can give birth to so many powerful Great Desolate Remnant species in such a small area. Another Peak Divine Master expert said. This made everyone's hearts even heavier. The more extraordinary this continent was, the more powerful the Great Desolate Remnant species would be, and the greater the pressure on them. There was even more uncertainty about the competition for the Human King's body later. Later on, they would not only have to face the experts of the Heavenly Palace and Quasi-Saint tribe, but they might also have to face powerful Great Desolate Remnant species. This trip would probably be full of difficulties and dangers. Be careful. Suddenly, the voice of an expert who was scouting ahead rang in the ears of Lu Ming and the others. It was transmitted through telepathy, and was full of solemnity. The hearts of Lu Ming and the others thumped. They immediately held their breaths and restrained their auras. Look ahead. A profound voice pointed ahead. There were about a dozen mountain peaks in front of them. They were extremely huge and very tall, extending all the way to the sky. The tallest mountain peak was at least 1,000,000 feet tall. However, this was not the most shocking thing. The most shocking thing was that there was a giant snake coiled around this mountain peak. The giant snake began to spiral from the bottom of the mountain, and continued upward, wrapping itself around the highest peak of the mountain. Terrifying. It was a terrifying giant snake. Even though it was very far away, the aura emitted by this giant snake was still terrifying. Origin Realm. This giant snake was definitely in existence of the Origin Realm. It was extremely powerful. Caw. At this moment, a sharp cry rang out in the sky. The clouds were torn apart, and another huge creature appeared. It was a huge white bird. Its entire body was snow-white and covered in snow-white feathers. It was extremely huge, and when it spread its wings, it blotted out the sky. The huge bird swooped down, and its 2 huge claws grabbed at the giant snake. The giant snake was not to be outdone. With a sharp cry, its huge body shot out like a spring and engaged in a great battle with the huge bird. Boom, 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 boom. Destructive energy swept out in all directions. The earth shook and ancient trees exploded. It was like the end of the world. Lu Ming and the others could not help but swallow their saliva. 2 Origin Realm Great Desolate Remnant species were fighting. This continent was really dangerous. Let's go. Lion transmitted. They did not dare to stay for long. They hurriedly made a detour, and traveled in a different direction. Only when they could no longer hear the disturbance behind them did they let out a sigh of relief. The huge bird and snake from before were definitely not regular Origin Realm beings. They were even more powerful than regular Origin Realm beings. If they had been sucked in, they would have been done for. Fortunately, they had split up and scattered. If they had moved together with all 5,000 of them, they definitely would have been discovered and the situation would have been dire. They continued north. Although they came across a few great desolate remnant species in the next 2 days, they did not encounter any danger. "Look, what's that?" Suddenly someone whispered. There was a sliver of excitement in his voice. Not far in front of them was a huge cliff. On a protruding rock on the cliff, they saw a strange little tree. Chapter 46-63. It was a small fire-red tree. It was very short, only half a meter tall, but it seemed very mystical. The tree glowed, and there was actually a miniature tree above it. It was condensed from energy and seemed to be alive, constantly running around the tree. "This is the source-level divine herb," Lion said. His voice was very excited, and his eyes shone with a scorching light. A source-level divine herb. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. As the name suggested, it was definitely a divine herb that was very useful to reciprocity cultivators. Lu Ming, if you want to increase your cultivation at reciprocity, you need to absorb and refine treasures that contain origin imprints. Source-level divine herbs contain origin imprints, and they contain a very high amount of essence. Even among treasures that contain origin imprints, they are one of the best. Knowing that Lu Ming did not know much about source-level divine herbs, Guemo explained in a timely manner. There are no source-level divine herbs in the current primitive universe. Even in the ruins of the universe, they are extremely rare. I never thought I'd come across one here. Another peak god lord said. His eyes were also burning with desire. Source-level divine herbs were just too rare. The current primitive universe could not nurture them at all. The ruins of the universe had been severely damaged due to the war of the last epoch. The laws and mysteries within them were in chaos, so it was very difficult for them to nurture source-level divine weapons. Even though the laws and mysteries of the universe had become more orderly in the past few dozen stellar years, they could not nurture such a treasure immediately. It was not that they did not exist in the vast ruins of the universe, but they were extremely rare. Very few people could obtain them. Actually, even if someone obtained one, they would not take it out because it was just too precious. If an Origin Realm cultivator consumed it, it would be extremely effective in increasing their cultivation. If a peak god lord consumed it, their chances of breaking through to reciprocity would be greatly increased as well. It was no wonder that Lion and the others were so passionate about it. It was just too tempting. Even if each of them were given a leaf, it would be of great help to them in breaking through to reciprocity. However, they did not dare to act rashly because there was a primordial remnant on the protruding rock. It was a huge golden eagle. It was completely golden, as if it had been forged from gold. It was extremely similar to a golden-winged rock. The golden eagle lay lazily around the small tree, inhaling and exhaling the multicolored light emitted from the small tree. I wonder what cultivation level this golden condor has. Someone whispered. I don't know. It's too far away. I can't sense it. Lion shook his head. In the end, they decided to hide in the dark and observe carefully to see what cultivation level the golden condor was at. Or they would wait until the golden condor left before they made their move. The golden condor had to go out to look for food. That would be their chance. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, they waited for 5 days. 5 days later, the golden condor finally made its move. It stood up, its body emitting a golden glow. A few rays of light shot out from its mouth and landed around the small tree. In the next moment, the sapling disappeared. It was actually hidden. Then the golden condor flapped its wings and soared into the sky, rushing into the distance. So it's the peak of the Divine Master Realm. The eyes of Lion and the others flickered. When the golden condor took off, they finally sensed what level of cultivation the golden condor was at. It was at the peak of the Divine Master Realm. However, the golden condor gave off a very strong sense of oppression. It was probably not an ordinary peak of the Divine Master Realm. In the blink of an eye, the golden condor disappeared into the distance without a trace. Let's make our move. Lion showed a hint of joy. The group of 9 concealed their auras and quickly rushed toward the cliff. Nothing out of the ordinary happened. They arrived at the protruding rock. From afar, the protruding rock did not look very big. In fact, it was very large and spacious. There was a huge cave near the cliff. There were a few golden feathers scattered in the cave. It was obviously where the golden condor lived. However, the group only glanced around casually before their eyes fell on the spot where the sapling was. They gathered their energy in their eyes and observed carefully. "How is it?" Lion asked. "It's just a simple formation. It's easy to break," a skinny old man said. This old man was from the World Turtle clan and was proficient in rune formations. "Then let's hurry up. If we delay any longer, we might be discovered by the golden condor," another person urged. The old man from the World Turtle clan nodded and waved his hands. A large number of runes spread out and shrouded the transparent void in front of them. When the void was shrouded by the runes, a golden light shield suddenly appeared in the transparent void. They could see that the soul-level divine herb was shining inside the golden light shield. At this time, 9 figures came from a forest in the distance. They came from afar and stopped in the branches of a big tree. They immediately saw Lu Ming and the others. "It's the traitors." And Lu Ming. A few cold voices sounded. These 9 figures were all from the Heavenly Human clan. One of the young men was Lu Ming's old rival, Yi Qiuxian. The other 8 Heavenly Human clan members were all people on par with the Lord of Heaven. Obviously, the Heavenly Palace had adopted the same plan as the Heaven Destroyer. They split up and acted separately. In addition, Yi Qiuxian's identity was not to be underestimated. He was a peerless genius of the Heavenly Human clan and could activate the power of the Human King's body. Therefore, the Heavenly Palace had sent 8 top experts to protect Yi Qiuxian. They had just arrived from afar and saw Lu Ming and the others. As soon as he saw Lu Ming, Yi Qiuxian's eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. "That's an soul-level divine weapon." Then one of the Lord of Heaven saw the soul-level divine herb, and his eyes were filled with greed. "It's really an soul-level divine weapon. Young Master Qiuxian, should we attack?" One of the Lord of Heaven asked. "Don't worry. Their strength is not inferior to ours. If we attack recklessly, both sides will suffer. We can ambush them in the dark and attack suddenly. We can only kill 1 or 2 of their experts before we can eliminate them," Yi Qiuxian said. "Young Master Qiuxian is right." The others nodded and withdrew their auras. Suddenly, Yi Qiuxian and the others saw a golden light spot in the distance that was flying towards them rapidly. No, to be precise, it was flying towards Lu Ming and the others at the cliff. "Haha, the heavens are on my side. Let's just wait and take advantage of the situation." Yi Qiuxian was overjoyed. At the same time, Lu Ming and the others were also shocked. They had also noticed the golden light spot. It was obviously the golden eagle that had flown away previously. They did not expect it to return so quickly. Or could it be that the golden eagle would sense it as soon as they touched the formation set up by the other party? That was probably the case. Although the concealment formation set up by the golden eagle was simple and crude, it would sense it as soon as they touched it and come back quickly. Chapter 46-64. Break the array. Lion roared. His muscles bulged, and his body swelled to a height of 100 feet. He was ready to fight. "Break it!" The old man of the world divine turtle shouted as more runes appeared from his hands. These runes were like small snakes, desperately drilling into the light shield. "Hurry up! Didn't you say it's easy to break?" Lion roared. "Even if it's easy to break, it will take time. It hasn't even been a minute," the world turtle elder replied. Lion was speechless. Yes, breaking an array usually took at least a few hours, or even a few days. Some arrays could take many years to break. It had been less than a minute, and it looked like it was about to break. It was indeed easy. However, the golden condor was about to arrive. There was a loud bang. The light shield was finally broken, and the source-level divine weapon was completely revealed. Caw! The golden condor let out a sharp screech, and its eyes were full of anger. It flapped its wings, and dozens of golden sword lights flew out of its wings, attacking Lu Ming and the others. "Hurry up and dig out the source-level divine medicine. We'll deal with this golden condor. Lion shouted. He took a step forward and rushed out. He brandished the saber in his hand and slashed out dozens of saber lights, which collided with the dozens of golden lights. A series of collision sounds were heard. The saber lights and sword lights dissipated, but the golden condor did not stop. It quickly pounced on Lion, and its sharp claws reached for Lion's head. Lion slashed with all his might. Clang! The saber hit the golden condor's sharp claws, and there was a sound of metal clashing. Sparks flew everywhere. The next moment, Lion's expression changed drastically. Its huge body shook violently, and it was thrown backward. It smashed into the cliff wall, causing the entire cliff to shake. The golden condor wanted to continue attacking and kill Lion in one go, but the other experts had already made their move. The 6 peak Divine Lord experts attacked the golden condor together, 6 sharp attacks aimed at 6 different parts of the golden condor. Caw! The golden condor did not continue to chase Lion. Its wings swept out like golden sabers, and all the attacks in front of it were destroyed. As for the other 3 attacks, they landed on its back. The golden condor's body shook, and it was sent flying. However, it was not injured at all. It was blocked by its thick feathers. So strong! Lu Ming's heart trembled. The strength of this golden condor was truly astonishing. Even the lion was sent flying with a single strike. One must know that Lion had used his source-level divine weapon earlier, but he had failed to sever the golden condor's sharp claws. Although this golden eagle only had the cultivation of a peak divine master, its strength far surpassed that of an ordinary peak divine master. It was no wonder that he could monopolize a source-level divine herb, and the other remnant beasts of the primordial era did not dare to fight over it. And with such a delay, the old man of the world turtle had completely dug out the origin-level divine medicine, including the roots, and put it into his storage ring. Seeing that the source-level elixir had been dug out, the golden condor let out a sharp screech and madly pounced towards the world turtle elder. However, Lion and the others had already made their move. The 7 experts surrounded the golden condor. The old man of the world turtle stood beside Lu Ming and did not make a move. Obviously, he was protecting Lu Ming. Senior, you should attack as well. Don't worry about me, Lu Ming said. Although he could not interfere in such a battle, he could still protect himself. It's fine. The 7 of them are enough to deal with this golden condor, the old man of the world turtle elder said. The 7 experts joined forces, and 2 of them had source-level divine weapons. Their strength was indeed very strong, and they were able to suppress the golden condor. However, the golden condor's defense was too amazing. They could not kill the golden condor in a short time. The defense of the thick feathers was too amazing. Even source-level divine weapons could not penetrate the thick feathers. You guys hold it back. The 2 of us will attack its vital points. Lion roared. The golden condor was not without weaknesses. Like the eyes and neck of the golden condor. Although the golden condor's neck was also covered with feathers, the feathers were just fluff. It was relatively soft and its defense was much weaker. However, the golden eagle used its sharp claws and wings to cover its eyes and neck tightly. Their attacks were unable to be effective. Immediately, the 5 experts without source-level divine weapons used all their strength to pin down the golden condor. They attacked its wings and claws to create flaws in its defense. Lion and another expert with a source-level divine weapon attacked the golden condor's eyes and neck with all their strength. After a dozen moves, Lion finally seized the opportunity and slashed the golden condor's neck. The source-level divine weapon's power played a role. It cut through the thick layer of feathers and left a deep wound on the golden condor's neck that went straight to the bone. Feathers flew and blood flowed. It's effective. Lion and the others' eyes lit up. Sure enough, the source-level divine weapon could cut through the feathers on the golden condor's neck and cause serious damage to the golden condor. With 2 more attacks like this, the golden condor's head would definitely be cut off. Caw! The golden condor was injured and went completely crazy. Its body emitted a dazzling golden light. Many feathers on its wings flew out and turned into sharp swords, stabbing at the 7 experts. There were at least hundreds of sword lights that repelled the 7 experts all at once. After repelling the 7 experts, The golden condor screamed and flapped its wings rapidly, pouncing on Lion. A pair of sharp claws grabbed at Lion at an astonishing speed. Lion was repelled by the sword light. He couldn't dodge in time and could only fight back. But at the critical moment, he couldn't use 100% of his strength, and was caught by one of the golden condor's claws. Puff. Blood splattered. A small part of Lion's left body was torn off. It was a horrible sight. Roar. Lion let out an angry roar and retreated. Block it. The other experts also reacted. They rushed over and launched a series of attacks. Only then did they block the golden condor's attack and save Lion's life. Not good. The old man of the world turtle finally couldn't stand it anymore. He waved his hand, and 12 formation flags appeared in the void. The formation flags shone brightly, and countless runes filled the air. These runes intertwined together, forming a huge chain that wrapped around the golden condor. At the same time, the old man of the world turtle quickly formed seals with both hands. More rune arrays appeared around him. All of them were entrapment arrays. All of them shrouded the golden condor. Caw caw caw. The golden condor kept screeching and struggling crazily. Those rune arrays trembled violently and kept exploding. Let's attack together. The old man of the world turtle roared. In fact, there was no need for him to roar. The others also attacked. All kinds of attacks were constantly directed at the golden condor. With so many experts and the array of the old man of the world turtle, the golden condor was finally trapped and its movements became slow. Chapter 46-65. The golden condor was enveloped by layers of formations. Coupled with the attacks of the other 6 experts, the golden condor's body was covered in runes and its movements began to slow down. Kill! Lion roared. Ignoring his injuries, he wielded his saber with one hand and charged forward. Poof! The saber landed on the golden condor's neck, on the wound that had been left behind earlier. More than half of the golden condor's neck had been cut off. More than half of the bones in its neck had been broken. Its entire head had almost been chopped off. The golden condor went berserk and struggled madly. The runes continued to explode as it struggled to break free. Kill! Lion roared again and slashed down with his saber. This time, the golden condor's head was completely cut off. With its head cut off and its soul destroyed, the golden condor stopped struggling. Its aura rapidly dissipated as it died. Huff, huff, huff. The 8 experts, including Lion, were constantly panting. The golden condor was just too powerful. It had far surpassed the strength of an ordinary peak god lord. Although it was not comparable to the origin realm, it was definitely an invincible existence among peak god lords. The 8 of them were peak god lords, and 2 of them had even possessed source-grade divine weapons. They had paid a heavy price to kill it. Even the lion was heavily injured. Lion took out a few divine pills and swallowed them to heal his injuries. It's a pity that the golden condor did not manage to kill 1 or 2 people. Not far away, a lord of heaven sighed. Although it did not manage to kill 1 or 2 people, they have expended a lot of energy to deal with the golden condor. That primordial god has also been heavily injured and his strength has been greatly reduced. Our strength has already far surpassed theirs. It's time for us to attack, Yi Qiuxian said coldly. Yi Qiuxian and the 8 Lord of Heaven-level experts concealed their auras and quietly approached Lu Ming's group. On the other side, Lion and the others had collected the golden condor's corpse and were preparing to leave. The golden condor's entire body was a treasure. They naturally could not let it go to waste. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. He felt an inexplicable sense of danger. Everyone be careful. There's danger. Lu Ming roared. Lion and the others were also very alert. They immediately reacted and scanned their surroundings. Damn it, attack! Yi Qiuxian shouted. Swish. Swish. 8 experts at the level of the Lord of Heaven immediately rushed over. Before they arrived, 8 terrifying attacks were already flying towards Lu Ming and the others. It's the heavenly human tribe. Defend. The old man of the world turtle roared and waved his hand. A huge turtle shell appeared in the sky and blocked the attack. The others also moved to block the attack. However, Lion was not in peak condition. The golden condor's previous attack had seriously injured him. Although he had unleashed his full strength and killed the golden condor with 2 consecutive strikes, he had also exhausted the last of his strength. At this time, although he had blocked the opponent's attack, he kept retreating. "Gather together and form a defense." The old man of the world turtle roared. With a wave of his hand, more than 30 array flags flew out and formed a huge defensive array. The others also used their defensive secret techniques. They surrounded Lu Ming and Lion in the middle. As soon as the other party attacked, they could feel that the strength of the heavenly human tribe was very shocking. All 8 of them were at the level of the Lord of Heaven. They were not people that Lu Ming could deal with. Lion was also seriously injured and could not deal with them. Kill. The 8 experts at the level of the Lord of Heaven surrounded Lu Ming and the others. The supreme power of heaven erupted and turned into a terrifying destructive force, attacking Lu Ming and the others. However, the experts on the Heaven Destroyer's side only defended and did not attack. For a time, they blocked the attacks of the other party. Attack, continue to attack. They are exhausted from the battle with the golden condor. Sooner or later, they will not be able to hold on. Yi Qiuxian walked through the air and stood high up in the sky as he shouted. Swish! Swish! The 8 experts at the level of the Lord of Heaven attacked with all their strength. Among the 8 experts at the level of the Lord of Heaven, 2 of them had source-level divine weapons. The attacks of these 2 were the most terrifying and made the defense of the Heaven Destroyer in danger. Lu Ming, this will be your burial ground, Yi Qiuxian said coldly. Yi Qiuxian, you only know how to hide in the dark and attack when we are injured. Is this the style of the top genius of the heavenly human tribe? Lu Ming retorted. Lu Ming, I can give you a chance. Come out and fight me alone. This time, I will not lose. I will kill you. Yi Qiuxian was full of confidence. Of course, Lu Ming would not go out and fight Yi Qiuxian alone. If he went out, who knew if the Lord of Heaven would attack him directly? The Heaven Destroyer's side defended with all their strength while the Heavenly Palace's side attacked with all their might, trying to break the defense of the Heaven Destroyer. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed. The defense of the Heaven Destroyer became a little unstable and was almost broken through several times. After all, they had used all their strength in the battle with the Golden Condor and had lost a lot of energy. In addition, Lion was seriously injured and lost a powerful combat force. The Heavenly Palace had 2 Lord of Heaven who had source-level divine weapons. The gap between them was not small. As time passed, the gap between them would be more obvious. Let's break out! Lion roared. Although he was trying his best to heal his injuries, the time was too short and his recovery was limited. Charge! They rushed in one direction, trying to break out. However, when they turned their defense into offense, the defense was naturally weakened. Break for me! One of the Lord of Heaven who had a source-level divine weapon seized the opportunity and stabbed his sword with all his strength. In an instant, it broke through 3 layers of defense. The sharp sword light penetrated the shoulder of one of the Heaven Destroyer's experts. This expert could not help but retreat continuously. The defense formation was torn apart. Kill. The other Lord of Heaven of the Heavenly Palace seized the opportunity and attacked the torn gap with terrifying attacks. Block it. The Heaven Destroyer wanted to resist, but it was too late. The defense was completely torn apart, and they couldn't help but retreat again and again. The distance between each other was pulled apart. Kill. One of the Lord of Heaven targeted an expert of the Heaven Destroyer and attacked him. The 2 exchanged a few moves in a row and had already left the battlefield and killed their way to a distance. The other Lord of Heaven also attacked, and in the blink of an eye, it became a chaotic battle. Lu Ming die. Several Lord of Heaven stared at Lu Ming and wanted to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming, the defense has been broken. We can only fight for ourselves. Seize the opportunity to escape. We will hold these people back. The powerhouse of the world turtle roared. He continuously made seals and turned into a chain that wrapped around Lu Ming. Yes, we will hold them back. Lu Ming, you escape and meet up with the others in the north. Lion spoke as well. He swallowed several divine pills in succession, erupting with his remaining strength. With a loud roar, his body rapidly swelled up, transforming into an incomparably gigantic lion-like beast. This was his true form. Chapter 46-66. Lion reverted to his original form. He held the saber in one of his claws and slashed away several attacks. The old man with the turtle took the opportunity to fling Lu Ming out and sent him flying into the distance. "I'm too weak." Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly and his bones cracked. His heart was filled with anger, and he felt extremely sullen. Whether it was the battle with the Golden Condor or the battle with the Heavenly Palace experts, he couldn't interfere. In short, he was too weak. If he interfered, he would only be a hindrance. Not only would it be useless, but it would also harm Lion and the others. After the old man of the world turtle threw Lu Ming out, the few lords of heaven wanted to chase after Lu Ming. However, they were held back by Lion, the old man of the world turtle, and the others. Lu Ming had a forbidden body and his future was limitless. Moreover, he was crucial in obtaining the human king's body. Even if they had to die, they couldn't let anything happen to Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, don't even think about leaving." Yi Qiuxian had been staring at Lu Ming. When he saw Lu Ming being flung away, Yi Qiuxian unleashed all his strength and chased after Lu Ming. The World Turtle Elder and the others couldn't stop Yi Qiuxian. It was already good enough that they could hold back the Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming was flung tens of thousands of miles away before he could stabilize himself. However, Yi Qiuxian caught up with him immediately. "Lu Ming, don't leave if you have the guts. Fight with me." Yi Qiuxian roared. His speed was extremely fast and he traveled tens of thousands of miles in an instant. "Do you think I'm afraid of you? If you want to fight, let's fight." Lu Ming's voice was filled with killing intent. He stopped and held the war god's spear in his hand as he faced Yi Qiuxian. He had been holding back his anger for a long time and had nowhere to vent it. He wasn't a match for the Lord of Heaven. However, why would he be afraid of Yi Qiuxian? Buzz. The war god's spear vibrated and turned into a dazzling spear light, thrusting toward Yi Qiuxian. Good timing. When Yi Qiuxian saw that Lu Ming was not trying to escape, he was overjoyed. He bellowed out, and 4 types of heaven's powers appeared. They turned into 4 beams of sword light that slashed out at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's palm shook, and the war god's spear vibrated once more. The spear light transformed into 4 beams and collided with Yi Qiuxian's 4 sword beams. Boom, 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 boom. 4 consecutive booming sounds rang out as the spear light and the sword light disappeared at the same time. However, Lu Ming's body shook violently, and he couldn't help but madly retreat. The power of a 6th-tier divine master is indeed powerful, Lu Ming muttered. Yi Qiuxian's cultivation level was 1 level higher than his. In a head-on clash, Yi Qiuxian was at a disadvantage. "Lu Ming, I will kill you today." Yi Qiuxian stepped in the air, his white robes fluttering in the wind like an immortal descending to the mortal world. Perfect heaven's energy appeared, and 4 swords of different colors floated around him, their sword intent soaring to the heavens. "Is that so?" Lu Ming sneered and suddenly threw out the war god spear in his hand. The war god spear pierced towards Yi Qiuxian like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, Lu Ming's hands rapidly formed seals, unleashing the desolation style. A continent appeared above Yi Qiuxian's head, pressing down on him. Rumble. Lu Ming's desolation style was getting more and more powerful. Before it even landed, the void was already exploding. "Lu Ming, this move of yours is useless against me. Sword formation activate." Yi Qiuxian roared, and the 4 swords around him continued to revolve, turning into a powerful sword formation. Sword light soared to the sky, slashing forward and above. With a loud clang, the war god spear was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. It was struck by the sword light continuously, shaking violently and flying back. At the same time, even more sword light bombarded the desolation continent, tearing it apart. Lu Ming grabbed the war god spear that was flying back and unleashed the sky-breaking style, becoming one with the spear and piercing towards Yi Qiuxian. He held the spear with one hand, while the other hand continued to condense the desolation continent, blasting it towards Yi Qiuxian. However, the sword array controlled by Yi Qiuxian was extremely powerful. Dense sword gleams burst forth continuously. Lu Ming broke through more than 10 sword auras consecutively. However, his body shook violently and he retreated rapidly. There were several wounds on his arms. They had been cut open by the sword auras. One had to admit that Yi Qiuxian's combat strength was really strong. Back in the Taishang Immortal City battle, the two of them were at the same level. Although Lu Ming defeated Yi Qiuxian, it wasn't an easy victory. The two of them exchanged many moves before the outcome was decided. In a battle of the same level, Yi Qiuxian wasn't much weaker than Lu Ming. Now that his cultivation was one level higher than Lu Ming, it was naturally difficult for Lu Ming to match him. After sending Lu Ming flying with the sword formation, Yi Qiuxian charged towards Lu Ming with boundless sword light. The sword qi whistled, stabbing towards Lu Ming. This was because the sword qi was formed by the perfect power of heaven. Every ray of sword qi was extremely powerful. Lu Ming brandished the war god's spear and attacked with all his might. In an instant, hundreds of spear lights were shot out, but they still couldn't block the sword qi. Lu Ming, let me help you. At this moment, Qiu opened its mouth and rushed out, transforming into a huge halberd. It slashed out, slashing at the sword qi that filled the sky. With Qiu's help, the pressure on Lu Ming was greatly reduced. He finally managed to block Yi Qiuxian's attack. However, the result was that both he and Qiu were sent flying at the same time. This guy's strength is really shocking. If I hadn't broken through, I wouldn't have been able to block it. Qiu muttered. That's right. Qiu was now a 5th-tier Divine Master. When it was a 4th-tier Divine Master, Qiu had swallowed 2 semi-finished source-level Divine Weapons. Later on, Lu Ming gave Qiu 3 damaged source-level Divine Weapons to swallow. With so many semi-finished and damaged source-level Divine Weapons, coupled with the refinement during this period, Qiu had finally broken through, reaching the 5th tier from the 4th-tier Divine Master realm. Moreover, it was at the peak of the 5th-tier Divine Master realm. At the peak of the 5th-tier Divine Master realm, Qiu's fighting strength was extremely shocking. After all, it could evolve the attack of a source-level divine weapon. Qiu, let's attack first and confuse him. Then, you seize the opportunity to use an illusory formation to affect him. I'll use my strongest attack, Lu Ming transmitted to Qiu. Lu Ming still had a trump card, which was the power of origin. However, origin energy could only be used once. Thus, it had to be used at the most critical moment. The mirror that Qiu had transformed into could shoot out a beam of light, and had the effect of an illusory formation. As long as it affected Yi Qiuxian, it would be the time for him to use his strongest attack. Alright, Qiu replied. Instead of retreating, the two of them advanced and joined forces to attack Yi Qiuxian. Qiu transformed into a war halberd. It was huge like a mountain range and constantly hacked at Yi Qiuxian. Lu Ming, on the other hand, used the sky-splitting form and the desolation form to attack. In an instant, he had exchanged more than a dozen blows with Yi Qiuxian. Qiu, now's the time, Lu Ming transmitted to Qiu. Qiu immediately transformed into a mirror and shot out a beam of light. This beam of light directly enveloped Yi Qiuxian. Yi Qiuxian's gaze became sluggish. Swish. How could Lu Ming miss this opportunity? He used the sky-splitting form and turned into a beam of spear light that pierced toward Yi Qiuxian's forehead. Chapter 46-67. Lu Ming performed the sky-breaking technique and became one with his spear as he stabbed towards Yi Qiuxian's forehead. He was about to reach it. Break! Yi Qiuxian roared as the perfect power of the heavens surged out of his body like a tidal wave, instantly shattering Qiu's light beam. Kill! Yi Qiuxian roared as his sword qi soared into the sky. The four-colored battle swords merged into one and slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's pupils constricted as he forcibly stopped his attack. He performed the greater teleportation technique and moved to the side to avoid the sword. Qiu also quickly retreated and flew to Lu Ming's side. Lu Ming, I didn't expect the opponent to be so powerful to be able to break through my illusion so quickly. Qiu said regretfully. The perfect power of the heavens is indeed powerful and cannot be underestimated. Lu Ming said. He could tell that Yi Qiuxian had relied on the perfect power of the heavens to break through Qiu's illusion so quickly. In addition, Yi Qiuxian's cultivation was one level higher than Qiu's and his willpower was extremely strong. That was why he could break through Qiu's illusion in an instant. Lu Ming, you have succeeded in infuriating me. Yi Qiuxian said coldly as the killing intent in his eyes was extremely strong. In fact, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. Just now, if he had been a little slower, he would have been hit by Lu Ming. It was extremely dangerous to be hit in such a situation. He had almost lost again. It was unforgivable. He grabbed at the air, and a purple gold battle sword appeared in Yi Qiuxian's hand. Source-level weapon. Without a doubt, it was an source-level weapon. Previously, Yi Qiuxian had not used an source-level weapon. The main reason was that Yi Qiuxian's sword formation was not suitable for an source-level weapon. Unless Yi Qiuxian could gather 4 source-level weapon battle swords and combine them with his sword formation, then the power would be terrifying. But how could it be so easy to gather 4 source-level weapon battle swords? Lu Ming, I'll let you experience the true power of perfect heaven's energy. Yi Qiuxian coldly spoke. The 4 four-colored battle swords actually gathered towards the source-grade divine weapon battle sword, showing signs of fusing into one. This was what Yi Qiuxian had learned from the Yi Immortal during this period of time. His talent was unparalleled, and he was exceptionally intelligent. With just a few pointers from the Yi Immortal, his use of the perfect power of heaven had reached a whole new level. Whoosh! Yi Qiuxian's body was like a bolt of lightning as he dashed towards Lu Ming. As he slashed out with his sword, a shocking sword light burst out towards Lu Ming with extreme speed. Lu Ming struck out with his palm, activating the primal desolation style. A huge continent appeared in front of him, blocking his path. However, the sword light slashed down, splitting the continent into 2 halves. The sword light did not stop there, continuing to slash towards Lu Ming. Heaven Breaker. Lu Ming let out a long howl, displaying the heaven-breaking style. At the same time, Qiu also attacked with all his might. However, even if the 2 of them worked together, it was still not enough. Lu Ming and Qiu were both sent flying tens of thousands of miles away. Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. His arm was filled with numerous wounds as blood flowed continuously. The previous sword strike had injured him quite badly. Qiu, are you alright? Lu Ming asked. I'm fine, Lu Ming. We can't fight head-on. We still have to prioritize defense. Qiu replied and dashed towards Lu Ming. At this moment, Yi Qiuxian's second sword strike had also arrived. After sending Lu Ming flying with his first strike, he immediately attacked with his second strike. He became one with his sword and pierced towards Lu Ming. However, Qiu had also reached Lu Ming's body, turning into an armor that covered Lu Ming's entire body. On the other hand, Lu Ming brandished his battle god spear and swept it out. With a loud clang, Lu Ming and Yi Qiuxian exchanged blows. His arm shook violently and his bones broke. The battle god spear almost flew out. Die! Yi Qiuxian shouted coldly. His battle sword slashed down on Lu Ming's body again. With a loud clang, Lu Ming's body retreated rapidly. However, Yi Qiuxian did not manage to break through Lu Ming's defense. The armor that Qiu had transformed into was the source-level armor that he had devoured. The battle sword in Yi Qiuxian's hand was not of a higher grade than the battle god spear. Naturally, it would not be able to break through. Yi Qiuxian, is this all you've got? Lu Ming sneered sarcastically. Do you think hiding in your turtle shell is of any use? Watch me break your turtle shell. Yi Qiuxian snorted coldly. He pushed his perfect heaven's force to the limit, and poured it into his source-level sword before swinging it at Lu Ming again. This time, Lu Ming did not try to dodge or block. He allowed Yi Qiuxian's sword to strike him. With a loud clang, sparks flew everywhere. Lu Ming was sent flying by the powerful impact. However, the armor that Qiu had transformed into did not break. Instead, it deflected Yi Qiuxian's combat sword. The armor that Qiu had transformed into was Yi Chu Tianji's source-level armor. It was of a similar grade to Yi Qiuxian's sword. Yi Qiuxian could not break through it at all. Of course, it would be different if an Origin Realm expert wielding a source-level armor. Breaking through the armor that Qiu had transformed into would be a piece of cake. Unfortunately, Yi Qiuxian did not possess the strength to do so. Lu Ming, you can only rely on a metallic life form. What kind of ability is that? If you have the guts, fight me head-on. Yi Qiuxian roared. You have the nerve to say that when you want to fight me with a cultivation that's 1 level higher than mine. If you have the ability, Fight me at the same level. Lu Ming sneered in response. Yi Qiuxian was speechless. His face sank. Through the exchange of blows earlier, he learned a cruel truth. That was, he was no match for Lu Ming even if they were of the same level. This made him extremely displeased. It's enough that I'm invincible among the younger generation. Lu Ming die. Yi Qiuxian roared in his heart. He swung his sword at Lu Ming again. However, the strike tore through space and produced a terrifying whistle. It was even more powerful than before. Oh no, it's origin energy. Lu Ming immediately sensed it. Yi Qiuxian had also condensed an origin energy seed. Although he could not compare to Lu Ming, he could still unleash an attack. Combined with a source-level weapon, its power was extremely shocking. It's just one move. I can block it. Qiuqiu's response made Lu Ming relax. Clang. In the next moment, Yi Qiuxian's battle sword continued to slash at Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body flew out like a cannonball and crashed into the cliff in the distance. A violent explosion erupted and a huge hole was formed in the cliff. However, he managed to block it in the end. There was only a mark on the armor that Qiuqiu had turned into. It was not broken. Damn it! Yi Qiuxian roared. He had already used all his means but still could not break through Lu Ming's defense. With a bang, Lu Ming rushed out of the hole in the cliff and charged at Yi Qiuxian at an extremely fast speed. Qiuqiu illusion! Lu Ming shouted. Have a taste of my strongest move. Qiuqiu shouted and flew out from Lu Ming's body and turned into a mirror. Lu Ming was about to launch his counterattack. Yi Qiuxian had used all his strength to attack Lu Ming just now. Especially just now, he had used all his origin energy and perfect heaven's power to activate the source-level weapon. This was very energy-consuming. Now Yi Qiuxian was in a weakened state. Lu Ming was waiting for this opportunity. Chapter 46-68. Qiuqiu turned into a mirror and shot out a beam of light that shrouded Yi Qiuxian within. Yi Qiuxian's eyes fell into a daze. Swoosh! Lu Ming attacked with all his might. He unleashed the sky-breaking form and became one with his spear. He turned into a dazzling spear light that pierced towards Yi Qiuxian's forehead. This time, Yi Qiuxian did not manage to break free from Qiuqiu's illusion. Previously, Yi Qiuxian was in his peak condition and could break free from the illusion with his perfect power. However, this time he did not react even when Lu Ming's spear light was nearing him. The sharp spear light pierced Yi Qiuxian's forehead. However, just as the spear tip pierced the skin between Yi Qiuxian's eyebrows, dense runes suddenly appeared. These runes were like a net that intertwined together to form a strong defense that blocked Lu Ming's attack. The strong impact also woke Yi Qiuxian up completely. Lu Ming! Yi Qiuxian roared and wanted to attack with all his might. Explode! Lu Ming roared and his origin energy erupted. Previously, Lu Ming wanted to attack with his origin energy. However, because Yi Qiuxian quickly broke free from Qiuqiu, Lu Ming stopped in time and did not use his origin energy. If he didn't use it now, when would he? The origin energy surged into the War God Spear and exploded, activating a trace of the War God Spear's power. Lu Ming's attack reached its peak. A terrifying power erupted from the War God Spear's tip, causing the runes in between Yi Qiuxian's eyebrows to tremble violently. Some small cracks appeared on it. However, in the end he was not pierced through. The powerful impact caused Yi Qiuxian's body to explosively retreat several thousand miles. Only then did he manage to stabilize himself. However, he felt dizzy and his vision darkened. Although the attack just now had been blocked, the powerful impact on his head still had a great impact on him. Swoosh! Just as Yi Qiuxian stabilized himself, Lu Ming's attack had arrived. Lu Ming would not miss such a good opportunity to kill him while he was down. Whoosh! The War God Spear pierced towards Yi Qiuxian's forehead once more. However, this attack did not contain any source energy. Thus, it was blocked by the runes on Yi Qiuxian's forehead. Yi Qiuxian's body was once again sent flying by the powerful impact. As expected, these guys all have life-saving treasures. Lu Ming snorted coldly in his heart. Yi Xian also possessed a life-saving treasure that the master of the heavenly palace had planted in him, allowing him to block an attack from a reciprocity expert. Yi Qiuxian also had a life-saving treasure. Although it was not as strong as Yi Xian's, it was still very shocking. It was not something that Lu Ming could break. However, Lu Ming would not give up so easily. He executed the Greater Aurora technique and in a flash, he quickly caught up with Yi Qiuxian and swept out with his spear. This time around, they were not attacking Yi Qiuxian's head. Instead, they were attacking his body. His glabella was protected. Could it be that his body was protected as well? As expected, it really was protected. When Lu Ming's spear was about to strike Yi Qiuxian's body, the runes on Yi Qiuxian's forehead rapidly expanded and enveloped his entire body. Boom! The war god spear was blocked by the runes when it struck Yi Qiuxian's body. However, Lu Ming immediately discovered that the runes that enveloped Yi Qiuxian's body were much weaker than the runes on his forehead. Their defenses were much weaker as well. When the war god's spear struck them, the runes began to shake violently, as if they were about to collapse at any time. A powerful force directly seeped into the runes and struck Yi Qiuxian's body. With a bang, Yi Qiuxian was blown several thousand kilometers away once more. This time he was no longer unscathed. Many parts of his body had exploded and several dozen of his bones had been broken. In particular, the place where the war god's spear had struck had almost been pierced through. If it were not for the defense of the runes, Yi Qiuxian's body would have been reduced to mush. The intense pain also woke Yi Qiuxian up from his stupor. Arg! Lu Ming, I'll kill you! Yi Qiuxian roared. Yi Qiuxian, to think that you would bring along a life-saving treasure when you're out adventuring. You're indeed a flower in a greenhouse. You're not fit to be mentioned in the same breath as me. You'll be trampled under my feet forever. Lu Ming's cold and disdainful voice rang out. He had initially treated Yi Qiuxian as an opponent on the same level as him. But now he had changed his mind. Yi Qiuxian would bring along life-saving treasures when he was out adventuring. Unknowingly, he would have a reliance on Yi Qiuxian and wouldn't allow himself to truly experience life and death. Even though his safety was guaranteed, geniuses who couldn't truly experience life and death wouldn't be able to truly reach the pinnacle. Sooner or later, a loophole would appear. Even though Lu Ming had some trump cards, those trump cards were obtained by Lu Ming through life and death experiences. They were completely different from life-saving treasures given by others. Therefore, Lu Ming no longer treated Yi Qiuxian as a true opponent. Yi Qiuxian wasn't fit to be his opponent. In terms of talent, Yi Qiuxian's talent was indisputable. There was probably no one in the younger generation of the primitive universe who could compare to him. Even Lu Ming himself couldn't compare to Yi Qiuxian in terms of talent. But why was Lu Ming able to defeat Yi Qiuxian? It was because Lu Ming had experienced life and death experiences time and time again, which allowed him to transform continuously. Whether it was his body, mind, or potential, they were all transforming continuously. That was why he could trample Yi Qiuxian under his feet. As for Yi Qiuxian, even though his talent was unparalleled, he couldn't truly experience life and death. With a reliance, he would lack the transformation in the future. Lu Ming was confident that as time passed, Yi Qiuxian wouldn't be worthy to be his opponent. As Lu Ming's voice rang out, the war god spear didn't stop and continued to attack Yi Qiuxian. Even though Lu Ming was confident that he could forever trample Yi Qiuxian under his feet, Yi Qiuxian's talent was still too great. Once he grew up, he would be a huge threat. It was naturally best to get rid of him as soon as possible. The war god spear was incomparably huge. It continued to attack Yi Qiuxian's body, wanting to destroy Yi Qiuxian's body in one go. But before the attack could even get close to Yi Qiuxian, Lu Ming's hair stood on end. He could feel a fatal danger approaching rapidly. Withdraw! Lu Ming roared as he forcibly withdrew his attack. He executed the Great Aurora art, and turned into an aurora as he retreated rapidly. Swoosh! In the sky, a long spear fell from the sky and pierced the ground where Lu Ming was just a moment ago. It blasted a huge hole in the ground. What a terrifying attack! A peak almighty! Lu Ming was secretly shocked. He didn't stop and continued to retreat. In the sky, a figure stepped down from the sky. It was a heavenly monarch realm expert from the heavenly human race. It was one of the people who had attacked Lion and the others previously. Qiuxian, are you alright? That Lord of Heaven looked at Yi Qiuxian. Chapter 4669. The Lord of Heaven of the heavenly human tribe was a little worried when he saw Yi Qiuxian chasing after Lu Ming alone. After fighting with Lion and the others for a while, he left the battlefield and chased after Yi Qiuxian and Lu Ming. Anyway, Lion was seriously injured and the others were exhausted. It was enough to leave the other 7 experts. On the other hand, Yi Qiuxian was more important. He was afraid that something might happen to Yi Qiuxian. After all, Yi Qiuxian was one of the only 3 people in the history of the heavenly human tribe who could control the perfect power of heaven. He was too important to the heavenly human tribe. Although on the surface, Yi Qiuxian's combat strength was definitely stronger than Lu Ming's. However, his opponent was Lu Ming. Lu Ming had the forbidden body. He was still worried. Sure enough, when he arrived, he saw that Yi Qiuxian was completely at a disadvantage. He was continuously bombarded by Lu Ming, and could only rely on his life-saving treasure to survive. Although he found it unbelievable and didn't know how Yi Qiuxian could be defeated, he attacked without hesitation. That was why the scene just now happened. Kill him for me, Yi Qiuxian roared. His eyes were red and he seemed to have gone crazy. He was originally elegant and smart. He wouldn't lose his composure like this. The main reason was that Lu Ming had dealt him too big of a blow. He was defeated twice by Lu Ming. This time, he was defeated by Lu Ming despite having a higher cultivation base. What made him angrier was Lu Ming's last words. A flower in a greenhouse would never be a match for Lu Ming. In fact, he also understood that Lu Ming was right. He went out to train and brought along life-saving treasures. No matter what, he had a reliance in his heart and couldn't really experience life and death. He understood all of this. However, he couldn't do it. It wasn't easy for him to achieve his current status. His talent was unparalleled and could be said to be the #1 in the current universe. Even in the history of the heavenly human tribe, only 2 legends could be compared to him. His future was bright. He was destined to step onto the peak of the universe and become an invincible overlord. If he didn't bring any life-saving treasures with him, what if he died? Ever since he had grasped the perfect heavenly energy, he no longer had that adventurous spirit. If this continued, he really wouldn't be a match for Lu Ming in the future. Therefore, he flew into a rage out of humiliation. He became even more furious. He wanted to kill Lu Ming even more. As long as Lu Ming died, who among the younger generation could be his opponent? The patriarch of the heavenly human tribe, Yi Immortal, was naturally not included. Yi Qiuxian, consider yourself lucky. Lu Ming's voice rang out, but he didn't stop. He retreated at top speed, flying off into the distance. When the Lord of Heaven descended, Lu Ming knew that he would not be able to kill Yi Qiuxian. The Lord of Heaven was in existence at the peak of the Divine Master level. Lu Ming was definitely no match for him. The difference was too great, so he could only retreat. You want to leave? Did you ask for my permission? The Lord of Heaven said coldly. He rushed out and chased after Lu Ming. The Lord of Heaven's speed was extremely fast. However, Lu Ming's great ultimate light skill and great teleportation skill were both extremely fast. Even if the Lord of Heaven wanted to catch up, it wouldn't be that easy. The 2 of them, one chasing and one fleeing, disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. However, the distance between the 2 of them was still shrinking. This was because Lu Ming had to pay attention to one thing while escaping in front. That was the ancient remnant beasts of this continent. He had to pay attention to those powerful ancient remnant beasts. He was afraid that they would suddenly attack him. If he saw a powerful ancient remnant beast, he would have to take a detour. Otherwise, if he were to be attacked by the ancient remnant beasts with the Lord of Heaven behind him, it would be really dangerous. As for the Lord of Heaven behind him, he didn't have to worry so much. Since Lu Ming wasn't in danger when he flew past, he naturally wouldn't be in too much danger if he followed Lu Ming's route closely. Therefore, the distance between the 2 of them was still shrinking rapidly. In just a little more than 10 minutes, the distance between the 2 of them was very close. Kill. The Lord of Heaven behind him was wearing a purple robe. He held a purple gold battle spear in his hand. The spear stabbed out, and a huge spear shadow stabbed towards Lu Ming. Its speed was so fast that it caught up with Lu Ming in an instant. Lu Ming waved his battle god spear to block, but the moment the 2 of them collided, the spear light formed by the battle god spear was shattered. Lu Ming could only dodge with all his might. Finally, he narrowly avoided the attack. However, the purple-robed Lord of Heaven's attack came again. This time he shook his spear, and hundreds of spear shadows pierced through the void and stabbed towards Lu Ming. The spear shadows almost covered the entire void, blocking all of Lu Ming's escape routes. This time Lu Ming couldn't dodge, so he could only take it head-on. I hope I can block it. Lu Ming roared in his heart. He waved his palm and performed the primitive style, which turned into a continent in front of him. At the same time, his body glowed, and all kinds of defensive ancient secret skills were also performed. There were hundreds of them behind the continent. In the blink of an eye, the spear shadows attacked. Boom, boom, boom. The continent condensed by the primitive style was instantly pierced through. It was the same for those defensive ancient secret techniques. They could only block for a few breaths of time before they were penetrated. After all, the Lord of Heaven was the Lord of Heaven. The universe bridge had already connected the cosmic sea and condensed the origin seed. Moreover, the amount of origin energy he had far surpassed Lu Ming's. His opponent had used origin energy in that move just now. Its power was astonishing, far exceeding that of a 9th-level divine lord. It was normal that Lu Ming couldn't block it. Clang, clang, clang. At least 12 spear shadows pierced Lu Ming and the armor that Qiu had transformed into. In the end, they failed to pierce through the armor, but the spear shadows were so powerful that they sent Lu Ming flying tens of thousands of li away. Plush. Within the armor, Lu Ming vomited large mouthfuls of blood, his face pale. Although the spear shadows failed to pierce through the armor, the powerful impact still penetrated the armor and struck Lu Ming's body. Although the armor had blocked a large portion of the impact, the remaining power still injured Lu Ming. It should be known that Lu Ming was powerful, but that was only in terms of his ability to fight head-on. After all, he was only a 5th-level divine lord. His body's defensive ability wasn't as strong as his ability to fight head-on. If a 7th-level divine lord struck Lu Ming, it would be enough to pose a fatal threat to Lu Ming. However, under normal circumstances, a 7th-level divine lord wouldn't be able to hit Lu Ming at all. Qiu, are you okay? Lu Ming was somewhat worried about Qiu. Qiu was only a 5th-level divine lord. He didn't know if it would have any problems blocking the attack of a Lord of Heaven. It hurts so much that I'm about to cry. That damned celestial race. Qiu yelled. Lu Ming was relieved. It seemed that Qiu was fine. Lu Ming could not be bothered about his injuries. With the help of this force, he dashed forward quickly. An armor formed from a metallic life form is actually like an source-level divine weapon. What sort of metallic life form is this? The purple-robed Lord of Heaven was also stunned. Then came endless greed. Chapter 46-70. The purple-robed Lord of Heaven's eyes flickered with the flames of greed. A metallic life form could actually transform into a source-level armor and block his attack. This was simply unheard of. In his long life, he had never heard of such a thing. The metallic race of the top 10 races was simply trash compared to Qiu. It was definitely not simple, extremely not simple. He wanted to take it for himself. Lu Ming, you can't run away. The purple-robed Lord of Heaven coldly shouted, and continued to chase Lu Ming. The two of them chased and fled. Not long after, the distance between them closed again. The purple-robed Lord of Heaven stabbed out with his purple-gold spear again. This time, the purple-robed Lord of Heaven once again erupted with the power of origin. Hundreds of spear shadows whizzed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming still tried his best to block. The primitive style, all kinds of defensive ancient secret techniques, etc. Although these methods couldn't block the purple-robed Lord of Heaven's attack, they could at least weaken a part of the power, allowing Qiu to take a part of the attack and lessen the impact. Just like before, the primitive style and defensive ancient secret techniques were penetrated. More than 10 spear shadows pierced Lu Ming's body and sent Lu Ming flying again. The powerful impact made Lu Ming's injuries worse. He spat out mouthfuls of blood and many of his bones were fractured. What a powerful force. It's too powerful. If this continues, even if Qiu can block the attack, I will be killed by the impact. Lu Ming's mind raced as he tried to think of a countermeasure. However, his body didn't stop. He continued to use the force to charge forward. It's useless even if you hide in the armor. The impact alone can kill you. The purple-robed Lord of Heaven snorted and continued to chase. Not long after, Lu Ming suffered another attack and his injuries worsened. The main reason was that he didn't have time to heal. No matter how strong his vitality was, or how fast his recovery was, he couldn't recover. Escape? I will definitely be able to escape. The geography of this continent is complicated, and there are powerful surviving species of the Great Desolate Land. Perhaps I can borrow the strength of those powerful surviving species of the Great Desolate Land to repel the other party. Lu Ming kept thinking. Right now, he could only think of one way, and that was to rely on the Great Desolate Ring and the powerful Great Desolate Ancient Species. For example, if he discovered a primordial beast at reciprocity, Lu Ming would directly charge into the primordial ring. After alarming the primordial beast, Lu Ming would immediately enter the primordial ring. That way, the Lord of Heaven would not dare to approach him. However, there were several risks in doing so. Firstly, when he charged towards the powerful primordial remnant species, he had to alarm them. If he did not alarm the Great Desolate Remnant, he would have entered the Great Desolate Ring. That purple-robed Lord of Heaven would have been able to get close and take away the Great Desolate Ring. Then he would have become a turtle in a jar. Secondly, if he alarmed the Great Desolate Remnant species, it would charge towards Lu Ming. Before Lu Ming could enter the Great Desolate Ring, he would be killed by the Great Desolate Remnant species. Thirdly, if he alarmed the Great Desolate Remnant species, Lu Ming would successfully enter the Great Desolate Ring and scare away the purple-robed Lord of Heaven. However, if the Great Desolate Remnant species discovered the Great Desolate Ring and put it away, he would be in trouble. He would not be able to escape, and would only be able to remain in the Great Desolate Ring. Only by alarming the Great Desolate Remnant species would Lu Ming successfully enter the Great Desolate Ring and scare away the purple-robed Lord of Heaven. At the same time, the Great Desolate Remnant species would not discover Lu Ming. Only then would Lu Ming be able to escape successfully. With these 3 points of danger, Lu Ming became rather hesitant about whether he should do it or not. At a crucial moment, he still had to risk it. It was better than being killed by his opponent. After a while, Lu Ming was struck again, worsening his injuries. I'll risk it. I can't go on like this. I can't shake off the other party. Lu Ming finally made up his mind. He planned to find a strong Great Desolate Remnant species and risk it all. That is, suddenly Lu Ming saw a huge crack in the ground in front of him. The crack was pitch black. Faint roars and screams came from within. It seemed like many Great Desolate Remnant species resided in there. I'll risk it. A ruthless look flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he charged into that crack. The crack went straight down. The further down it went, the wider it became and the larger it became. There were many protruding rocks on both sides of the crack, as well as some caves. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure charged out of one of the caves and lunged at Lu Ming. This was a huge lizard. Its entire body was green, and a scarlet strip of flesh protruded from its mouth. Then it tried to wrap around Lu Ming. Just a 5th-level divine master. Lu Ming's heart thumped. He thrust out his spear and killed the lizard. His body did not stop as he continued to charge downward. Gaga. Creak, creak, creak. Screams came from the cliffs on both sides of the crack. Pairs of scarlet lights appeared in those pitch-black caves. Those were all eyes. Then, one Great Desolate Remnant species after another crawled out of those caves. There were lizards, toads, spiders. They were all poisonous insects. So many. The extreme light art. Lu Ming was alarmed. His body turned into a beam of light as he charged downward. Swish! Above, the purple-robed Lord of Heaven also chased down. Those lizards, spiders, and toads charged out of the caves and charged at Lu Ming and the purple-robed Lord of Heaven. Poisonous fumes of various colors filled the air, and the entire void was covered by this poisonous fumes. Lu Ming ignored these poisonous gases and attacks. In any case, Qiuqiu was here to block these attacks. He only needed to charge down with all his strength. Scram! The purple-robed Lord of Heaven roared. Powerful energy surged out of his body. It was the power of heavenly punishment. The power of heavenly punishment turned into thousands of lightning bolts that covered the void and purified the poisonous gases. Those lizards, spiders, and toads were also struck by the lightning bolts. Some were directly killed, while others were heavily injured and fell. Although there were many poisonous insects, they were not very strong. The strongest was only at the 7th or 8th level of the Divine Master realm. Naturally, they could not stop the purple-robed Lord of Heaven. However, the purple-robed Lord of Heaven's speed was slightly affected. Lu Ming took this opportunity to open up some distance. Kill! The purple-robed Lord of Heaven roared. His entire body was covered in the power of heavenly punishment, as if he was wearing armor of lightning. He became one with the purplish gold battle spear and swooped down, charging toward Lu Ming in a domineering manner. Those poisonous bugs exploded one after another as he rushed past them. The crack was very deep. Lu Ming felt that he had charged down at least 10,000 li, before finally reaching the end. That's when Lu Ming saw the scene below. He felt his scalp go numb and his hair stand on end. There was a pond below, and there was a pile of giant snakes in it. Yes, giant snakes. Each snake was more than 10 meters in diameter. There were not just 1 or 2 snakes, but a pile of at least a dozen of them. More than 10 giant snakes intertwined with each other, turning into a snake pile, looking incomparably terrifying. Most importantly, each of the giant snakes was emitting a terrifying aura. Peak God Lord. Lu Ming could tell that the cultivation level of each of these giant snakes had reached peak Almighty Master. Chapter 46-71. Lu Ming's scalp went numb. He had fallen into a snake's nest. From the looks of it, these giant snakes should be in their breeding season, so they gathered together. Hiss, hiss. Those giant snakes had already discovered Lu Ming. Several of them rose into the air, exposing their bodies that were more than 100 meters long. They opened their mouths wide and tried to swallow Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked down and saw several pitch-black abysses. Fight! Lu Ming gritted his teeth. Below was the snake's nest, and behind him was the purple Lord of Heaven. He had no way out. If he continued to hesitate, he would only die. With a thought, Lu Ming entered the ancient desolation ring. The ancient desolation ring continued to descend. It landed in the mouth of a giant snake, and was swallowed into its stomach. How did this kid disappear? Did he enter the ring? Could it be that the ring has an internal space? The purple Lord of Heaven's mind raced. Only a treasure with an internal space could take him in, and one that could allow living creatures to live in. Such a treasure was extremely rare in the greater thousand world like the Chaos Universe. Lu Ming even had such a treasure. He had too many good things on him. At the thought of this, the purple-robed Lord of Heaven's eyes burned even more fervently. He did not slow down and wanted to kill the giant snake, so that he could take control of the Chaos Ring. Whoosh! One of the giant snakes swept its tail at the purple Lord of Heaven like a bolt of lightning. The snake's tail was more powerful than a divine weapon. It directly pierced through the void, and let out a terrifying roar. With a terrifying force, it kept pressing towards the purple Lord of Heaven. The purple Lord of Heaven waved his violet golden battle spear, and swept it out, colliding with the snake's tail. Boom! With a loud bang, the purple Lord of Heaven's body shook violently. He couldn't help but retreat. His face turned pale, and he almost vomited blood. What a strong power. It's even stronger than mine. The purple Lord of Heaven was a little shocked. Boom! 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 At this moment, several giant snakes made their moves. All of them lashed out with their tails towards the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven. Every single one of them exploded with an astonishing amount of power. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven's expression was grave. He used his movement technique to continuously dodge, but in the end, he was unable to completely dodge. He was swept by a snake tail, and the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven crashed into a wall, coughing up large amounts of blood. With just one strike, 9 of the Lord of Heaven's bones were broken. Silk then, a giant snake flew out like lightning, opening its mouth and biting towards the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven waved his hand, and a few balls flew into the giant snake's mouth. Then they suddenly exploded, blowing up the giant snake's mouth. However, the giant snake didn't die. It just continued to scream, and went completely crazy. The 2 fangs in its mouth flew out like 2 daggers at lightning speed. Although the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven did his best to dodge, he was still struck by one of the fangs. It left a deep wound on his body, almost tearing half of his body apart. Run, run, run. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven was terrified and frantically fled upwards. Fortunately, the giant snakes didn't chase after the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven when they saw that he had run far away. Instead, they fell down and continued to tangle with the other giant snakes. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven didn't dare to be careless, nor did he dare to stop. He continued to charge downwards until he reached the outside of the crack. Only then did he let out a long breath. Then his body trembled, and he suddenly coughed up blood. Damn, those fangs are poisonous. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven roared. Previously, he had been struck by one of the giant snake's fangs. That fangs contained a deadly poison that had already spread throughout his body. He had to heal as quickly as possible. He casually laid down some alert formations around the crack, and then sat down cross-legged. He took out several medicinal pills, swallowed them, and began to circulate his energy to expel the poison. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven spent 3 days to expel the poison from his body. His injuries were mostly healed. That brat Lu Ming still hasn't come out. Could it be that he's already dead? Not necessarily. He entered a treasure with a hidden space. He shouldn't die so easily. This crack is very dangerous, and I can't go alone. I should find someone else to go with me. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven thought to himself. He actually wanted to capture Lu Ming by himself and take all of Lu Ming's treasures for himself. However, it was clear that he was too weak. It was too dangerous for him to enter the crevice alone. He planned to go with Yi Qiuxian and the others. Immediately, the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven laid down some formations around the crack. These formations were surveillance formations. He could see them even from far away. This kind of formation was very simple and basic in the Eldritch universe. It was also very practical. So many people with higher cultivation would learn it easily. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven laid down surveillance formations around the crack mainly because he was afraid that Lu Ming would sneak away after he left. Then, the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven's figure flashed and left the place. How do I get out? Lu Ming frowned. He stayed in the chaos ring and sat cross-legged. He spread out his spirit sense and covered the surface of the chaos ring. He could observe the situation outside the chaos ring. It was obvious that the chaos ring was in the giant snake's stomach. At this moment, there was a green and disgusting liquid surging towards the chaos ring from all directions, wrapping the chaos ring within. This liquid was terrifyingly corrosive and poisonous. It was the giant snake's digestive fluid. It was extremely terrifying. No matter how powerful a creature was, once it was wrapped in this digestive fluid, it would be poisoned and slowly corroded. However, the Chaos Ring was not to be underestimated. It was one of the 4 great treasures of the Life-Spirit Heavenly Court. Its material was indestructible and could not be corroded by this digestive fluid. Therefore, the Chaos Ring was completely fine. Lu Ming was not worried about this. What he was worried about was how to get out. Should he break open the giant snake's body and kill his way out? Obviously, that was not realistic. After he got out, he would probably be completely corroded by the digestive fluid. Should he release the War God Spear and make it expand rapidly to burst the giant snake's stomach? That was also impossible. This giant snake was a peak divine master. At this level, it was easy to change the size of its body. When the War God Spear expanded, the giant snake's body could also expand. It was a stupid method to make the snake's body explode by expanding its size. It might work at a lower level, but it was completely impossible at a higher level. Lu Ming had a headache. The only thing he could do now was to wait. Perhaps the Chaos Ring could be excreted along with the giant snake's excrement? Although this method was embarrassing and disgusting, there was no other way. After about half a day, Lu Ming could clearly feel that the giant snake was moving quickly. It should be done and had left the nest. After a few hours, the giant snake stopped. After a while, the giant snake started moving again. Just like that, a few days passed in the blink of an eye. The Chaos Ring was still in the giant snake's stomach. Chapter 4672. On this day, Lu Ming could clearly feel that the giant snake was violently shaking. Outside, there was a violent rumble and the giant snake's sharp cry. The giant snake is fighting. What is it fighting against? Could it be that the people from the heavenly palace have arrived? Lu Ming's heart sank. It had already been a few days. It wasn't surprising that the people from the heavenly palace had arrived. The battle didn't last for long. After a few minutes, Lu Ming sensed that the giant snake was no longer moving. Lu Ming's spiritual awareness covered the surface of the ancient desolation ring. He could feel that the surrounding digestive fluid had receded. The life force of the giant snake was also quickly draining away. The giant snake was dead. It was obvious that the giant snake had been killed. Lu Ming's heart also rose. He hoped that the people who had killed the giant snake weren't from the heavenly palace. Pucci. The giant snake's body was being cut open. Looking outside through the ancient desolation ring, he could see that the giant snake's stomach was also cut open. The light outside shone in. That's a desolation remnant. After seeing the situation outside, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel happy. The people who had killed the giant snake weren't from the heavenly palace, but several giant red birds. These giant red birds had long beaks and extremely sharp claws. At this moment, these giant birds were using their sharp claws to tear apart the giant snake's body. Small, small, small. Lu Ming controlled the ancient desolation ring and made it quickly shrink until it was as small as a speck of dust. He then attached it to a piece of the giant snake's bone. He didn't dare to act rashly. These giant birds were able to kill the giant snake in just a few minutes. This was enough to show their terrifying strength. Lu Ming couldn't even defeat the giant snake. If he acted rashly, he would be courting death. The giant birds were enjoying their meal to their heart's content. They didn't even notice the tiny ancient desolation ring. Soon, the giant snake was almost completely eaten. Only a few scraps were left. After the giant birds enjoyed their meal, they seemed to be satisfied. After chirping a few times, they spread their wings and flew away in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming let out a long breath. However, he didn't immediately come out of the ancient desolation ring. Instead, he controlled the ancient desolation ring to fly up and looked around with his spiritual awareness. This was a plain with a few hills in the distance. There were no other desolation remnants around. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. With a thought, he flew out of the primitive ring. He condensed a wisp of flame and shrouded the primitive ring, removing the residual digestive fluid on the surface of the primitive ring. He then put the primitive ring into his sea of consciousness. I didn't expect there was an underground world under the crack. Lu Ming looked around. The surroundings were wide and boundless. The vegetation was lush and full of vitality. Apart from the dim lighting, it was no different from the outside of the crack. I don't know where I am now, and how far away I am from that crack. I wonder if the people from the heavenly palace have come after me? Lu Ming pondered. If the purple-robed Lord of Heaven was fine, Lu Ming guessed that the heavenly human race would most likely come after him. They wouldn't let him go so easily. A few days had passed. Perhaps the heavenly palace had already entered the crack. I can't go back to that crack. Maybe the heavenly palace is waiting for me there. Maybe there are other exits. Lu Ming pondered. He planned to leave this place first and look for other exits. But before leaving, Lu Ming waved his hands. Runes spread and several formations appeared around him. Similarly, this was a monitoring array formation. If the heavenly palace's people passed by here, they would be discovered by Lu Ming. After setting up the monitoring array, Lu Ming flew along the ground and disappeared from the place. Lu Ming randomly chose a direction and rushed forward. Every once in a while, Lu Ming would set up a few surveillance formations in some hidden corners. Very soon a day passed. This underground world was really vast. It also gave birth to many powerful primitive surviving beasts. Throughout the day, Lu Ming saw many surviving beasts of the untainted land. Of course, these primitive surviving beasts varied in strength. It was impossible for all of them to be as powerful as the giant snakes or the fiery red giant birds. There were primitive surviving beasts of all realms. Ordinary surviving species of the untainted land did not pose a threat to Lu Ming at all. He just had to avoid those powerful surviving species of the untainted land. Fortunately, Lu Ming did not encounter any primordial surviving beasts of the origin realm that day. At this moment, the purple-robed Lord of Heaven finally found Yi Qiuxian and the others outside the crack. Young Master Qiuxian, How are the Heaven Destroyer and the others? Asked the purple-robed Lord of Heaven. I killed one of them. The others escaped. Humph. Yi Qiuxian snorted coldly. He was extremely displeased. Originally, with their strength, they had the absolute upper hand. Even if they couldn't wipe out Lion and the others, they would definitely suffer heavy losses. However, due to his defeat in the battle against Lu Ming, the purple-robed Lord of Heaven left the battlefield to save him. This allowed the Heaven Destroyer to catch their breath. In the end, only one of them was killed. The others all escaped. This was equivalent to him indirectly helping the Heaven Destroyer. It would be strange if he wasn't happy. Where's Lu Ming? Did you kill him? Yi Qiuxian changed the topic and asked the purple-robed Lord of Heaven. He managed to escape. That little brat has many treasures and is extremely crafty. He managed to escape to a dangerous place. The purple-robed Lord of Heaven explained in detail how Lu Ming escaped into the crack. Of course, he had made some slight changes in some parts. For example, he didn't mention that Lu Ming had a treasure that contained an internal space. He only said that Lu Ming rushed into the crack and he followed him in, only to be attacked by the giant snake. As for the metal life form being able to transform into a source-grade armor, he didn't want to say it. However, after thinking that Yi Qiuxian should know, he said it. He was a little selfish. He wanted to take all the treasures on Lu Ming. That Lu Ming has great luck. Even if there's a powerful remnant species in the crack, he won't die so easily. He's most likely still alive. Let's go and kill him in the crack. Yi Qiuxian said coldly. His killing intent towards Lu Ming was getting stronger and stronger. He must find a way to get rid of Lu Ming. I've set up a monitoring formation around the crack. I didn't see Lu Ming come out of the crack. He should still be inside. The purple-robed Lord of Heaven said. All right, lead the way. Let's go. Yi Qiuxian Dao. Yi Qiuxian immediately led the way toward the crack. Not long after, they arrived above the crack. The last time I went down, I encountered a group of giant snakes. There were more than a dozen of them, and each of them had a cultivation of peak Divine Lord. They were very strong. I don't know if they're still there. You must be careful when you go down. The purple-robed Lord of Heaven said. Gather together. If you find that you can't handle the danger, retreat quickly. Yi Qiuxian Dao. 8 peak Divine Lord experts immediately surrounded Yi Qiuxian and rushed down the crack. Soon, they were attacked by the lizards and spiders on both sides of the crack. Chapter 46-73. However, the poisonous insects on both sides of the crack were unable to cause any harm to Yi Qiuxian and the others. They easily killed a large number of them, and soon arrived at the bottom of the crack. Be careful, there are giant snakes down there. There are only 3 left. Don't worry, kill them. Yi Qiuxian and the others found that there were indeed giant snakes under the crack. However, there were only 3 left as the others had all left. Hiss hiss, the 3 giant snakes attacked Yi Qiuxian and the others. Each of the giant snakes had the cultivation of a peak almighty. However, there were only 3 of them. On the heavenly palace's side, there were 8 Lord of Heaven. 2 of them even had source-level divine weapons. Their combat strength was far superior to the 3 giant snakes. The 2 sides fought for a while. In the end, the 3 giant snakes were defeated and all of them were killed. Peel open the giant snake's body and see if Lu Ming has been eaten by the giant snake. Yi Qiuxian said. Immediately, one of the Lord of Heaven stepped forward, took out a sharp sword, and cut open the giant snake's stomach. However, he did not find Lu Ming's body. It seems that Lu Ming is not here. It's very likely that he survived. Yi Qiuxian said coldly. This underground world looks very big. It won't be easy to find Lu Ming. How about we split up and chase him? 2 people in a group and chase in 4 directions. The purple Lord of Heaven's suggestion was approved by the others. This underground world was indeed very big. They could not see the end of it. If they searched together, the efficiency would be too low. If they split up, the efficiency would be greatly increased. With 2 Lord of Heaven in a group, even if Lu Ming had many treasures, he would not be able to escape death. Immediately they split into 4 groups. 2 Lord of Heaven in a group. Yi Qiuxian, with 2 Lord of Heaven in a group. The 4 groups split into 4 directions. They shot out like lightning and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Lu Ming was hiding on a giant rock and looking ahead. Is that a glazed peach? Lu Ming stared at a mountain peak in front of him without blinking. Up ahead, there was a mountain peak. The peak of the mountain wasn't very tall, and there was a huge peach tree at the peak. This peach tree had a diameter of 100 meters and a height of several thousand meters. It was incomparably huge. There were at least a few hundred peaches growing on this peach tree. Each peach was as big as a bucket. The peaches were sparkling and translucent, like colored glass. Lu Ming had seen records of such peaches in ancient books. This type of peach was known as the glazed peach. It was a type of primary divine medicine. Master-grade divine medicine, as the name implied, was a divine medicine that was extremely useful to divine masters. This was especially true for the colored glazed peach, which contained extremely rich essence qi. It could be refined directly to replace the desolate crystal and increase the cultivation of a divine master. For divine masters, other than the primal chaos crystal, there were actually many main-level divine herbs that could increase their cultivation. However, master-grade godly medicines were simply too rare. They were much rarer than great desolation gems. Just like source-grade godly medicines, the desolate universe couldn't nurture any of them. If one wanted to obtain them, they could only do so in the universe ruins. However, the laws of the universe ruins were chaotic in the past, so very few of them could be nurtured. It was only in the last few dozen stellar years that the laws of the universe ruins became more orderly. Some places could nurture some main-level divine herbs, but they were extremely rare. Therefore, divine masters mainly relied on great desolation gems to increase their cultivation. This continent had always been sealed in the thousand-year battlefield. Just like the desolate continent, it didn't seem to be affected. The surviving species of the desolate universe had reproduced here, and they had encountered source-grade divine herbs before. Thus, it was normal for some main-level divine herbs to be nurtured. If I want to break through to the 6th level of the Divine Master realm, I'll need at least 5 to 6 million Great Desolation Gems. Where can I find so many Great Desolation Gems? If I have a few hundred colored glazed peaches, I might be able to take a big step forward and save a lot of Great Desolation Gems. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he thought about it. He had to increase his strength as soon as possible because he didn't know when the heavenly human race would arrive. If he could increase his cultivation to the 6th level of the Divine Master realm, he would be much more confident in protecting himself. However, it wasn't that easy to get these glazed peaches, because there were many apes living on the peach trees and mountain peaks. These apes were burly and extremely strong. They were obviously surviving species of the desolate universe. There were more than 100 of them. If he wanted to get these glazed peaches, he would have to fight with these apes. There's a peak Divine Master Monkey King and 3 9th level Divine Masters. The rest are all below the 9th level of the Divine Master realm. Even so, I can't deal with them. Now, I can only wait for the right time. Lu Ming thought about it and used the great concealment technique to hide in the rocks and wait for the right time. Half a day later. Ao, the apes howled loudly, especially the Monkey King. Then it led a group of apes into the distance and disappeared from Lu Ming's sight. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The opportunity had come. The Monkey King had taken away more than half of the apes, including 2 9th level Divine Master apes. Now there was only 1 9th level Divine Master ape left on the mountain peak. With a 9th level Divine Master, Lu Ming now had a chance. However, Lu Ming did not immediately make his move. The Monkey King had only just left. If he made a move now, he might alarm the Monkey King. Lu Ming waited for 10-some minutes before making his move. Swish. Lu Ming used the extreme light art and shot toward the mountain peak like a bolt of lightning. Ao, the apes immediately noticed Lu Ming and furiously roared. 10-some apes leaped at Lu Ming. Kill. Lu Ming roared as the war god spear thrust forward, transforming into 10-some spear lights. Swoosh. Swoosh. The war god spear was incredibly sharp. Although these apes had tough physical bodies and astonishing defensive abilities, they could not block the war god spear's attacks. Those below the 8th level of the God Lord realm were unable to block a single spear light and were killed. The two 8th level God Lord apes relied on their powerful defensive abilities to preserve their lives, but they were heavily injured, their heads almost exploding. Lu Ming moved with incredible speed and arrived at the mountain peak in an instant. Boom! The 9th tier Divine Master Ape stomped on the ground, causing the ground to crack. Its burly body charged toward Lu Ming like a small mountain. It threw a punch, causing the void to crack. It was a shocking sight. Little ball! Lu Ming exclaimed softly. Qiu flew out and turned into a mirror. It shot out a beam of light and shrouded the 9th level Divine Master Ape. The 9th level God Lord Ape was instantly affected and fell into an illusion. However, primordial descendants seem to have a powerful resistance to illusions. In just a moment, the ape began to roar and struggle. But this moment was enough for Lu Ming. Vish! Lu Ming thrust his spear with all his might toward the 9th level Divine Master Ape. This spear erupted with the power of Origin Source. Chapter 46-74. A 9th level God Lord Ape was the strongest ape here. As long as he could deal with this ape, the rest would be easy. Thus, Lu Ming used his full strength the moment he attacked. Origin energy also erupted and poured into the War God Spear. Fwoosh! This spear was unstoppable. It directly penetrated the space between the ape's eyebrows, blasting a large hole in the ape's forehead. The vitality of a primeval remnant was not to be underestimated. Even with a large hole in its forehead, this 9th level God Lord Ape did not die immediately. It madly punched out with its fists, sending out 10-some punches before finally collapsing to the ground. Swish! 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 Lu Ming did not stop attacking the other apes. Faced with apes below the 9th tier of the Divine Master Realm, with Qiu's cooperation, even without the power of the Origin, they could destroy them easily. Lu Ming killed 7 to 8 7th tier and 8th tier Divine Master apes consecutively. The other apes were terrified. They no longer dared to continue fighting with Lu Ming, howling as they ran off into the distance. These apes were clearly running in the direction of the Monkey King, clearly intending to inform it. But Lu Ming did not care. He only needed a short period of time to harvest the colored peaches. Once he was done, Lu Ming would leave. Even if the Monkey King returned, it would not be able to find him. With the apes fleeing, Lu Ming flew to the top of the tree. His forbidden energy transformed into large hands that began to harvest the colored peaches. One bucket-sized colored peaches after another were put into Lu Ming's storage ring. Lu Ming was very fast at harvesting. In just a few minutes, he had harvested more than 300 colored peaches. Lu Ming then transformed into a ray of light that shot off into the distance, vanishing in the blink of an eye. More than 10 minutes after Lu Ming flew away, an earth-shattering roar could be heard from afar. The Monkey King flew over quickly. When it saw the bare peach tree, it roared furiously. It smashed the ground around it, forming many big pits. Unfortunately, it was useless. Just like before, Lu Ming set up several monitoring arrays after flying for a short distance. After flying for half a day, Lu Ming found a relatively secluded place and sat down cross-legged. He took out a glazed peach and began to gnaw it. The colored glass peach looked like colored glass, but its flesh was juicy and melted in the mouth. It was filled with rich life essence and energy. It was as big as a water bucket, and Lu Ming finished it in a few bites. Waves of energy crisscrossed within Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming began refining with all his might. About an hour later, the glazed peach was completely refined by Lu Ming. Carefully sensing the changes in the forbidden energy in his body, Lu Ming gasped in amazement. The energy contained in a single glazed peach is equivalent to 10,000 desolate crystals. More than 300 glazed peaches are equivalent to more than 3 million desolate crystals. There was joy on Lu Ming's face. Although more than 300 glazed peaches couldn't help Lu Ming break through, they could save Lu Ming more than 3 million desolate crystals. If he had enough main-grade divine herbs, he could indeed break through directly. These glazed peaches are truly priceless. If I'm below the 3rd layer of the Divine Lord realm, I only need one to break through. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. He then took out another glazed peach and continued to refine it. Just like this, several days passed. Lu Ming had refined several dozen glazed peaches, and the forbidden energy in his body was growing thicker and thicker. But at this time, Lu Ming stopped cultivating. Let's see if the people from the heavenly palace are here. Lu Ming thought for a moment, then waved his hand. Several light screens appeared in the air. These light screens corresponded to the surveillance formations he had set up and could project images of the nearby area. He didn't see anyone from the heavenly palace in these images. Lu Ming waved his hand again, and the images changed. After all, Lu Ming had set up many surveillance formations, so he had to look through them one by one. After continuously changing dozens of images, finally Lu Ming's pupils shrank when he saw one of the images. In this image, there were two figures standing high in the sky. These two figures were naturally the Lord of Heaven of the heavenly human tribe. One of them was the purple-robed Lord of Heaven who had chased after Lu Ming. Moreover, Lu Ming instantly determined that these two Lord of Heaven were very close to his current location. A layer of cold sweat seeped out of Lu Ming's forehead. He had forgotten about it, because he was cultivating. Fortunately, he had checked in time. If he had delayed any longer, the other party might have found him. If the two Lord of Heaven attacked together, even if he had the protection of Qiuqiu's armor, he would still be shocked to death. Lu Ming ended his cultivation, withdrew his aura, and quietly left this place. Not long after Lu Ming left, two figures flashed in the place where Lu Ming had been cultivating in seclusion. The purple-robed Lord of Heaven appeared in the sky, looking in all directions and spreading out their spiritual senses. However, Lu Ming was now experienced. Before leaving, he had wiped out the aura he left behind, so the other party didn't find anything. Could it be that Lu Ming is not in this area? Or has he been eaten by the surviving species of the untainted land? The other Lord of Heaven, who was more burly, frowned. I don't think so. I guess he's near this area. The purple-robed Lord of Heaven said. Oh, why do you think so? The burly Lord of Heaven said in confusion. Have you forgotten those apes you saw before? Those apes were as violent as thunder, and that Monkey King was filled with killing intent. I'm guessing that there must have been a fruit on that peach tree, but it was plucked away by someone. That's why those apes were so violent. The purple-robed Lord of Heaven analyzed. Are you saying that Lu Ming plucked it away? The burly Lord of Heaven's eyes lit up. The others are searching in other directions. Who else could be in this direction except for us? So I'm sure that Lu Ming is in this area. Maybe he's not far from us. The purple-robed Lord of Heaven said. Now that you mention it, it does make sense. Let's speed up the search. The burly Lord of Heaven laughed and flew forward. His spiritual consciousness whizzed out and covered a large area. On the other hand, Lu Ming was flying at high speed. At the same time, many thoughts were running through his mind. It seems that the people from the heavenly palace have really come in. Their purpose is obviously for me. I can't go on like this. They'll find me sooner or later. I either have to find another way out or launch a counterattack. Various thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Caw. In the distant sky, a sharp chirp interrupted Lu Ming's train of thought. In the distant sky, there was a golden eagle. Its body was golden and its wings were hundreds of meters long. This golden eagle was almost identical to the golden eagle that Lion and the others had besieged earlier. Lu Ming was sure that the two were of the same species. Even though they were far away, Lu Ming could feel the terrifying aura of the golden eagle in the distance. It was definitely a peak almighty surviving species of the untainted land, and it was extremely terrifying. Chapter 4675. Lu Ming subconsciously tensed his muscles. His body flashed as he used the great concealment technique to hide in a rock. This golden condor's combat strength was simply too shocking. Lu Ming had a deep impression of it. Previously, Lion and the other 8 peak Divine Master experts had joined forces to fight against the Golden Condor, but it had been extremely difficult. In the end, Lion had been seriously injured before he finally killed the Golden Condor. Although the others were not injured, they had also consumed a lot of energy. The Golden Condor's combat strength was evident. Although it was also a peak Divine Master, it was definitely many times stronger than the giant snake. It was evident that the Golden Condor was extremely powerful even among the surviving species of the untainted land. In the void ahead, the Golden Condor swooped down and landed on a rock that protruded from the cliff. This Golden Condor is powerful enough. If I can borrow the power of this golden condor, I can kill the two Lord of Heaven of the heavenly human tribe. Lu Ming's mind quickly began to think. It was obviously unrealistic to rely on his own strength to deal with the two Lord of Heaven. He could only rely on external forces to deal with experts at the level of the Lord of Heaven. However, what should he do to borrow the power of the golden condor? This was very dangerous. If he did not do it right, he might get burned by playing with fire and lose himself. Lu Ming, I can sense that there is a metal vein underground that extends all the way to the cliff. Perhaps we can approach it silently. Qiuqiu said. There is a metal vein underground? Can you approach the cliff without making any noise? Lu Ming's eyes lit up as an idea immediately surfaced in his mind. If he could get close to the golden condor and wait for the heavenly human tribe members to arrive, he could appear and lure the two heavenly human tribe members over. No. Lu Ming immediately shook his head and dismissed the idea. This method would not work at all. Firstly, if he took the initiative to appear, he would probably immediately be attacked by the golden condor. Secondly, even if the golden condor did not attack him, would the Lord of Heaven of the heavenly human tribe be so stupid as to attack him after seeing the golden condor? At that time, with the golden condor in front and the Lord of Heaven behind him, he would be in a desperate situation. What should we do? Lu Ming furrowed his brows deeply. At this moment, he deeply felt that his cultivation was too weak. If his cultivation was strong enough, he wouldn't have to waste so much effort. He could just charge over and crush the other party with his powerful battle prowess. Let's not think about it anymore. Let's go over and see what's going on. Having made up his mind, Lu Ming had Qiuqiu dig a small hole in the ground before the two of them entered the underground metal mine. This metal mine was just an ordinary metal mine. It wasn't precious, but it was enough for them to pass through. Qiuqiu wriggled and enveloped Lu Ming within it. It then integrated into the metal mine and moved along the metal mine toward the cliff. The cliff looked like it was made of brass, but it turned out to be a huge metal mine. This also made things easier for Lu Ming and the others. Qiuqiu brought Lu Ming along and silently appeared on a cliff above the golden condor, watching it secretly from above. Those are bird eggs. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He discovered that there was a bird's nest on the protruding rock below. There were 3 huge golden bird eggs in the nest. The golden eagle was obviously incubating the eggs. If I can steal an egg, this golden eagle will probably go crazy. Right, I got it. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He thought of a way to use this golden eagle to deal with the two Lord of Heaven from the heavenly palace. Lu Ming and Qiuqiu quietly waited in the metal mine. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. They're here. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He saw 2 figures rapidly flying over from afar. They were the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven and the burly Lord of Heaven saw the golden eagle from afar and didn't dare to approach. They just glanced at it and left. Naturally, they couldn't discover Lu Ming and the others. What a pity, Lu Ming sighed. His plan hadn't succeeded yet, so he could only continue to hide. In the blink of an eye, another few days had passed. Whoosh! The great golden condor soared into the sky, flying into the distance in search of food. Just like the golden eagle that Lion dealt with previously, this golden eagle also set up a formation before it left to hide the eggs. It couldn't be seen from the outside at all. Good chance. After the golden eagle left, Lu Ming and Qiuqiu took action. With Lu Ming's attainments in formations, it would be difficult for him to break the concealment formation set up by the golden eagle. It would take him at least a few days. After such a long time, the golden eagle would have been alerted. However, there was a loophole in this formation. There was a metal mine below. Therefore, Qiuqiu directly took action from below and silently obtained an egg. The golden bird egg had a diameter of a few meters. Lu Ming kept it in the ancient desolation ring. Then, Qiuqiu took Lu Ming and continued to merge with the metal mine before leaving silently. Not long after, the golden eagle seemed to have sensed that something was wrong with the egg and hurried back. When it saw that an egg was missing, it immediately let out an earth-shattering cry and flew around in the sky. From time to time, it would spit out a golden stream of light from its mouth, blasting a large hole in the ground. Caw! The golden eagle screamed and pounced on the other surviving species of the ancient wilderness in the surrounding area. The surviving species of the ancient wilderness in this area suffered. Dozens of them were killed by the golden eagle while the rest fled. The golden eagle screamed for a long time before it calmed down. It landed on the nest and didn't leave anymore. How terrifying! The strength of this golden eagle seems to be even stronger than the one that lion and the rest attacked previously. Its combat strength is far above the heavenly human race. What a terrifying species! Lu Ming sighed in his heart. However, the stronger the golden eagle, the better. Let's try and see if the golden eagle is sensitive to the eggs. Lu Ming pondered. Then he carefully went to the ground and took out the golden egg from the ancient wilderness ring. As soon as the golden egg was taken out, the golden eagle on the cliff immediately raised its head and screeched. It flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Then, it rushed toward Lu Ming. Nest, your senses are really sharp. Lu Ming put the golden egg into the ancient wilderness ring as fast as he could. Then he and Qiu quickly rushed into the metal mine and went down along the metal mine. Boom! Boom! Not long after Lu Ming entered the metal mine, an earth-shattering roar erupted from above. The place where Lu Ming was standing just now was brutally ravaged by the golden eagle's crazy attacks. A large piece of the hard ground was forcefully removed by the golden path, creating a large hole that was 10,000 meters deep. Fortunately, the metal mine here was rich. It extended down for more than 100,000 meters. Lu Ming and Qiu went down without being attacked by the golden eagle. Chapter 46-76. Half a day later, the golden eagle finally stopped and returned to the cliff. After a while, Lu Ming quietly returned to the ground and quickly flew into the distance. The direction Lu Ming was heading in was the direction where the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven and the burly Lord of Heaven had left. This time, Lu Ming wanted to take the initiative to find the two Lord of Heaven. Along the way, Lu Ming left clues and then sped up, flying in the direction of the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven and the burly man. Lu Ming didn't fly for long before he was discovered by the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven and the burly Lord of Heaven. This was because the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven and the burly Lord of Heaven would also leave surveillance formations in secret corners when they were moving forward. When Lu Ming passed by the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven and the burly Lord of Heaven, he was discovered. That kid has appeared. That kid is indeed in this area. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven's eyes lit up. This kid is actually behind us. It seems that he was hiding somewhere before and was overlooked by us. Haha, let's see where you can run now. The burly Lord of Heaven laughed. Come, let's go quickly, lest that kid slips away again. Let's make it clear in advance. After killing Lu Ming, I'll have the first pick of the treasures on his body. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven said. It seems that you've taken a fancy to some treasure on his body. Haha, don't think about taking the treasure for yourself. The burly Lord of Heaven sneered. The two of them were extremely fast. Soon, they were close to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's reaction was extremely sharp. He was always ready and paying attention to his surroundings. He knew very well that if he could set up a surveillance formation, so could the other party. They could kill him at any time, so he was always highly focused. As soon as he discovered the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven and the burly Lord of Heaven, Lu Ming turned around and ran. The direction he was running in was naturally the direction of the golden eagle. Don't go. Lu Ming this time, don't even think about running away. The two Lord of Heaven shouted and quickly chased after Lu Ming. Fortunately, this place was not far from the golden eagle. In this area, the golden eagle had gone crazy, and there were almost no other surviving species of the untainted land. Therefore, Lu Ming did not need to worry about encountering other powerful surviving species of the untainted land. He could increase his speed to the maximum. In this way, the purple-robed Lord of Heaven and the burly Lord of Heaven would not be able to catch up with Lu Ming in a short time. Soon they arrived at the area where the golden eagle was. Lu Ming rushed directly to a place that contained a metal vein. When he arrived, Qiu had already wrapped around Lu Ming. Lu Ming directly rushed into the metal vein. Before dashing into the metal or vein, Lu Ming took out the golden egg and threw it out with all his might. The golden egg was like a golden piece of metal. It smashed towards the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven and the burly man. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven and the burly Lord of Heaven really thought that the golden egg was Lu Ming's weapon to attack them. Clang! The burly Lord of Heaven held his battle saber and slashed out, directly splitting the golden egg into two halves. The egg liquid spilled all over the ground. This is an egg? The burly Lord of Heaven and the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven were slightly stunned. Caw! At this moment an earth-shattering cry sounded. On the cliff, the golden eagle rushed into the sky. Its incomparably sharp eyes looked at the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven and the burly Lord of Heaven. When it saw the broken golden egg, its eyes turned red. It let out a crazy roar. Its golden body rushed towards the burly Lord of Heaven and the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven like a bolt of lightning. Oh no, we've been tricked. Damn it, let's go. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven immediately reacted. He roared and turned to run. The burly Lord of Heaven was slightly stunned. He also turned to run. However, their speed was much slower than that of the golden eagle. At this moment, the golden eagle was filled with endless killing intent. Its golden wings flapped rapidly. Its speed was extremely fast. In just a few minutes, it caught up with the burly Lord of Heaven. It opened its mouth and a golden blade of light shot towards the burly Lord of Heaven. The burly Heaven Monarch yelled as he waved his hand and slashed out a ray of light to block the light blade. However, the golden eagle had already arrived. Its golden wings were sharper than a divine blade. It slashed at the burly Lord of Heaven. Clang! The burly Heaven Monarch brandished his saber to block the attack. When the two collided, there was a violent explosion. Then, the burly Heaven Monarch's body shook violently and flew backward like a cannonball. As he flew, he vomited large amounts of blood. The bones in one of his arms were shattered. He almost couldn't hold his blade. His internal organs were also severely injured and almost shattered. They were both peak almighty, but his combat strength was far inferior to the golden eagle. He was severely injured in one move. After sending the burly Lord of Heaven flying, the golden eagle roared and continued to attack the burly man. Save me! Come and help me! Let's fight this eagle together. The burly man roared at the purple-robed Lord of Heaven. He was no match for the golden eagle alone. He would be torn to pieces. If there were two people, they would have a better chance of escaping. However, the purple-robed Lord of Heaven didn't even turn his head. He only shouted, "Hold on for a while. I'll go and find reinforcements. We're both peak almighty. I'll find a few more people to kill it." As he shouted, the purple-robed Lord of Heaven fled even faster. Hold on my ass. How am I supposed to hold on alone? The burly Lord of Heaven roared in rage. It was obvious that the purple-robed Lord of Heaven wanted to use him as a shield, so that he could escape. But what could he do in this situation? He could only fight with his life on the line. With a furious roar, the paramount power of heaven blazed. The origin power of the origin seed was fully unleashed, surging into his saber as he slashed at the golden eagle. However, the golden eagle didn't dodge the attack of the burly Lord of Heaven, allowing it to strike its body. With a clang, the burly Lord of Heaven's saber struck the golden feathers, but it couldn't break through the golden eagle's defense. Instead, the golden eagle's sharp claws grabbed the chest of the burly Lord of Heaven and crushed his heart. Ah! Lu Ming, I can't accept this. The burly Lord of Heaven let out a desperate roar. In the next moment, the golden condor's sharp claws tore the burly Lord of Heaven's body into pieces. His head was also swallowed by the golden condor. A powerful Heaven Monarch had perished in such an aggrieved manner. After killing the burly Lord of Heaven, the golden eagle was obviously not appeased. It flapped its wings and continued to fly towards the purple-robed Lord of Heaven. It believed that the purple-robed Lord of Heaven and the burly Lord of Heaven were in cahoots. Both of them were going to die. Damn it! The purple-robed Lord of Heaven was shocked and fled frantically. But it was obvious that the golden eagle was faster. Although there was some distance between the two, the distance between the two was quickly closing. Damn it, what should I do? What should I do? The purple-robed Lord of Heaven was extremely anxious, and various thoughts kept running through his mind. If this went on, he would also follow in the footsteps of the burly Lord of Heaven, and be torn apart by the golden eagle. He didn't want to die like this, especially because of Lu Ming. Chapter 46-77. I've got it. Let's go all out. A vicious light flashed through the eyes of the Lord of Heaven. He thought of a swamp he had passed by earlier. Several terrifying venomous insects resided in the swamp, and they were all peak god lords. His only chance of survival was to use those venomous insects to fend off the golden condor. Although that would be very dangerous and very likely lead to the venomous insects attacking him, there was nothing he could do about it. He directly charged toward the swamp. However, the golden condor was just too fast. The distance between them was rapidly closing. If this continued, it would catch up to him before he even reached the swamp. I've got to go all out. Lu Ming, as long as I don't die today, I'll definitely make you regret being born into this world. The Lord of Heaven roared furiously as madness filled his eyes. He had truly gone all out. The origin energy in the origin energy seed madly circulated, supporting his body and causing his speed to skyrocket once more. At the same time, he burned his supreme heavenly force to continue increasing his speed. Only by doing so did he manage to avoid the golden condor catching up. However, the after-effects of doing so were extremely severe. The burning of his supreme heavenly force would damage his foundation. In the worst-case scenario, he would never be able to reach reciprocity again. In the blink of an eye, one fled while the other pursued. Lu Ming's figure appeared in the vein. With a flash, he appeared where the Lord of Heaven had been slain. With a wave of his hand, he grabbed the Lord of Heaven's storage ring and stowed it away. That guy in purple really is difficult to deal with. Let's go take a look. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. Then, with a flash of his figure, he chased after the golden condor and the purple-robed Lord of Heaven. The purple-robed Lord of Heaven flew all the way. After half an hour, a huge swamp appeared in front of him. He had finally made it. After burning his divine force for half an hour, his foundation had been severely damaged. If he did not encounter a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter in the future, he would never be able to reach reciprocity again. He blamed everything on Lu Ming. However, the matter of dealing with Lu Ming could be put aside for now. First, he had to escape this calamity. He rushed straight into the swamp. As soon as he rushed into the swamp, he frantically attacked the bottom of the swamp. Hundreds of attacks fell into the swamp. Croak! Squeak! Strange cries immediately rang out from the swamp. Mud splattered everywhere as several colossal creatures appeared. A giant toad, a giant snake, and a giant lizard. The three poisonous insects were all at the peak of the Divine Master level. As soon as they appeared, they attacked the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven dodged with all his might, and did not attack. However, he was not in his peak condition at all. His ultimate heavenly energy was burning severely, and the origin seed in his origin seed was completely exhausted. His fighting prowess was far from his peak. Even if he were to dodge with all his might, he would not be able to completely avoid the attacks of the three venomous bugs. He was directly hit by the toad's poisonous gas, causing him to scream in pain. At the same time, the giant lizard's tail whipped the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven's body smashed into the swamp like a cannonball. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven was smashed into the depths of the swamp and sank into the mud. However, the three venomous bugs did not have time to continue attacking, because the golden condor had already arrived. As soon as the golden condor entered the swamp, it swooped down and pounced on the swamp. The golden condor's target was the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven, but the three venomous bugs thought that the golden condor's target was them. This was because the golden condor usually fed on venomous bugs and snakes. Therefore, the three venomous bugs attacked the golden condor with all their might. The two sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Terrifying energy waves swept through the swamp. In the depths of the swamp, the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven vomited large mouthfuls of blood. His blood dyed the mud red. The giant lizard's tail whip had severely injured him. In addition, he was also poisoned by the toad's poison. This kind of poison had seeped into every part of his body, and was constantly destroying his physical body. This kind of poison could even destroy his soul, making his soul feel weak. Run, I must escape. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven roared in his heart. He unleashed his remaining strength and broke through the mud, moving forward. He was unlucky. As he moved through the mud, He was hit by a few energy waves that shot down from above, worsening his injuries. However, he still managed to escape from the battlefield. When he was far away from the place where the 3 venomous bugs and the golden condor were fighting, he climbed out of the mud and flew into the distance. Lu Ming had been flying in the direction of the golden condor and the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven. After chasing for a while, a sharp cry suddenly came from a direction. "It's that golden condor. I almost went in the wrong direction." Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The golden condor's voice pierced through the void and traveled far to the left of Lu Ming. Lu Ming chased in the wrong direction. Fortunately, he heard the golden condor's voice. Swish! Lu Ming flew directly in the direction of the golden condor's voice. Soon he heard a series of roars. In addition to the golden condor's cry, there were also the cries of other surviving species of the untainted land. Lu Ming restrained his aura and approached carefully. He hid behind a large rock and looked forward. He saw the golden condor and the 3 venomous bugs fighting fiercely. That guy is smart. He actually thought of using the 3 venomous bugs to fight the golden condor, so that he could take the opportunity to escape. However, he should be nearby. If he rashly enters the territory of the 3 venomous bugs, he will probably be attacked. If he is already injured. Thinking of this, Lu Ming went to the other side where he had a better view and observed. That is, after a while Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He saw some movement in a marsh in the distance. A lump of mud was wriggling. Then, a figure climbed out of the mud and rushed into the distance silently. If Lu Ming hadn't been watching, he would have missed it. It's the Lord of Heaven of the heavenly human race. It seems that he is injured. Let's go and see. Lu Ming walked along the side and followed him silently. Very soon, the 2 of them were far away from the battlefield. After leaving the battlefield, the purple Lord of Heaven used the power of heaven to wash the mud on the surface of his body clean. However, his aura was weak and his face was green. The surface of his skin was covered by a layer of mist. The poisonous gas was constantly corroding him, making him spit out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ming, it's all because of Lu Ming. My foundation is damaged. I must take revenge. Lu Ming, I will make you suffer. The purple-robed heaven monarch kept roaring in his heart. His face was hideous. He had suffered far too great of a loss. In order to preserve his life, he had severed all hopes of breaking through to reciprocity. All of this was because of Lu Ming. His hatred for Lu Ming was overwhelming. However, no matter how much he hated him, he still needed to find a place to heal first. Chapter 46-78. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven roared in his heart as he flew into the distance. When he was far away from the battlefield of the golden condor and the 3 poisonous insects, the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven found a hidden canyon. He entered the canyon and sat cross-legged. He took out several divine elixirs and swallowed them in succession. Some were for healing, and some were for detoxifying. However, when he began to circulate his energy to refine the elixirs, he felt his heart palpitate, and an inexplicable great fear arose in his heart. Without hesitation, he moved his body to the side and opened his eyes at the same time. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a spear light in front of him that was rapidly stabbing towards him. Fortunately, his spiritual sense was extremely sharp, and he dodged 1 step ahead of time, narrowly avoiding this move. With a puff, the spear light flew past the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven's head and pierced the wall of the canyon behind him, directly piercing through the canyon. Cold sweat broke out on the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven's forehead. This spear was aimed at his glabella just now. If it had pierced through, his glabella would definitely have been pierced, and he would have been killed directly. Immediately after, the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven saw a young and handsome figure walking over in the air. His pupils contracted sharply, and he couldn't help but roar, "Lu Ming, it's you." Who else could it be other than Lu Ming? As expected of the Lord of Heaven, your spiritual sense is really sharp. Lu Ming sighed. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven was clearly seriously injured, but he was still able to avoid his sneak attack while refining elixirs to heal himself. This really surprised Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you actually dare to appear in front of me. You're really bold, but it's good. It saves me some effort to find you. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven shouted, revealing a strong murderous intent. as if he was about to attack immediately. Lu Ming sneered and said, "You don't have to scare me. You suffered a heavy blow and were poisoned. You don't have much strength left. If you were really powerful, you would have taken action long ago. You're just shouting to scare me. This shows that you really can't make it." The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven's expression was extremely ugly. His heart kept sinking. He pretended to be an expert just now. In fact, he wanted to scare Lu Ming and scare Lu Ming away. However, Lu Ming saw through it completely. "Little ball, do it." Lu Ming did not waste any more words. After instructing Qiu, he immediately made his move. Boom. He slapped out with his left palm and used the desolation style. A continent condensed and pressed down on the purple-robed Lord of Heaven. The eldritch continent was so huge that it completely enveloped the purple-robed Lord of Heaven. At the same time, Lu Ming used the sky-piercing style and became one with the spear. He stabbed at the purple-robed Lord of Heaven. On the other side, Qiu also made his move. He turned into a mirror and shot out a beam of light, enveloping the purple-robed Lord of Heaven. Ah! The purple-robed Lord of Heaven roared and struggled frantically, trying to break free from Qiu's illusion. At the same time, his body moved, trying to avoid Lu Ming's attack. However, it was obvious that the purple-robed Lord of Heaven was far from his peak. At his peak, Qiu's illusion could barely do anything to him. However, it was very difficult for him to break free now. The continent in the sky also pressed down, making it difficult for him to move his body. He tried his best, but only managed to move a little. Poof! The war god spear pierced the purple-robed Lord of Heaven's heart. The terrifying power directly tore the purple-robed Lord of Heaven's body apart, leaving only his head. Ah! The purple-robed Lord of Heaven howled in pain, his eyes flashing with fear and unwillingness. He truly didn't have much strength left. If he had been at his peak, he wouldn't have been able to take a single blow. Earlier, in order to escape from the Golden Eagle, he had exhausted all of his origin energy, and he had even burned away most of his supreme heavenly energy. Later on, he had suffered a heavy blow from the giant lizard and been poisoned by the toad. He truly didn't have much strength left. Let alone Lu Ming. Any 5th or 6th level God Lord would be able to defeat him in a direct confrontation. Thus, in the face of Lu Ming's attack, he had used all of his skills, but he still couldn't take a single blow. "Lu Ming, even if you kill me, you won't live for long. The ancestor will kill you. You will die at the ancestor's hands." The purple-robed Lord of Heaven roared. "Ancestor?" Lu Ming frowned and coldly asked, "Who is the ancestor?" "Don't even think about finding out. When you find out, it will be the day of your death. Attack!" The purple-robed Lord of Heaven roared. Bang! Lu Ming didn't want to waste his breath. The war god's spear lashed upward, causing the purple-robed Lord of Heaven's head to explode. His soul was also instantly extinguished. The purple-robed Lord of Heaven was slain in an extremely sullen manner. Whoosh! Lu Ming let out a long breath. His plan had finally come to fruition. With a wave of his hand, he took the purple-robed Lord of Heaven's storage ring and left in a flash. After leaving this place, Lu Ming found another secluded place to continue refining the colored peaches. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming had refined several dozen colored peaches, and his cultivation had advanced a little more. His forbidden energy had also grown a little more vigorous. However, Lu Ming still felt that it was too slow. He knew that Yi Qiuxian and the others would definitely be searching for him in this underground world. As time passed, they would definitely discover some clues. Refining the colored peaches alone is still too slow. Moreover, even if I refine all the colored peaches in my hand, my cultivation won't be able to break through to the 6th tier of the Divine Master realm. There won't be a significant increase in my fighting strength. I need to think of another method. I can either find another way to deal with Yi Qiuxian and the others, or find another exit to leave. Lu Ming pondered and made up his mind. He stopped refining the colored peaches, and got up to leave in search of an opportunity to escape. On the other side, Yi Qiuxian and the others had been searching for Lu Ming over the past few days, but to no avail. They did, however, find some main divine herbs, so this trip wasn't in vain. However, Yi Qiuxian's expression was still very ugly. He couldn't rest easy until he killed Lu Ming. Send a message to the others and ask if there's any news about Lu Ming, Yi Qiuxian said. All right. The two Lord of Heaven beside Yi Qiuxian nodded and took out their respective voice transmission jade talismans to send messages to the other three groups. In the universe ruins, the illusory divine jade definitely couldn't be used. However, voice transmission jade talismans could be used. As long as the distance wasn't too far, they could use the voice transmission jade talismans to send messages. However, the speed of the voice transmission jade talismans was far inferior to the illusory divine jade. The next moment, several beams of light flew out of the two Lord of Heaven's hands and disappeared into the sky. They waited quietly. After a while, two beams of light flew towards them from afar and were caught by them. They were two voice transmission jade talismans. The two scanned them with their spiritual senses and then handed the voice transmission jade talismans to Yi Qiuxian. There's no news about Lu Ming. Yi Qiuxian frowned. Two of the groups had sent messages saying that they hadn't found any traces of Lu Ming. Could Lu Ming have died in the mouth of the wilderness surviving species? Yi Qiuxian guessed. Chapter 4679. They waited for a few more minutes. Why haven't Yi Chuzi and Yi Lingshan sent any news back yet? Yi Qiuxian frowned. Yi Chuzi and Yi Lingshan were the two Lord of Heaven who were killed by Lu Ming. They're probably quite far away. Let's wait a little longer. A Lord of Heaven said. Then 10 minutes passed and there was still no news. Let's send another message to them. Yi Qiuxian had a bad premonition in his heart. A Lord of Heaven sent another message to Yi Chuzi and Yi Lingshan. However, another 10 minutes passed and there was still no news. It was like a stone sinking into the sea. Yi Qiuxian and the other two looked serious. It seems that something has happened. Gather the others. We'll go to the direction where Yi Chuzi and Yi Lingshan were searching. Yi Qiuxian said. Then, the two Lord of Heaven sent another message to the two groups of Lord of Heaven who had replied. After a while, two Lord of Heaven came from two different directions. In this way, Yi Qiuxian and the sixth Lord of Heaven met up and headed towards the direction where the purple Lord of Heaven was. After a careful investigation, they found the place where the purple Lord of Heaven and the burly Lord of Heaven were killed. The purple Lord of Heaven and the burly Lord of Heaven were killed, although they were almost torn apart and broken. But how powerful were the Lord of Heaven? They were able to accurately find them. Yi Chuzi and Yi Lingshan are dead. Their bodies and souls are destroyed. A Lord of Heaven said with an ugly face. Who killed them? That Lu Ming. How could he have such combat strength? Could it be that they were killed by some powerful ancient species? Another Lord of Heaven said. The probability of being killed by the surviving species of the Great Desolate Realm is extremely small. Yi Chuzi and Yi Lingshan are not idiots. When they see the surviving species of the Great Desolate Realm at the peak of the Divine Lord level, they will take a detour. With their cultivation, the surviving species of the Great Desolate Realm would not be able to catch up to them, unless they encountered an Origin Realm ancient species. However, there doesn't seem to be any Origin Realm ancient species in this underground world. At least we haven't encountered one yet. Yi Qiuxian analyzed. What do you mean, Lord Qiuxian? A Lord of Heaven looked at Yi Qiuxian in doubt. Lu Ming. It must be Lu Ming. That Lu Ming is cunning and has various trump cards. He most likely used some kind of trick to cause Yi Chuzi and Yi Lingshan to perish. Qiuxian said. The other Lord of Heaven's heart sank. Was it really Lu Ming's doing? That Lu Ming was truly terrifying. The danger level of Lu Ming in their hearts had unknowingly increased. Lu Ming is very dangerous, so all the more we have to kill him. He should be in the direction ahead. Let's go after him. No matter what, there are 7 of us. No matter how crafty Lu Ming is, it's useless. As long as we encounter him, we'll attack him. Qiuxian said. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 7 of them moved and headed in the direction Lu Ming was heading. Lu Ming continued forward for another 2 days, but he still couldn't find the exit. Roar. Suddenly, a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering roar came from the front. It shook the heavens and the earth, rumbling and exploding. Following that, there were other roars, followed by flashes of light. There was a black light, a fiery red light, a white light. It lit up the entire sky. Over there. Could it be that the surviving species of the great wilderness are fighting each other? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He decided to check it out. He wanted to check it out mainly because he wanted to see if he could be the fisherman. When the sandpiper and the clam fought, the fisherman would reap the benefits. Lu Ming approached cautiously. He hid in a large tree and cast the great concealment art. His body was almost one with the tree as he looked ahead. There was a mountain ahead. There was a cave at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, an intense battle was taking place outside the cave. 5 primordial remnant species were attacking another primordial remnant species. What powerful strength! Lu Ming could not help but gasp when he saw that. The 5 ancient species were of different shapes and sizes. Some resembled an eagle, some resembled a giant wolf, and one of them was a python. Each of the ancient species was a peak almighty. Moreover, they were not ordinary peak almighty. Their combat strength surpassed that of the Lord of Heaven of the heavenly human tribe. However, the most terrifying one was the ancient species that was being besieged. It was a strange beast that looked like a fierce tiger. Its body was covered with black hair, and there was a row of fangs in its mouth. Its body was completely black, and a layer of black flame was burning fiercely during the battle. This surviving species of the Great Desolate Era was truly incomparably powerful. It was able to fight against 5 powerful surviving species of the Great Desolate Era, all by itself without being at a disadvantage. That seems to be demonic chi? Lu Ming was a little surprised. The energy that surged around the ancient species that looked like a black tiger seemed to be demonic chi. It was extremely rich and overbearing. Yes, it is indeed demonic chi. It is extremely rich and pure. It seems that there was demonic chi in the untainted land of the last era. My predecessor was indeed a grand cultivator of the last era. Bone Demon shouted excitedly in his sea of consciousness. Lu Ming, if I have the bones of this surviving species of the untainted land, I will definitely be able to recover a lot of my strength. By then, even if those heavenly lords come, I will be able to help you kill them all. Bone Demon continued to shout, and became more and more excited. This ancient species is too strong. I can't deal with it at all. Lu Ming sighed. Let's wait and see. These ancient species seem to be competing for something. If they can injure each other, we will have a chance. Bone Demon said. The battle continued, and it was getting more and more intense. The 5 surviving species of the untainted land wanted to kill the pitch-black tiger-like surviving species of the untainted land. Their target seemed to be that cave. As for the tiger-like great desolate surviving species, it guarded the cave tightly. It displayed its terrifying battle prowess and fought against the 5 great desolate surviving species. A few minutes later, both sides were injured. Wounds appeared on their bodies and blood kept flowing. Jie. The ancient species that looked like an eagle swooped down. Its sharp claws were like hooks. It immediately tore off a large piece of flesh from the ancient species that looked like a tiger. However, the tiger-like surviving species of the untainted land went berserk as well. It pounced forward and clawed at the head of the python, crushing it into pieces. A powerful python was killed. However, the python fought back before it died. Its tail hit the ancient species that looked like a tiger and made it roll away. However, the ancient species that looked like a tiger rolled a few times and stood up again. It continued to fight as if nothing had happened. The 2 sides fought fiercely for a few more minutes. After paying a certain price, the ancient species that looked like a tiger seized the opportunity to kill another ancient species. The remaining 3 ancient species were a little frightened. However, they did not retreat. Instead, they continued to fight. The battle that followed was even more intense. Both sides were covered in wounds. Chapter 4680. The 2 sides fought for more than 10 minutes. In the end, 3 surviving species of the untainted land were killed by the tiger-like surviving species of the untainted land. The remaining 2 surviving species of the untainted land were finally scared and fled. However, the tiger-like surviving species of the untainted land was also heavily injured. There were at least a dozen wounds on its body, some of which were very serious. Even half of its heart was torn apart. Its head had also exploded, and it had almost died. It dragged its exhausted body into the cave. Do it, do it. Kill it while it's weak. Bone Demon yelled. Wait, don't get too excited. Let's think about it at length. Lu Ming said. What do you mean by think about it at length? If you miss this opportunity, you won't get it again. Only by killing this surviving species of the untainted land can I recover some of my strength and help you deal with those heavenly humans. Otherwise, once they find you, you'll be dead. If you don't fight now, when will you? Bone Demon yelled. I understand what you're saying, but that surviving species of the untainted land is too strong. To be honest, even if I have Qiuqiu to protect me, I won't be able to withstand 2 moves from it. Lu Ming said. He naturally wanted to kill that surviving species of the untainted land very much. Perhaps this would be a turning point for him to escape and deal with the heavenly humans. However, that surviving species of the untainted land was too strong. Even though it was heavily injured, its battle strength was still astonishing. It was much stronger than the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming felt that even if the tiger-like surviving species of the untainted land had not reached the origin realm, it was not far from it. You're right, but it's not like we don't have a chance. Bone Demon said. Do you have a way to deal with that surviving species of the untainted land? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. To be honest, with my current strength, it's very difficult for me to interfere with the enemies you're facing now. In the past, I could still interfere with the small fights between divine kings and divine lords. However, your current opponents are almost all divine lords, and peak divine lords at that. I can't interfere at all. However, this surviving species of the untainted land uses demonic qi. I have a way, Bone Demon said. What idea do you have? Lu Ming asked. Let's enter the cave stealthily. You use your full strength to attack this great desolate remnant beast's vitals. Once you attack, that great desolate remnant beast will definitely counterattack. I have a way to break its demonic qi and render its counterattack ineffective, Guemo said. Alright, if that's the case, we can give it a try. What do you need? Lu Ming said. Give me some jade talismans, I'll refine some things, Guemo said. Lu Ming did not delay at all. With a wave of his hand, several hundred jade talismans flew out. I don't need that much. 36 pieces is enough. The bone devil flew out from between Lu Ming's eyebrows. It waved its bony claws, and runes flew out one after another, and submerged into the 36 jade talismans. He was refining a simple jade talisman. The bone devil's speed was very fast. It finished refining in about a minute. Let's go in. Bone put away the 36 jade talismans and landed on Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming concealed his aura and carefully walked into the cave. He did not encounter any danger and easily passed through the cave. What entered his eyes was a rather large cave. In the center of the cave there was a pond. Some plants grew on both sides of the pond. They were lush and filled with an astonishing medicinal fragrance. That's main-grade divine medicine. And, after seeing the plants on both sides of the pond, Lu Ming's eyes widened. If he had not tried his best to hold it in, his heart would have probably begun to beat violently. Those plants were not ordinary plants. They were main-grade divine medicines. There were several hundred of them. However, this was not what attracted Lu Ming's attention the most. What attracted Lu Ming's attention the most was the center of the pond. There was a lotus in the center of the pond. The lotus gave off a hazy glow. Above the lotus, there was a small lotus made of energy that flew around. Origin-grade divine medicine. Lu Ming recognized it with a single glance. It was an origin-grade divine medicine. It contained a dense origin imprint. It was a origin-grade divine medicine that could increase a reciprocity expert's cultivation after they refined it. Lion and the others had come across a origin-grade divine medicine earlier. It was because of that origin-grade divine medicine that they had engaged in a great battle with the Golden Condor. Needless to say, origin-grade divine medicines were precious. Even reciprocity experts would turn green with envy when they saw them. They would want to kill each other. Lu Ming had never thought that there would be one here. Lu Ming finally understood why the 5 surviving species of the primordial world had besieged the tiger-like surviving species of the primordial world. He reckoned that their objective was this stock of source-level divine medicine. The tiger-like primitive descendant lay on the edge of the pond, chewing on a few main-grade divine medicines. It was very likely that it wanted to use the main-grade divine medicine to heal its wounds. What a waste, Lu Ming muttered inside. However, he could already tell that the injuries of the tiger-like primitive descendant were extremely severe. Even now, blood was still flowing from its wounds, dyeing the ground red. Its aura was very weak. It lay on the ground without moving at all. It did not notice Lu Ming at all. Fantastic. The injuries of this primitive descendant are even more severe than I imagined. Our chances have greatly increased. Lu Ming, attack the injured half of its head. You must kill it with a single strike, Bone Demon said. All right. Get ready. Attack. Lu Ming called out with his spiritual sense. Afterwards, he erupted with all his strength and used the heaven-piercing style. He became one with his spear and stabbed at the head of the tiger-like primitive descendant. The head of the primitive descendant had already been heavily injured. Half of it had been torn off. It was a fatal weakness. Lu Ming also erupted with the origin energy of the origin source seed. He had to kill it with a single strike. At the same time, it turned into an armor that enveloped Lu Ming, just in case he had to defend himself. Roar. A furious roar was heard. As soon as Lu Ming attacked, he was discovered by the tiger-like primitive descendant. It suddenly jumped up and a strong demonic aura burst out of its body. It turned into a flame that burned fiercely. The demonic fire turned into a blast wave that rushed towards Lu Ming. Break. Bone Demon took action in time. With a wave of his hand, 36 runes flew out and turned into a formation that enveloped the tiger-like primitive descendant. Suddenly, the demonic aura of the tiger-like primitive descendant melted quickly like ice meeting fire. Lu Ming rushed past it. The demonic aura did not affect Lu Ming at all. The tiger-like primitive descendant was stunned. Obviously, it did not expect such a situation to happen. In addition, its injuries were too severe. It was too late for it to move and dodge. Puff. The divine war spear pierced through its injured head. The origin energy erupted and the terrifying power of the divine war spear burst out from the head of the tiger-like primitive descendant. Chapter 46-81. Roar. After the war god spear pierced into the head of the tiger-shaped surviving species of the untainted land, it let out an earth-shattering roar. The entire cave shook violently. Then the tiger-shaped surviving species of the untainted land grabbed at Lu Ming with its sharp claws. This was a desperate grab before its death. It was so powerful that Lu Ming was sent flying and crashed into the wall of the cave. The wall exploded. Lu Ming's body smashed through the cave and flew out. He fell on the ground, creating a gully that was tens of thousands of meters long and dozens of meters deep. Puff. Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt that dozens of bones were broken and his internal organs were completely shattered. What a powerful force. Fortunately, I have Qiuqiu's armor to protect me. Otherwise, this move would have killed me. Lu Ming was shocked. This was an attack that the surviving species of the untainted land had launched when it was seriously injured. Its strength was definitely not at its peak. One could imagine how powerful this surviving species of the untainted land was. Roar. An angry roar came from the cave, and the rocks exploded. This surviving species of the untainted land actually rushed out of the hole that Lu Ming had smashed through and rushed toward Lu Ming. The war god spear was still in its head, which looked extremely terrifying. Lu Ming was shocked. He retreated with all his strength and did not dare to face it head-on. Fortunately, this surviving species of the untainted land staggered for a distance and fell to the ground with a plop. It was completely lifeless. This surviving species of the untainted land was finally dead. Lu Ming's attack just now had completely destroyed its head. Whoosh. Bone Demon also flew out of the cave. He circled the surviving species of the untainted land twice and confirmed that it was indeed dead. Bone Demon, what should we do now? Lu Ming walked over and pulled out the war god spear. Drag it back to the cave and leave it to me, Bone Demon said. Lu Ming nodded and dragged the surviving species of the untainted land back to the cave. Bone Demon surrounded the tiger-shaped surviving species of the untainted land and kept pointing his hands. Streaks of black light entered the body of the surviving species of the untainted land. After a while, strip! Bone Demon shouted and grabbed at the air. The tiger-shaped surviving species of the untainted land wriggled, and some bones came out of its flesh. More and more bones appeared. The bone devil had completely separated the skeleton of the tiger-shaped surviving species of the untainted land from its flesh and blood. Not long after, a complete tiger-shaped skeleton appeared in front of Lu Ming. The bones of the tiger-shaped Great Desolate Aeon remnant were as black as ink and as smooth as jade. They did not seem to contain any impurities and gave off a dense demonic qi. Next, I need some time to fuse with this skeleton. Once I do, I will definitely be able to recover a portion of my strength. After saying that, Gumo's body turned into a ray of light and flew into the tiger-shaped skeleton, disappearing from sight. As the bone demon began to fuse with its skeleton, Lu Ming looked at the pond. Several hundred stalks of main-grade divine herbs, and one stalk of origin-grade divine herb. Such precious treasures could not be missed. Lu Ming took action, uprooting hundreds of main-grade divine herbs and placing them into the Great Desolate Ring. Although the Great Desolate Ring was brimming with vitality and lush vegetation, it lacked divine herbs. Once these divine herbs were transplanted into the Great Desolate Ring, they could be uprooted and used without losing their medicinal properties. Lastly, there was the stalk of source-level divine herb. Lu Ming planned to transplant it into the Chaos Ring. He could not use origin-grade divine herbs at all right now. At the very least, he would need to wait until he reached peak divine master before he could use them. They would be very effective for breaking through to reciprocity. This pond water is not simple. At this moment, Lu Ming discovered that the pond water was not simple at all. It was extremely viscous and filled with a shocking amount of energy. The energy was pure and gentle, very similar to the energy in the Great Desolate Crystals. The pond water seemed to have liquefied the Great Desolate Crystals. No wonder it can nurture so many divine herbs. So it has something to do with the pond water. If I can absorb the pond water, my cultivation might reach a new level. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. After carefully transplanting the origin-grade divine herb into the Great Desolate Ring, Lu Ming leapt into the pond water with a plop. After jumping into the pond water, Lu Ming began to circulate his forbidden energy. All the pores on his body opened, producing an extremely powerful suction force. Extremely pure energy constantly gathered towards Lu Ming from the pond water. It seeped into every pore of his body and permeated Lu Ming's entire body before being absorbed and refined by Lu Ming. It was converted into forbidden energy. Lu Ming had guessed correctly. The pond water was like liquid Great Desolate Crystals. It contained extremely pure energy that could be rapidly absorbed and refined, increasing the cultivation of a divine master. The divine herbs from before had been nurtured by the pond water. Lu Ming rapidly absorbed the energy in the pond water to increase his cultivation. The pond water was rapidly consumed as well, decreasing at a visible rate. In just a few days, the pond water had decreased by more than half. Lu Ming's cultivation had also reached a limit. The limit of a fifth-layer divine master. Break. Lu Ming growled. The extremely dense forbidden energy in his body began to circulate as he began to break through to the sixth-layer divine master realm. With sufficient energy, this was not difficult at all. Breaking through was practically a matter of course. Boom. Lu Ming's aura skyrocketed, increasing by a large margin. He successfully broke through to the sixth-layer divine master realm. There was still about half of the pond water left. Lu Ming did not want to waste it, so he continued to absorb it. However, he needed at least 5 million Great Desolate Crystals to break through to the sixth-layer divine master realm. It might even be more. In that case, the amount of Great Desolate Crystals needed to break through to the seventh-layer divine master realm would be even more terrifying. It would be 10 times more than the former. 50 to 60 million. Thus, although the pond water was rich in energy, it was practically impossible for the current Lu Ming to break through. However, after reaching the sixth-layer divine master realm, Lu Ming's refining speed had greatly increased. In less than a day, Lu Ming had completely refined the remaining pond water. His cultivation had also completely stabilized at the sixth-layer divine master realm, roughly at the peak of the early stage. I finally reached the sixth-layer divine master realm. As Lu Ming sensed the surging energy in his body, his confidence soared. A sixth-layer Divine Master was much stronger than a fifth-layer Divine Master. Although he might not be able to defeat the Lord of Heaven, his chances of survival had greatly increased. I wonder what will happen if I face Yi Qiuxian now. A cold light flashed through Lu Ming's eyes. He was now on the same level as Yi Qiuxian. In a battle of the same level, he did not fear anyone. There seems to be a spring below. Lu Ming examined the bottom of the pond and discovered a spring. But no water flowed out of the spring. The water in this pond is very likely flowing out of this spring. It's just that the speed is very slow. It might take a very long time for a few drops to flow out. Lu Ming speculated. Then he looked at Bone Devil. Powerful demonic energy surged over from Bone Devil's side. At this moment, the tiger-shaped primordial remnant skeleton had undergone a major transformation. Chapter 4682. Originally, the skeleton was in the shape of a tiger, but now it had changed drastically. The tiger-shaped skeleton had actually transformed into a humanoid skeleton. It looked almost the same as the bone demon from before, except that it was much larger. It was about the size of an ordinary person. It was pitch black and as smooth as jade. It seemed to contain terrifying energy as waves of powerful aura permeated the surroundings. This is the aura of a peak divine master. Can the bone demon recover his cultivation of a peak divine master? Lu Ming pondered and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Lu Ming did not have to wait for long. A while later, the bone demon withdrew his aura and his two eye sockets flickered with a fiery red light. Haha, I've finally recovered a little. It feels great to be in control of my power. The bone demon laughed heartily and twisted his body, producing cracking sounds. Bone demon, how is it? Can you deal with 6 Lord of Heaven at the same time? Lu Ming asked. There were a total of 8 Lord of Heaven beside Yi Qiuxian. 2 of them had already been killed, so there were 6 left. I can't. The bone demon answered straightforwardly. This skeleton is only the skeleton of a peak divine master after all. It's not the skeleton of an origin realm expert. Moreover, the energy contained within the skeleton is not much to begin with. Coupled with some of my own tricks, dealing with 2 or 3 Lord of Heaven is not a problem, but dealing with 6 is impossible. You can't deal with 6? Lu Ming frowned. If that was the case, he would have no chance of winning against Yi Qiuxian and the others. Unless they split up. However, would they still split up after the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven and the burly Lord of Heaven were killed? They were probably not that stupid. If that was the case, he could only run away if he encountered Yi Qiuxian and the others. However, it's not impossible to deal with 6 Lord of Heaven if you plan carefully. The bone demon's tone changed. You have a way? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Yes. After Bone Demon finished speaking, he stepped out of the cave and walked out. Lu Ming followed him out. There are 3 great desolate era surviving species corpses here. I can peel off their bones and refine 3 devil bone puppets. Although these 3 surviving species of the untainted land do not have any devil chi, and the devil bone puppets that they have refined are not authentic, and can only be used once, each of them should be able to deal with 1 Lord of Heaven. If we plan carefully, we may be able to take down 6 Lord of Heaven. Guemo said. As soon as he finished speaking, Guemo grabbed at the air, and 3 balls of demonic energy flew out from his hand, and enveloped the corpses of the 3 black, red and yellow species. Soon, the 3 skeletons were removed. The 3 corpses belonged to the 3 primordial surviving species that had been killed by the tiger-shaped primordial surviving species. They were all peak divine masters and extremely powerful. Lu Ming, I'll enter your ancient desolate ring first and refine the demonic bone puppet. This kind of one-time use demonic bone puppet can be refined very quickly. You can find a place to set it up. Guemo said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. With a wave of his hand, he kept Guemo into the ancient desolate ring. Then his figure flashed and he left the place. Not long after, Lu Ming found a relatively hidden canyon. It's here. However, I still need to set it up for Yi Qiuxian and the others to find me. Lu Ming muttered. Then his figure flashed and he left the place, heading in the direction he had come from. Of course, Lu Ming was very cautious. He was afraid that he would run into Yi Qiuxian and the others. Guemo had not refined the demonic bone puppet yet, and was not a match for them. If he ran into them, he could only retreat. Fortunately, Lu Ming did not run into Yi Qiuxian and the others after traveling for hundreds of thousands of miles. Roar. At this moment, a huge surviving species of the untainted land had its eyes on Lu Ming. It was a lion. Its body was fiery red as if it was burning. Its aura was powerful, and it was a 9th-level divine master. Good. I was just about to find a surviving species of the untainted land to set it up. I didn't expect it to come here by itself. Lu Ming revealed a faint smile. Roar. The fiery red lion pounced at Lu Ming. Its sharp claws swiped at Lu Ming's chest. Lu Ming did not dodge. He allowed the lion's sharp claws to strike his chest. Puff. Blood splattered. A piece of flesh was ripped out of Lu Ming's chest. However, at the same time Lu Ming attacked. The war god's spear appeared in his hand, and he thrust it at the lion's head. At such a close distance and with Lu Ming's current strength, the lion could not dodge at all. The war god's spear pierced through its head and it died instantly. Lu Ming circulated his taboo energy. The wound on his chest rapidly healed. Lu Ming did not dodge and allowed the lion to attack him on purpose. He wanted to pretend that he had fought with the surviving species of the untainted land and was seriously injured. In the end, he killed the surviving species of the untainted land and escaped. Pulling out the war god's spear, Lu Ming flew towards the canyon that he had his eyes on. Of course, along the way, Lu Ming deliberately spilled a little of his blood. In that case, when Yi Qiuxian and the rest saw this, they would definitely think that Lu Ming had been attacked by the surviving species of the untainted land. Although he had killed the surviving species of the untainted land, he had also suffered serious injuries and was bleeding all the way. They would then find Lu Ming based on the bloodstains. Even if the lion's corpse was eaten by the other surviving species of the untainted land, with the intelligence of Yi Qiuxian and the others, they would definitely be able to deduce that Lu Ming had been injured in the fight with the surviving species of the untainted land. They would find the canyon based on the bloodstains. I'll meet you guys in that canyon, Lu Ming muttered. Along the way, Lu Ming would leave a few drops of blood every once in a while. Along the way, he arrived near the canyon. Then Lu Ming entered the canyon and sat down cross-legged, waiting quietly. Now, all he had to do was wait. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. The bone demon had already finished refining the devil bone puppet, but there was still no trace of Yi Qiuxian and the others. Lu Ming was not in a hurry. After all, the underground world was quite big. It would not be easy to find Lu Ming's bloodstains. Another 3 days passed. They're here. The bone demon's voice rang out in his sea of consciousness. Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes and looked around. He deliberately shouted, "Who's there?" Lu Ming, how long has it been since we last met? Have you forgotten about us? A cold voice rang out. Outside the canyon, a few figures walked over. The one in the middle was Yi Qiuxian. On his left and right were 2 Lord of Heaven experts. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh around the canyon, another 4 figures appeared and surrounded Lu Ming. They were the other 4 Lord of Heaven. Yi Qiuxian, how did you find this place? Wait, my bloodstains. Lu Ming deliberately pretended to have a drastic change of expression. Hee, it's too late to think of it now. Yi Qiuxian sneered, his killing intent cold. He continued, Yi Chuzi and Yi Lingshan were killed by you, right? Are you talking about the 2 Lord of Heaven? So what if they are? Perhaps, the next one will be you. Lu Ming said coldly. Chapter 4683. Lu Ming, you must have used some scheme to kill Yi Chuzi and Yi Lingshan. Or you must have borrowed the power of other ancient remnant beasts. However, we have already scouted this place thoroughly before we came in. There are no powerful ancient remnant beasts within 100,000 miles. There are also no traces of any array in this canyon. And now, you are surrounded by 6 Lord of Heaven. How are you going to survive? Yi Qiuxian sneered. They were not fools. Before they came, they were afraid that this might be Lu Ming's scheme. Therefore, they had already scouted the surroundings before they entered the canyon. They did not find any powerful ancient remnant beasts. At the same time, they had also scouted the canyon. There were no traces of any array in this canyon. Therefore, they were very confident. Young Master Qiuxian, why are you talking nonsense with him? Let me kill him. Beside Yi Qiuxian, a gray-robed elder shouted coldly. He took a step forward and rushed toward Lu Ming like lightning. A battle sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Lu Ming. The power of this sword was extremely terrifying. It was as if it was going to split the heavens and earth. The Lord of Heaven's combat strength was undoubtedly displayed. Wang. Lu Ming held the war god spear in his hand, and the taboo energy in his body erupted. At the same time, he activated the war symbol art and increased his combat strength by 8 times. The war god's spear swept out and collided with the opponent's battle sword. Clang! There was an earth-shattering roar and a powerful force swept out. The earth rumbled and rocks exploded. A layer of the earth was forcefully shaved off. The surrounding mountains of the canyon were also exploding and gravel flew everywhere. Then Lu Ming's figure retreated rapidly. His face was flushed, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. So powerful. No wonder he is a peak divine master. Lu Ming muttered. He felt his entire arm go numb. Just now, he did not let Guemo out because he wanted to test the combat strength of the Lord of Heaven. He had just broken through to the 6th level of the Divine Master realm, and his combat strength had increased greatly. He wanted to test the gap between him and a peak divine master. The facts proved that he still wasn't a match for an apex divine master, and there was still a big gap between them. When he was at the 5th level of the Divine Master realm, he could already contend against ordinary 9th level Divine Master experts. Combined with the War God Spear, Origin Energy and Qiuqiu, he could kill ordinary 9th level Divine Masters. Now that his cultivation had increased by 1 level, it was reasonable to say that he should be able to contend with an ordinary peak Divine Master. That was not the case. The gap between a peak Divine Master and a 9th level Divine Master was huge, far greater than the gap between an 8th level Divine Master and a 9th level Divine Master. Therefore, after breaking through to the 6th layer of the Divine Master realm, his battle prowess had increased greatly. He could easily kill ordinary 9th layer Divine Masters, but he was still no match for peak Divine Masters. Lu Ming, why your cultivation has already reached the 6th layer of the Divine Master realm. Just what sort of fortuitous encounter did you have? Yi Qiuxian roared, his eyes wide open. Previously, when he had clashed with Lu Ming's cultivation had only been at the 5th level of the Divine Lord realm. How long had it been? Lu Ming's cultivation had already skyrocketed to the 6th layer of the Divine Master realm. He knew that Lu Ming had the Origin Energy Seed. As long as he had enough resources, his cultivation would increase very quickly. This meant that Lu Ming had obtained an astonishing fortuitous encounter in the past few days. This made him extremely displeased. Lu Ming had relied on the vast amount of resources from the Heavenly Palace to reach his current cultivation, while Lu Ming had relied entirely on himself and his own fortuitous encounters. The difference between the two was obvious. That's right. I've already broken through to the 6th layer of the Divine Master realm. Yi Qiuxian, we're now at the same level. If you're capable, let's fight. Lu Ming roared, pointing his war god spear at Yi Qiuxian and issuing a challenge. Yi Qiuxian's expression was extremely ugly. Previously, he had clashed with Lu Ming, so he knew very well that he was still no match for Lu Ming in a battle of the same level. If they were to really fight, the scene in the Taishang Immortal City would definitely repeat itself. Looks like you don't dare to fight. Yi Qiuxian, in the Taishang Immortal City, I still thought that you were the only person in the chaotic universe who could be my opponent. Now it seems that I have misjudged you. You don't even dare to fight and only know how to rely on your cultivation advantage. You are not worthy of being my opponent. Lu Ming sneered, his voice filled with disdain. Lu Ming, Yi Qiuxian roared, his handsome face becoming somewhat sinister. Lu Ming's words had hit his sore spot. He wished that he could go up and fight Lu Ming, suppress Lu Ming with his own hands and make Lu Ming kneel before him. However, his rationality told him that he could not do it. If he did not fight, he would be humiliated. If he fought, he would probably be humiliated even more. Young Master Qiuxian, you don't have to take a dying man's words to heart. The gray-robed old man said. That's right. Why should I lower myself to the level of a dying man? Go kill him for me. Yi Qiuxian roared. Lu Ming, although you managed to block one of my moves, I did not use my full strength just now. Now I will kill you in 3 moves. The gray-robed old man shouted coldly. He took a step forward and charged towards Lu Ming at an even faster speed than before. He was right. He did not use his full strength in the previous move. Right now he was using his full strength. The sword light was faster than lightning as it slashed towards Lu Ming's forehead. This time, Lu Ming did not dodge, nor did he take action to counter the attack. After testing one move, Lu Ming had a rough idea of his own strength. There was no need for him to test it again. He would leave the rest to the bone demon. Just as the other party's attack was about to hit him, Lu Ming's glabella shone. The bone demon dashed out from Lu Ming's glabella and rapidly enlarged. Its palm was like a knife slashing toward the other party and colliding with the other party's combat sword. With a loud clang, the bone demon's pitch-black palm bone collided with the old man's battle sword. However, the bone demon's palm was not damaged at all. Instead, the old man's main-grade battle sword was chipped. The bone demon's bones were obtained from the tiger-shaped ancient species. The ancient species' physical defense was shockingly strong. Its bones were incomparably tough. With the help of the bone demon's demonic chi, the old man could not break it at all. The old man's eyes widened and he was stunned. Kill. The bone demon's soul rippled as its 2 palms slashed out like demonic blades. Everything happened too suddenly. The other party did not expect that such a powerful skeleton would suddenly emerge from the area between Lu Ming's eyebrows. In addition, Gumo's attack was as fast as lightning, without the slightest hesitation. Puff! The sword light flashed and the gray-robed old man's head was split into 2. His soul was completely destroyed. This was Lu Ming and the bone demon's plan. They wanted to kill one of the old men at lightning speed to weaken the old man's strength. As expected, everything went smoothly. Now there were only 5 Lord of Heaven left on the old man's side. Everything happened too quickly. By the time Yi Qiuxian and the rest reacted, the gray-robed old man had already been killed. Damn it! He has helpers. Let's kill them together. Yi Qiuxian roared.